Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Honorable guests, respected teachers, and my dear students, Assalamu alaikum. Again, my name is Ismail, and this year, as you know, Pakistan is celebrating jointly Independence Day and Marka-e-Haq, and we, Federal Board of Intermediate and Secondary Education, are part of that grand celebration. So, to begin this program in the most blessed way, I would like to call Hania Zahir for Tilawat-e Kalam-e Pak.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا عبادي الذين آمنوا إن أرضي واسعة فإياي فاعبدون كل نفس ذائقة الموت كل نفس ذائقة الموت ثم إلينا ترجعون صدق الله العظيم.
Jazakallah khair. Thank you for the beautiful recitation. Now, to further enlighten our hearts with praise of our beloved Prophet Muhammad, I would like to invite Aisha Batul to present a soul-touching Naat-e Rasool-e Maqbool. Aisha Batul. Jazakallah khair. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know that the topic for today's speech is as Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. The only rule that I want to make it quite clear is that no paper reading is allowed. I repeat, no paper reading is allowed. Now I would like to invite Mr. Mirza Ali, the Director, Research and Academics, to welcome the audience formally. Mr. Mirza Ali.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Very respected faculty members, principals, staff members, dear students, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you. You are all aware that FBISC is basically an examining body. We conduct exams at SSC and HSSC levels. But apart from this prime responsibility or core responsibility, we accord opportunities of overall grooming and development to the students. And the main activities, co-curricular activities, they will be held this year in November, somewhere in November, we are planning it. But these two events, the Urdu and English speeches, these two events, they are part of the grand national level celebrations. You know, this year we are celebrating not only the Independence Day, the 78th Independence Day of our country, but also we are celebrating the events, the extraordinary events which took place, the Marka-e-Haq. So the topic of today's speech, as mentioned earlier, it is Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. I hope that all the students are very well prepared, and the interest of the students, it was overwhelming, and you all are aware that primarily this event was also planned on 15th of August. But because of the overwhelming response in both the categories, the category of Urdu speeches and English speeches, we had to shift this speech contest to 18th of August to today. It is the date of your speeches. And as I always mention, basically it is the participation in the speeches which is important. In fact, in any contest, the most important aspect is the participation. Winning or losing a contest or a competition is not that much important. So, as I always say, all of you who are participating today in this contest, they are the winners. So at the very outset, I would request all the students and the audience to clap for the winners. Basically, all of you, all the participants, you are the winners. We are constrained to award prizes and certificates to the first, second, and third position holders. But in fact, all of you who are presenting your speeches today, you are the winners. So keep this in mind. And it is also a great opportunity of teaching, learning, when you clap for other students who will be winning the contest. It is also part of your training and part of your teaching, and it basically teaches you how to develop emotional intelligence. So I won't say much, because today, by the grace of Almighty Allah, the response is again overwhelming, and at the end, I would like to thank all the participants, the students and the teachers both, to have joined this function. And I would say to enjoy the speeches, your own speeches, as well as the speeches of other fellow students as well. Thank you very much for sparing time and coming to join this function.
Thank you, sir. Respected audience, as we now move towards the competition segment, it is important that all participants should clearly understand the rules and regulations. For this purpose, I would like to invite our honorable judge, Mr. Imran, to kindly come on stage and brief the participants about the rules and criteria for today's competition.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Director Research, dignitaries, and the dearest students, Assalamu alaikum. and most welcome to you all. And now, the contest of the day begins. I'm here to elaborate a few things related to these speeches. Generic parameters are already shared with you. Minimum timing is 4 minutes and maximum is 5 minutes. First ring would be rung when the clock struck 4, and after that 5 minutes, that would be for deduction. Second thing is your subject matter. There shouldn't be any kind of controversial related to cultural controversy, traditional controversy, patriotic, even religion. So it must be free from all such kind of content. Then your presentation, just like you know very well that artistic presentation of this component of language is required over here, and then impact on audience, and the most important, last and not the least, is your pronunciation. So with this, I will be moving towards the start of this function, please.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move towards the most awaited part of our program, the speeches. I would like to kindly invite our participants to come forward one by one and share their thoughts with us. So I request our first participant, Aisha Zahara, to come on stage and deliver her speech.
Starting in the name of Allah, the most beneficent and the most merciful. Honorable judges, respected teachers, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. Today I stand before you not as a speaker, but as a voice of nation burning with rage, pride, and unbreakable will. Pakistan. Dear audience, our Pakistan has faced the enemies who dared to challenge our every existence. They thought they could crush our spirit, silence our voices, and steal our dignity, but they were wrong. Because this is Marka-e-Haq, the trump of the truth. The truth that we are fighters, the truth that we are warriors, the truth that our blood runs thick with courage and fire, the truth that no power on earth can undo Pakistan. When the enemy marched on our borders, they met the wall of steel, our soldiers. The men and women blew the dust of defeat from their shoulders and rode with the fury of thousand storms. With every bullet fired, with every step taken, they shouted, Pakistan will never be broken, Pakistan will never bow. The storm that shakes the mountains core, the storm that shakes the mountains core is born from the truth's relentless roar. No chain can bind the soul that fights. No chain can bind the soul that fights. No darkness swallow piercing the light. Dear audience, we owe our freedom to the blood spilled by the martyrs who refused to surrender. We owe our victory to the warriors who stood like a mountain in the face of the storm. When our enemy fought with lies and fear, we fought with the sacred fire of the truth. When they came at us with bullets, we started with Bismillah. When they launched attacks, we trusted missiles. When they trusted missiles, we trusted Nare Takbir, Allahu Akbar. When they blind the world with propaganda, Pakistan responded. Not with the noise, but with the victory. Not with the panic, but with the purpose. Not with the fear, but with the faith. We launched Shaheens in the sky. We posted lions on the ground. We deployed sharks in the sea. And the enemy ran from all the three. बातिल से दबने वाले ए आसमां नहीं हम. बातिल से दबने वाले ए आसमां नहीं हम. 100 बार कर चुका है तो इम्तिहान हमारा. Dear audience, now I ask you, do you feel that fire? that fury, that unshakable pride? It's your birthright. It's your duty. It's your mission to carry the torch forward, to guard the truth with every heartbeat. To the enemy, I say, we will not rest. We will not falter. We will not be silent because Pakistan हमेशा जिंदाबाद. खूने दिल से लिखी है ये कहानी हमारी. खूने दिल से लिखी है ये कहानी हमारी. जो भी आया राह में बनी तबाही उसकी सारी. कभी ना झुकेंगे ये वादा रहा हमारा. कभी ना झुकेंगे ये वादा रहा हमारा. सच की राह पर चलना ही सहारा हमारा. जालिम के सामने सर बुलंद रखा. जालिम के सामने सर बुलंद रखा. फतह का परचम लहरा के हक का अलम रखा. पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद. थैंक यू सो मच.
Our next participant is Aisha Yaz. I would like to call Aisha Yaz for the speech, and in addition, I would like to call Rahat Shafkat Abasi to be ready in queue. Rahat Shafkat Abasi, he will be the next participant.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Respected judges, honorable teachers, and my fellow students, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you. Today, I stand before you with great pride and a deep sense of responsibility to speak on a topic that does not merely belong in the history, but lives in our hearts, guides our values, and defines us who we are as a nation. Mark-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. Throughout human history, there has always been a war between right and wrong, justice and oppression, truth and falsehood. From the earliest civilization to the modern day politics, one thing remained constant: truth always triumphs. It may take time, it may demand sacrifice, and it may come at great cost, but in the end, truth prevails. Our beloved homeland Pakistan is the living, breathing proof of this divine principle. Our very own creation in 1947 was not just a political victory, it was a spiritual triumph, a mark-e-haq against colonial injustice, religious oppression, and systematic inequality. Our great leader, Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, led this movement with the weapon of truth and the shield of justice. He did not raise arms, he raised character, conviction, and unshakable belief in the rightness of our cause. And what happened? Despite all odds, truth prevailed. Pakistan was born. Fast forward to today, and we find ourselves facing a new kind of mark-e-haq, one that is not only about trusting our truth, but it is about defending our borders, defending our narrative and our dignity. Recently, Pakistan proved to the world that we are not a nation that bows down to pressure or shame. When our eastern neighbor, India, attacked to violate our territorial integrity and provoke our military escalation, it underestimated our crucial armed force and the spirit of our nation. In response to these threats, Pakistan launched a military operation, Bunyanul Marroos, a name that itself echoes the foundation of truth. Recently, to remind the world that we are not a nation that bows down to pressure or shame. By the grace of Allah Almighty, Pakistan emerged victorious, not just in the battlefield, but also in the global court of opinion, where even critics acknowledge our maturity, our discipline, and above all, our truth. Let us remember, mark-e-haq is not limiting to soldiers holding weapons or leaders in the offices. It is a battle we all must fight in our daily lives, in our schools, in our homes, and in our heart. Whenever we stand up to speak truth, whenever we choose honesty over deception, we are part of this mark-e-haq. Let us remember the power of faith, unity, and discipline as envisioned by our founding father. Let us not blush to compromise on truth, no matter how difficult the path may seem, because truth is not just a principle. For Pakistan, it's our identity, our dignity, and our destiny. May Allah always protect our homelands, guides our leader, strengthen our youth, and give us a courage for every future market hug that comes in our way. Thank you so much for your precious time. Pakistan Zindabad.
To all the participants, as there is a camera broadcasting the live transmission, so for any candidate that I name, that I call, I request them to kindly use the right flank of mine for the walk to the stage. Our next participant is Rahat Shafkat Abasi, and Sara Amjad is requested to be ready as well. Yes.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful, honorable judges, respected teachers, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. Today, as we gather under the green and white flag of our beloved homeland, I want to take you back, not just to 1947 when Pakistan was born, but much further, to the eternal battlefield of Marka-e-Haq, the battle of truth, the eternal struggle between right and wrong, between justice and tyranny. Because, let me say this clearly, Pakistan itself is a product of Marka-e-Haq. My dear friends, when the Muslims of the subcontinent, led by the visionaries like Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, chose to fight for the separate homeland, they were not just fighting for the land, they were fighting for an idea rooted in truth, an idea rooted in justice, an idea rooted in dignity and the right to live freely according to one's beliefs. This was no ordinary political movement. My dear audience, this was a sacred struggle, a Marka-e-Haq, where the weapons were not guns and swords, but the unity, faith, and discipline. What is Marka-e-Haq today? It is a question. It is a question which is being raised today, and everyone is referring to the recent Indo-Pak war. But in reality, that war was just an addition in the prolonged and the sacred history of Pakistan. My friends, Marka-e-Haq did not end in 1947. It began then. Every day we wake up in this country, free to call azan, free to pray, free to speak our language, and free to uphold our identity. We must remember that this freedom was won through sacrifices soaked in blood, through mothers who gave their sons, and through leaders who gave their lives for truth. So, on this Independence Day, I say to you, let us fight, not with weapons, but with knowledge. But now, the question is, are we still fighting the Marka-e-Haq today? Yes, we are. Because today the enemies we face are different. We are facing corruption that eats away our institution. We are facing injustice that suffocates the dreams of our youth. We are facing division that weakens the unity we so proudly inherited. And above all, we are facing forgetfulness. Yes, forgetfulness, forgetting the purpose for which this nation was created. So, on this Independence Day, I say to you, let us become the soldiers of today's Marka-e-Haq. Let us fight, not with weapons, but with knowledge, with truth, with character, and with faith. Let us make Pakistan a country that does not just exist on the map, but lives in the heart of the world as a beacon of hope, justice, and progress. Let the green in our flag remind us the eternal values of Islam, and let the white remind us of the peace, tolerance, justice that Islam teaches us. As we raise our flags high on this independence, remember, Pakistan is not just a country, it's a mission, and every mission has a Marka-e-Haq. May Allah give us the strength to always stand on the side of truth. May we honor the sacrifices of our ancestors, and may Pakistan shine forever, not just as a nation, but as a symbol of truth, justice, and righteousness.
Pakistan Zindabad, Marka Haq Paindabad. Thank you so much.
Our next contestant is Sara Amjad, and Hassan Nadim will be the next contestant.
Truth triumphs over all the lies and evils of the world eventually, however long or difficult the path is. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent and the Most Merciful, respected teachers, honorable judges, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. When I think of Markai Haq, Pakistan's battle for truth, my heart feels the weight of centuries of courage, pain, and unwavering faith of those who lived over the mighty land of Pakistan. Markai Haq is not just the story of Pakistan, but the story of Islam itself, a story written in the blood of countless brave martyrs who chose death over dishonor and truth over falsehood. From the earliest days of Islam, our Prophet Muhammad and his companions faced fierce opposition, but they still stood firm with their faith, proving what true Markai Haq is. The battles of Badr and Uhud were not merely wars. They were battles of truth against tyranny, as it is mentioned in the Quran. Stand firm for justice, even if it is against yourselves. And how can we forget the ultimate example of Markai Haq, Hazrat Imam Hussein's sacrifice at Karbala, a sacrifice that transcends space and time. His stand teaches us that truth crushed to earth shall always rise again. As Zara Igbal said, Hussein is the guardian of truth, the destroyer of falsehood. This same spirit lives in the heart of Pakistan, a land born from sacrifice and faith. From 1947 to the war of 2025, Pakistan's history is filled with examples of Markai Haq. Our soldiers, sons of this soil, have proved the statement of Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, which is, no power on earth can undo Pakistan. And who can forget the events of April 22nd, 2025, when in Pahalgam, a cruel false flag operation took the lives of 26 innocent Hindu tourists. Within minutes, the blame was thrown to Pakistan without proof, without investigation, and the Indian propaganda machinery went into overdrive preparing for attacks. But as always, truth triumphed, because the truth is like the sun. You can cover it for a time, but it never disappears. Then came the dark days of 7th and 8th May, when the Indian forces attacked our borders, our air bases, and even our innocent civilians. But Pakistan, in the spirit of restraint, sought peace through dialogue until it became no longer possible. On 9th May, after Salat al-Fajr, our Field Marshal Hafiz Mubarak Sayyid Asim Munir Ahmad Shah launched Operation Bunyad al-Marsoos, or Operation Iron Wall of Pakistan. Then the roar of our jets, the din and thunder of our guns, and the cries of Allahu Akbar shook the enemies to their core. Indian rifles fell like crows before our eagles. Their Brahmas missiles were destroyed mid-air, and their proud S-400 systems were silenced forever. Our soldiers proved the ayah of the Quran, which is, وَقُلْ جَاءَ الْحَقُّ وَذَهَكَ الْبَاطِلُ إِنَّ الْبَاطِلُ كَانَ ذَهُوكَ. And say that the truth has come and falsehood has vanished. Indeed, falsehood is bound to vanish. The war of 2025 was not just another battle over land. It was another Markai Haq, an existential test of our commitment and our faith.
Thank you. So our next participant is Hassan Nadim, and Mariam Mubashir is also requested to be ready.
History. Napoleon, France. Adolf Hitler, Germany. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, history is filled with people who thought we're invincible. Napoleon ruled through the entirety of Europe, died in his delusions. Adolf Hitler went to conquer the Soviet Union, froze to failure. 2025, Narendra Modi trusted Rafales, S-400, but then the history has a way of turning fantasy into failure. Mr. President, as history did what it does, when it turned another page in May 2025, it did not just remember the missiles or the dogfights, it remembered the truth. And I, Hassan Nadim from APSDHA, was there to witness it, not through some headlines, but through the unbreakable spirit of my nation. They launched Operation Sindoor, fanfare, fantasy, crossed the line of control with Rafales in the sky. We're gonna shock the world, they said. But the only ones shocked were them, not us. Because what greeted them wasn't panic, it was Pakistan. And Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen, it does not tremble, it calculates. Napoleon said that in war, the moral is to physical as 3 is to 1. And morally, we were invincible. So what happened? 4 Rafales turned into ash. S-400 went blind before it even could blink. Multiple targets neutralized. But the regional superpower, you might ask, was reduced to calling the White House at 3 a.m., trembling, panicking, and begging for a ceasefire. Mr. President Stephen Augustine, he said, the truth, it's like a lion. You do not have to defend it. You let it loose and it will defend itself. But then this raises a question. A question that is, what's the truth? Ladies and gentlemen, I tell you, the truth is what took flight over Kashmir. The truth is what locked targets. The truth is what made history. Truth is Marka-e-Haq. But then don't get me wrong, Marka-e-Haq is not just a clash. It is a mirror. It showed to the world the difference between a power and a people. It showed to the world the difference between a media war and a moral war. Understand this, we have never fired first, we will never fire first, but when the first bullet comes, we will always be the last ones to fire. The world might say it saw headlines, but I felt the heartbeat of a nation that does not break, it unites. Mr. President, it's a Mexican proverb. It says, they tried to bury us. They tried to bury us, they did not know we were seeds. Because these same people, they fund insurgency in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They fund insurgency in Balochistan. They think that's 1,500 men can subdue the armed forces of Pakistan. They think they can undo this nation. Well, they think wrong. But let them try, let them plot. I say to you, let them build more weapons, we will build more resilience. Mr. President, the time is not far, I tell you, when not only the Kashmiris in Indian occupied Kashmir, but the Sikhs of Khalistan, the Christians and the Dalits that have been suffered for decades, and all those in India that have been suffering for decades will get freedom. And then they will ask the same question to the British our flag once asked. What good is power if it can't crush the truth? Because then that is Marka-e-Haq. But this is Pakistan. Thank you.
Our next participant is Mariam Mubashir. And Almira Navid is requested to be ready as well.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The winds of hatred howled. The fires of division raged. The shadows of ignorance creeped, and the ashes of weed burned. Darkness all around. Sounds, screams, bombs, ashes, devastation, bloodshed. Oh my God, Lord of the universe, is it a dream? Is it real? Are we going to surrender? Will our fate be like Palestine, or will we vanish like Libya? Fear, honorable audience, India, our bitter enemy, without any proof, accused Pakistan of their false flag operation in Pahalgam. India cowardly attacked us on LOC and international border. Indian media proclaiming a victory. Fear, 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 drenched in the fear. I recall the words of Khalil Gibran. It is said, before entering the sea, a river trembles with fear. She looks back at the path she has traveled, but there's no way to go back. Going back arouses fear, moving forward arouses fear. Fear of life, fear of respect, fear of freedom. Fear of defeat, my dear audience. Every Pakistani has these fears, and every patriotic Pakistani is thinking, now what? Can we go back? Are we politically, economically strong enough to win? The answer was loud and clear, no. And then, on 7th May 2025, our enemy launched Operation Sindoor, targeting 9 different locations in the heart of our Air Force, Noor Khan Base. 31 civilians martyred. My heart bleeds on the shahadat of 7 years old Irtaza Abbas. My blood boils with rage where the president, 31 innocent lives taken. Patriotism at its peak, no division, no dispute. We were united, we were a nation, we were Pakistan. And then, on 10th May 2025, with La ilaha illallah, our forces launched Bunyan al-Marsus, targeting 31 different locations, including Indian headquarters in KG Top, and 70% of their grid was damaged through a cyber attack. The magic of Rafael was created by our national hero, AVM Aurangzeb, and the world was astounded. Alhamdulillah, the day marked a history. The day marked our existence in the world. We astounded, we shouted, we believed, and we won. And the heart of every Pakistani said, Pakistan, Hamesha Zindabad. Pakistani forces, our heroes, Paindabad. Were the judges, this was Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. This was not the victory of a nation. Were the president, I repeat, this was not the victory of a nation. This was the victory of truth. Pakistan, the only nation created in the name of Allah, will be shining brightly till the world ends. Inshallah. As our Qayat said, there's no power on the earth. Were the judges, there's no power on the earth that can undo Pakistan. Marka-e-Haq has not only united us, but it makes me to take an oath and to do a commitment. Were the president, I take an oath. Now I know what it means to lose Pakistan. Now I know what it means to be homeless. Were the judges, I do a commitment. Now I know that I have the best forces in the world. And my dear audience, I do a commitment to love, respect, and work for my country, to earn my nationality the way I never did before. Are you all willing to do this commitment with me? If yes, so shout out loud, Pakistan! Pakistani forces! Thank you.
Our next contestant is Almira Naveed, and Muhammad Safwan Muslim is requested to be ready.
Truth may be battered, bruised, and besieged, but it will rise again, for it is undomitable, unyielding, and eternal. Respected judges, teachers, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. Today, I stand before you to speak on a topic that goes beyond borders and beyond headlines. It is about justice. It is about truth. The topic is Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. On a quiet day of April 2025, the world woke to a shocking headline. A deadly attack in Pahalgam, Indian-occupied Kashmir. Within hours, without investigation, without proof, fingers pointed straight at Pakistan. The verdict was written before the trial had even begun. This was not the first time such a false flag was used to tarnish our name, but this time it came with aggression. Civilians were targeted, our borders were violated, and innocent lives were taken. For days, Pakistan exercised patience, for patience is a virtue in Islam. The Quran tells us, and say, the truth has come and falsehood has vanished away. Indeed, the falsehood was bound to vanish. And we all knew that falsehood can't stand forever. But when the boundary of justice is crossed, Islam commands us to protect the innocent and to stand with truth. And that is exactly what Pakistan did. Our armed forces launched Operation Bunyan al-Marsoos, a carefully planned and powerful operation to protect the innocent and uphold our nation's dignity. This was not a war fought between just weapons. It was a war fought between right and wrong, between false claims and proven reality, and in the end, truth stood tall. Marka-e-Haq was fought on two fronts, the battlefield and the battlefield of narratives, and Pakistan stood victorious on both. The false story of Pahalgam started to crumble, and the truth, though challenged, stood unshaken. This stand for truth was not new to us. 14 centuries ago, our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam faced lies, slander, and persecution in Makkah, but he stood firm on the message of Haqq until falsehood crumbled and the light of Islam spread across the world. From the sands of Badr to the plains of Karbala, our history teaches us that standing with truth may demand sacrifice, but it will always earn victory in the eyes of Allah. And my friends, Marka-e-Haq is not just the story of soldiers. It is a reminder for us, the youth of Pakistan, that in our schools, in our communities, and in our future careers, we may face moments where falsehood will try to silence truth, but we must have the courage to speak, the patience to endure, and the unity to act. Because sometimes the battle of truth is not fought between weapons. It is fought between words, between choices, and between actions. And my friends, Marka-e-Haq was indeed the victory of unity. Soldiers at the fronts, citizens at home, media, diplomat, and every single Pakistani standing as one. This was a message to the world that Pakistan seeks peace, but it will never bow to lies. So, let this be a reminder for all of us. Truth requires courage, truth demands unity, and truth always triumphs in the end. Long live Pakistan, long live truth. Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. Thank you.
Muhammad Safwan Muslim is our next participant, and Aisha Batul is requested to be ready.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Worthy President, respected judges and teachers, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. Today, I want to say something from my heart, something we should never forget. A near past vivid reality. Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. Not gold, but only men can make. Not gold, but only men can make a people great and strong. Men who for truth and honor's sake stand fast and suffer long. Men who toil while others sleep, who dare while others flee. They build a nation's pillars deep and lift them to the sky. Dear audience, Pakistan, our dear homeland, is not just a piece of land, but it is our soul, it is our identity, it is our dignity, it is our unwavering faith, it is our future, it runs in our blood. And furthermore, it is a sign of hope and leadership for whole Muslim Ummah. The creation of Pakistan is not a magic but a miracle which happened with heartbroken sighs and prayers of our mothers. A miracle for that our forefathers had to pay heavy cost in the shape of migration and bloody sacrifices. Our enemy India have never accepted the sovereignty of our dear homeland. India ever tried its best to destabilize and destroy our dear country. In 1971, India, with the support of some other countries and organizations, broke our eastern part into Bangladesh. India uses some non-state actors, parasites, and wrought to destabilize our dear country. In 2025, India staged a false flag drama in Pahalgam and blamed Pakistan without any proof or evidence. Then India attacked Pakistan on May 7. The peace-loving nature and patience of Pakistan was taken as its weakness. Marco Rubio, the foreign minister of America, pretended to be neutral. Then the whole world was noticed a new history. Our brave Pak Army and Air Force squelched the Ra and Rafales. Indian defense system was destroyed, and India was put into the darkness. After soon, arrogant and haughty Modi had begged to cease fire, and US President Trump have to intervene for ceasefire. This world is might and power, and our brave arm have proved their power. Dear fellows, education is the main weapon to change and lead the world. Let's pledge us to devote ourselves for the sole cause of education, to make our country prosperous, develop, and strong in the committee of the nations. And we will serve this country with honesty, passion, and courage. We have to lead the world with the weapon of education, and we shall never divide. Awake, arise, the hour is late. Angels are knocking at the door. They are in haste and cannot wait. And once departed, come no more. Pakistan, Zindabad. Thanks.
Aisha Batul is our next participant, and Sumayanur is requested to be ready.
Some battles are fought once and then live only in the books of history. And others return in every age, reminding the world that truth and falsehood can never exist together. This is not the tale of centuries past. This is the story of our own time. The year 2025, the air on our borders grew heavier each day, filled with threats and hostility. Across the borders, powerful voices promised destructions, swore to choke our rivers, and tried to break our spirit. World listened silently, but here a promise was made too in the heart of Pakistan, that no matter what came, we will stand for truth. And then on the night of May 7, silence shattered, missiles tore through the sky, drawn faster than the eyes could follow, crossed over, carrying the message of war. And then, at that moment, world paused to watch. Can Pakistan withstand the storm of a giant? My dear fellows, we were not a nation of millions in uniform. We were not armed with endless wealth, but we had far greater. We had faith. We had courage of defenders that was not for greed, but for justice. Our enemies had numbers. We had precision. They had arrogance. We had patience. They had firepower. We had faith. We had faith. Operations after operations. Our defenders answered every strike. For 4 days, the skies echoed with fire. But every time our enemies tried to dim the light of our country, it only made it shine brighter. It only made it shine brighter. My dear fellows, yes, the cost was heavy. We lost brave souls. Families mourned. Cities trembled. But when the smoke cleared, Pakistan still stood. Pakistan still stood, unbent, unbroken, undefeated. But here a question stuck in my mind. Why Pakistan was targeted? The answer I get is, because truth itself was under attack. Because truth itself was under attack. Because falsehood fears the voice of justice. Because when we stand tall on principle, it made our enemies restless. But what they forgot was, Pakistan is not held up with wealth and weapons. Pakistan is held up with prayers of its people and sacrifices of its martyrs. So today, when I speak of Markai-Haq, the triumph of truth, I'm not speaking about the legends buried in the deserts of history, but today of now, of us, of Pakistan. This land still had protectors of truth and heartbeats that pledge, we will not bow, we will not break, we will always protect the truth. Thank you.
Sumayanur is our next participant, and Hanur is requested to come forward as well.
From the first dawn of the universe to the last sunset of time, one fact has never changed. Truth stands eternal, and falsehood is destined to fall. Honorable chief guests, respected judges, esteemed teachers, and my fellow truth bearers, Assalamu alaikum. The battle between the truth and falsehood is perpetual, endless. This battle is not fought with weapons. It is fought with the steel of principle, with the armor of steadfastness, with the unshakable certainty that truth will prevail no matter how fierce the storm rages. This battle has a name, Markai-Haq, the triumph of truth. Markai-Haq is not a single moment. It is a movement, timeless and global. From Ibrahim alayhi salam standing before an empire to Hazrat Musa alayhi salam standing before Pharaoh to Prophet, peace be upon him, preaching truth under persecution. Markai-Haq has lived through every age. Markai-Haq is not history's relic. It is alive, and once again, it was awakened. In May 2025, it became our story. When enemy gathered at our borders, not only with weapons in hand, but with arrogance in their step, deceit in their tongues, and the false belief that Pakistan would kneel. But when the world expected surrender, the call to defend the homeland echoed across the skies, and it was answered in every corner of Pakistan. From the icy peaks of Siachen to the burning sands of Thar to the roaring shores of Gwadar. One voice rose from millions of hearts. Pakistan will stand. Pakistan will prevail. This was no ordinary war. This was Operation Banyanum Marsoos, named from the words of Allah in Surah As-Saf. As he says, and I quote, "Indeed, Allah loves those who fight in His cause in ranks as though they are a solid structure." Unquote. In those days, Pakistan proved to be the solid structure, a solid, united wall, unshakable in faith, like bricks fused with courage, like hearts cemented by faith. They were a Banyanum Marsoos, and they made truth unstoppable. And let history remember, it was Pakistan Army that stood on guard. Every soldier carried not just a weapon, but the weight of 240 million hopes. It was the Pakistan Air Force that tore to the skies and became the thunder pushing our enemy into surrender. It was the Pakistan Navy that ruled the blue frontiers, their steel giants carving through waves with silent authority. 3 forces, 3 guardians, 1 soul. They were the embodiment of Banyanum Marsoos, a solid structure that stood resolute against the storms of war. But my dear friends, World watched for days the collision of truth and lies, of darkness and sacrifice, of lightness and dark. But when the dust finally settled, it was not the sound of an enemy's triumph we heard. It was the eternal echo of Quran. Truth had come and falsehood had perished. Borders were secured, peace was defended. But now, I ask you, what about our Markai Haq? We may not wear uniforms or hold rifles, but we face falsehood every single day. From Ibrahim's fire to the soldiers of Banyanum Marsus, every generation faced their battlefield. Now, it is our turn. Let us be the voice that cannot be silenced, the wall that cannot be shaken, and the generation that carries the torch of truth and never let it dim. Thank you so much.
To all the participants, it's a soft reminder that the time limit is minimum 4 minutes and maximum 5 minutes. So everyone is supposed to conclude this speech in 5 minutes. Our next participant is Hanur, and Hamna Omar is also requested to be ready.
The clock ticks and the wheel of time is on the move. Kaleidoscopic view of human history reveals that truth is a relative term. It's not only a word, it's a complete philosophy. It's a beacon of hope and a sword that shattered the chains of tyranny and injustice. The battle between right and wrong, light and darkness, truth and falsehood continues since the very beginning of human civilization. And one such battle resulted in the birth of my dear homeland, Pakistan. Dear fellows, it's also a truth that my country in the last 78 years has faced aggression and permanent enmity of neighboring country, India. Honorable judges, let us never forget those brave souls who gave their lives for this nation, those mothers who kissed the foreheads of their sons and sent them to war, those fathers who held the green flag higher than their own tears. They didn't just build a country, they built us. The sacrifices that started from the massive migration of 1947 and then the brave sons of this soil wrought unforgettable stories of valor and bravery with their blood in the wars of 1948, 1965, 1971, Kargil, and very recent conflict of Markai Haq. This 19-day military conflict was a defining moment for our nation. During this period, our armed forces demonstrated unparalleled bravery and professionalism. Operation Bunyanul Marsus was a resounding success, showcasing our military's capabilities and our nation's unwavering support for our protectors. The skill of our cyber heroes made a unique history which paralyzed the enemy who is disappointed on the borders is trying to attack from different sides. Dear audience, Operation Bunyanul Marsus and Markai Haq proved decisive and revived the new religious spirit in the frozen blood of my country fellows. We, for the first time in our lives, saw the real depiction of Quranic verse which says, "Surely Allah loves those who fight in His cause in solid ranks as if they were one concrete structure." The precious words of Holy Prophet resounded clearly that stand firm, for paradise lies under the shade of swords. Dear fellows, nations are built by the choices of its people, and we chose a dignified place for our country. Markai Haq undoubtedly turned the table, redefined the international narrative, transformed the cosmic perspective, and gave Pakistan a status that could not be easily ignored. Suddenly, Pakistan became relevant to the important powers of the world. Use of indigenous technology gained international fame. India had to face 83 million loss in market, along with most famous Rafale planes downed by Pakistan. The world heard the remarkable claim, PAF versus IAF, 6-0. Markai Haq proved that only machines could not fight the battles. Battles are fought with skill and passion. Dear audience, Markai Haq is the triumph of truth. It's the triumph of righteousness and honesty. It's the triumph of Pakistan. But we should never forget that enemies are cunning and challenges are countless. So dear friends, with freedom in mind, faith in our soul, and pride in our hearts, let's move forward and face the situation with unity, courage, and unwavering faith in our nation. In the words of Maya Angelou, let us come together and cleanse our soul. Our ancestors remind us, despite of history of pain, we are going on people who will rise again. Thank you.
Hamna Omar is our next contestant, and Fatma Zahara is requested to be ready.
In the name of Allah, the most merciful and the most beneficent. Honorable judges, respected faculty members, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. Today, I stand before you to speak about a chapter written in our history, not with ink, but with courage, blood, and resolve of our defenders. A chapter we call Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. When lies rose high, truth stood higher. When arrogance marched forward, faith hampered its track. Dear audience, what is Marka-e-Haq? Marka-e-Haq was not merely a military campaign. It was the living embodiment of Quranic promise. The truth stands firm like a solid wall, while falsehood crumbles like a dust. This was the name we gave to the 19-day conflict in which Pakistan armed forces answered aggression with the roar of lion and the strike of lightning, fearless, unshakable, and unstoppable. Within Marka-e-Haq came to the thunder of our decisive strike, Operation Bunyanum Marsoos, on 10th May 2025, when India believed it could break the spirit, we shattered their illusion. Through this operation, Pakistan targeted and neutralized key Indian military installations, and every missile launched carried not just explosive force, but a message Pakistan will never bow. Before this operation, the enemy staged another drama, the so-called Pahalgam attack. They shamelessly blamed Pakistan for terrorism in the very land of Kashmir, which it has itself occupied for decades. The world should ask, who is the real oppressor? Who has turned the paradise of Kashmir into the prison of barbed wire and military boots? Pakistan doesn't need to send terrorists in Kashmir. India's occupation is terror enough. When our moment came, our drones flew with hawk-like precision, loitering munitions, long-range Fatah series missile, and pinpoint artillery reminded the world that Pakistan is not just a nuclear power. We are a nation of soldiers whose faith is stronger than steel, whose aim is sharper than the enemy's arrogance. India boasted of Rafale jets, of S-400 air defense system, of unstoppable technological might. But on that day, world saw Rafale shot down, S-400 rendered useless, and missile reports reduced to rubble. The myth of their invincibility dissolved in the smoke of their own failures. Dear audience, after that all, when the guns fell silent, it was not because Pakistan was tired, it was because the world saw the fire in our defense and feared the cost of ignoring it. The ceasefire came through international intervention, but let there be no doubt, it came after Pakistan made its point loud and clear. Dear audience, Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth, is more than just a victory. It's a moral victory, a reminder that truth cannot be blanketed by weapons. It's the reassurance to every Pakistani child that we are safe because our defenders do not just fight wars, they defend justice. So today we salute those martyrs who gave their lives, those warriors who stood unshaken, and the nation that stood behind them. Not with slogans, not with cheers. Nation rise when heart beat beyond fears. Dear audience, Marka-e-Haq is not just a victory of Pakistan's military. It's a victory of Pakistan's soul, a promise to our martyrs, a warning to our enemies, and a pledge to our children that we are a living nation, a forever living nation, and when the truth call, Pakistan will answer with faith, with unity, with courage. Pakistan Zindabad, Pakistan Paindabad. Thank you.
Fatma Zahara is our next contestant, and Zahir is requested to be ready.
Honorable judges, respected teachers, and my dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. Today, I do not just speak, I stand. I stand to echo the voice of truth that roars from the valleys of Kashmir to the skies of Islamabad. I stand to honor a moment in time that redefined courage, reshaped patriotism, and reclined a sleeping fire in the soul of our nation. I stand to speak of Marka-e-Haq, the battle of truth. When the clouds of deceit darkened or brought in April 2025, Pakistan did not choose war, it chose dignity. We did not raise our arms in aggression, we raised our resolve in defense of truth. And when the storm came, we stood as a single heartbeat, as one voice, as one unbreakable wall. This was not a battle of bullets alone, this was a battle of principle, of restraint, of haq. Marka-e-Haq was not just fought by our soldiers on front line. It was fought by every Pakistani with trembling hand clasped in prayer. Every mother who kissed her sons and says goodbye with pride and pain. Every child who painted flag with shaking fingers and unbreakable hope. This was our war, our truth. Where others sought chaos, we sought calm. Where others roared with rage, we answered with precision, with honor, with bayan al-marsus, a fortress of faith and discipline. Respected audience, in 18 days, Pakistan taught the world a lesson that cannot be written in history books alone, that truth may bleed, but it never bows. Respected judges, Marka-e-Haq is more than a victory. It is a mirror. It reflects how we are when tested, what we believe when pressured, and how we rise when challenged. It is a living testament of a nation that doesn't fight to destroy, but to defend, not to conquer land, but to protect its truth. And as the sun rose on May 10th, our enemies saw our strength, but we saw something greater. We saw unity, we saw faith, we saw rebirth of the every idea of Pakistan. And so today, when we wave our green crescent, we do not wave a flag, we wave a promise that Marka-e-Haq will not remember just as an operation, but as an oath to stay united, to live with purpose, to speak the truth, and if ever needed, to rise again. Let them write history, but we write legacy. Respected audience, have you ever heard the sound of silence just before thunder? That silence was April 22, the day Pakistan posed, not in fear, but in faith. Then like a lion shaking dust of its mane, this nation rose. It rose not with range, but with resolve, not with vengeance, but with vision, not to strike back blindly, but to stand for haq. But my friends, here is a question that matters. What is our Marka-e-Haq today? Is it just a memory, a chapter in a textbook, or a living fire we carry in our schools, our homes, our hearts? Let me tell you, when we fight with Let me tell you, when we diffuse corruption, we fight our Marka-e-Haq. When we choose country over ego, unity over division, truth over popularity, we become soldiers in the army of Haq. Because Marka-e-Haq was not just a military campaign, it was a national awakening. And as long as this soil breathes, as long as we call this land our Watan, we will carry this truth in our veins. Pakistan does not lose. Pakistan does not kneel. Pakistan speaks truth. Pakistan Zindabad. Thank you.
Zahir is our next participant, and Mariam Kan will be the next participant after him.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Surely Allah loves those who fight in His cause in solid ranks, as though they are a compact structure. Today we are not just celebrating a date on a calendar. We are reliving the chapter of history, a moment in time when millions stood together like a bunyanul marsoos, a solid, unshakable wall, to claim the right to live with dignity, freedom, and faith. The dawn of 14 August 1947 was not an ordinary sunrise. It was the light that broke through centuries of darkness, announcing to the world that the new homeland had emerged, Pakistan, a sanctuary for Muslims, a fortress of faith, and a promise to generations yet unborn. This land was not gifted to us. It was earned through sleepless nights, untiring struggles, and unimaginable sacrifices. It was earned through the vision of Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, who declared, with faith, discipline, and selfless devotion to duty, there is nothing worthwhile that you cannot achieve. It was inspired by the dream of Allama Muhammad Iqbal, who awakened a sleeping nation with his poetry. वजूदे जिंदगी का राज है सिर्फ आज़ादी, वजूदे जिंदगी का राज है सिर्फ आज़ादी, सुनो गुलाम बन के मौत भी है जिंदगी. Our elders faced bullets, prisons, and hardships. They walked miles under the blazing sun during partition. They left behind their homes, their possessions, and even their loved ones, all for this homeland. Why? Because they believed in an idea that we must live by our faith without fear. Pakistan is not just our home, it's our responsibility. It's our trust for those who gave their lives so that we could breathe in freedom. And here we are today, the inheritors of that dream. But let us ask ourselves, are we still a solid wall? Are we still united like the bunyanul marsoos that Allah loves? Or have we allowed the cracks of disunity, selfishness, and neglect to weaken us? Allama Muhammad Iqbal reminds us, खुदी को कर बुलंद इतना कि हर तकदीर से पहले, खुदी को कर बुलंद इतना कि हर तकदीर से पहले, खुदा बंदे से खुद पूछे बता तेरी रज़ा क्या है. 14 August is not just a day. The real celebration of 14 August is not in wearing green clothes or waving flags for a day. It is in living every day as a true Pakistani. It is in our honesty, our hard work, in our respect for this country's laws and values. So today, let us take a pledge that we will stand together as one nation, one people, and one purpose. Abunyanul Marsoos, unbreakable in our faith, unshakable in our unity, and unstoppable in our progress. I would like to conclude my speech with few poetry lines. वल्लाह ये मुल्क खुदादाद रहेगा, वल्लाह ये मुल्क खुदादाद रहेगा, आज़ाद था, आज़ाद है, आज़ाद रहेगा. पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद.
Mariam Kiani is our next participant, and Hadi Khan is requested to be ready as well.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent and most merciful. Honorable judges, respected teachers, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. Today we gather here not just to celebrate an event, but to pay tribute to the brave son of the soil who stood in the defense of our secret land. Our theme today, Marka-e-Haq. The trump of truth is more than just a slogan. It is a reminder. It is a reminder that throughout our history, and the truth has never needed number. It has always needed conviction, courage, and sacrifice. And the field of Badr to the battlefield of today, it has never needed number. It has always considered in it the contribution of our religion, that it can never prevail to the person of its lips, but it can never need our to prevail. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. And the slaves of its religion, that a soldier is not just a fighter. The soldier is not just a fighter. It is a concept of its contribution of their reminders. And
that it can never prevail to the contribution of its immeasurable and their relation, that is never need to be the prevail of its mix, but the onset of its relation. When we speak, and it the nation of its by contribution, that indeed of their needs, that as in a station, that it can never prevail, but the marka haq is not just a prevent of their prevail. As Marka haq is not just a movement; it is a movement. And the mothers and the prayers of mother and the prayers of mother that and the prayers of mother that in the question of La ilaha illallah.
Our next participant is Hadi Khan, and Muhammad Assad will have a speech after him.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable judges, esteemed teachers, and my fellow students, Assalamu alaikum, and greeting on this victorious day of freedom. Today, I stand before you to speak on a subject that goes beyond history. It is the very heartbeat of every Pakistani, the cornerstone of our identity, and the shining torch of hope that guides our future. This, my friends, is what I call Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. Freedom is never given. It is earned by sweat, sacrifice, beliefs, and struggle. The creation of Pakistan was not a mere political decision. It was a historic battle between truth and tyranny, between justice and oppression, and between identity and obliteration. So, it is our responsibility not just to enjoy freedom, but to understand its cost and value. The battle for truth never ends. We must no longer fight in the streets with flags and bullets, but we must fight with pens, principles, and purpose. Our battlefield today is education, economy, technology, and character. And we must fight the enemies of corruption, ignorance, and division. Let us remember the mighty words of Churchill: "A nation that forgets its past has no future." And how can we forget May 2025, when India's aggression met the iron walls of Pakistan's resolve in Operation Bunyadul Marsoos? Our valiant air force shattered the enemy's arrogance in the skies. Pakistan stood tall, united, unbroken, victorious. It was not just a military triumph, but a testament to our unwavering national spirit. Pakistan is not just a country, it is the sacred trust. It is the answer of centuries of prayers. It is the symbol of unity for the Muslim Ummah. We, the youth, are its present and its glorious future. If we betray the martyrs who gave us this flag, then our country is unsuccessful. But if we rise with courage and clarity, no power on earth can shake us. I end with this verse: this land was not gifted, it was earned by fire and faith. Let's rise as guardians of its honor with every single breath. Pakistan, Zindabad. Thank you.
Muhammad Assad is our next participant, and Iza Asim is requested to be ready.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of Allah, who is the most merciful and the most beneficent. Honorable Chief Guest, worthy teachers, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Today we gather to celebrate a momentous occasion, a triumph of truth over falsehood, deceit, and treachery, a victory that will shine in the annals of our history forever. Marka-e-Haq, a symbol of our nation's resilience and determination, which stands as a testament to the power of truth and fairness. As the great poet Allama Iqbal once said, truth is the foundation of all virtues. It is the sure basis of every noble action. Today, we celebrate the triumph of truth, a victory that has brought us closer to our ideals and have strengthened our resolve to stand for what is right and correct. The recent events that have unfolded have shown us the mettle of our nation, our armed forces, with their bravery and sacrifice, have defended our sovereignty and have stood up for haq and the truth. The downing of 5 Rafale jets, or I would say Rafale jets, by our Air Force is a living proof to their skill, dexterity, conviction, and commitment. Dear brethren, as we celebrate this triumph and the sacrifices of our martyrs who have given their lives for the sake of our nation, their bravery and selflessness will always be remembered, and their legacy will continue to inspire the generations to come. The poet Faiz Ahmad Faiz once said, "We will see, it is certain that we will see the day that we have been promised." Today, we have seen the glorious fulfillment of that promise, a thundering victory of truth over falsehood and deceit. Mark-I-Haq is not just a victory. It is a reminder of our own nation's honor and pride. It is a sign of the honor of all people who have stood united in the face of adversity. It is a celebration of our ideals, our values, and our principles. This also makes a new beginning, a new day, a dawn of new sun. In the words of Allama Iqbal, raise your self-esteem to such heights that before every fate, raise your self-esteem to such heights that before every fate, God may ask you, what is the desire of your heart? Today, our goal is the prosperity and security of our nation. We look forward for the strength to defend our country and our way of life. Thank you. Long live Pakistan. Pak Army Zindabad.
Isa Asim is our next contestant, and Isa Hassan is requested to be ready.
Honorable Chief Guest, esteemed teachers, distinguished guests, and my fellow Pakistanis. Assalamu alaikum. Recently, we celebrated our 78th Independence Day, but it wasn't like any other Independence Day. It was the tribute paid to our martyrs who laid their life during Mark-I-Haq. Their blood is the evidence of the unbreakable spirit of a nation who stood tall against lies, injustice, and oppression. This Mark-I-Haq was not just a 4-day conflict between two arch rivals. It is a living proof that truth prevails no matter how deep the darkness. Our journey was written in courage, sealed with sacrifice, and illuminated by the eternal flame of truth. Our 78th Independence Day was surely celebrated by radiant light. A radiant light of victory we earned because the nation refused to bow before 1.3 million of the Indian army who thought it was appropriate to attack our innocent children and civilians in the darkness. What a pity. We are dealing with a neighbor with no values, one who staged a shameless drama by killing his own citizens, alleged us of those killings, and then based on false accusations, it attacked the children, almost drowned Kashmiri blood, and even weaponized water by tearing apart the Indus Water Treaty. Really, is there any limit to such brutality? But Indians forget that Pakistanis have the undying spirit of Shahadat, the legacy of our ancestors who created this homeland with their blood and sacrifice. Grounded in the belief of La ilaha illallah, we safeguard our independence and integrity at all cost. From 7th to 10th May 2025, Indians unleashed Rafale fighter jets, Brahmas missiles, and even drones against Pakistan, but forgets that our army was ready, alert, and unafraid. The world witnessed the largest aerial combat between India and Pakistan with 125 fighter jets locked in the sky. In no time, our valiant forces responded with Al-Fateh missiles, striking down Indian drones and shattering Indian arrogance. Our Our PL-15 missiles and JC-10 Thunder strike down their Rafales. And yet India is still wondering that how could 6 Aegis can fall from the sky like ashes. Respected judges, we won. We won because of our faith. Our nation stood like Banyanul Marsus, a solid and unshakable wall. It gave back the enemy the same coin they dealt us. As we know, sometimes aggression becomes the truest form of defense. We sought help from Allah and He responded with thousands of angels in waves of divine sport. My heart swelled with pride and my eyes sparkle with the tears of both grief and glory as a brave army took the challenge head on and declared, no more accusations, enough is enough. Operation Sindoor, an evil script of destruction, was crushed completely and turned to dust. Yes, it was a hard conflict. Yet we showed restraint. But India was in fear. It called the White House and begged for a ceasefire. But still, after the ceasefire, it does not admit that we are powerful. It still continues to lie. But the truth remains unshaken. Every time you lie, you lose trust, you lose respect, and you even lose friends. Let me conclude it by remembering you that Marka-Haq was not just a war. Marka-Haq will always be remembered as a triumph of truth over falsehood. The truth will always outshine the darkness of deceit. And the will of one nation will always rise above tyranny. Let us carry forward the message of our martyrs. Let our voices forever echo. Pakistan Hamesha Zindabad. Thank you.
Iza Hassan is our next participant, and Shyan Mias is requested to be ready.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, respected judges, teachers, and my dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. There are moments in history when a nation is not tested by the earthquakes or floods, but by fire, fear, and falsehood. And in those moments when the world watches the nation that stands firm, writes history. That, my friends, what we call Marka-Haq, the triumph of truth. Dear audience, on May 10, 2025, the day the enemy crossed the limits, the day the world held its breath, and the day the Pakistan responded, not with panic, but with purpose. From that day began Operation Banyanul Marsus, a solid wall of lead, a powerful image of cohesion and steadfastness. A wall that India couldn't climb, and a wall that the world couldn't ignore. Dear audience, the phrase Bunyanul Marsus was drawn from the Holy Quran, signifies its wall of unity, sacrifice, strength, faith, and unbreakable will. This verse was not just recited in prayers, it thunders in the heart of our soldiers, our mothers, our youth, and our elders. Dear audience, India taunted, but responded with calm. Our reporter asked about the India surgical strikes. Our forces replied, we can offer you full surgery, free of cost, no anesthesia. Another Pakistani official quipped, India may have profiles, but we have resolve, and that's not sold on Amazon. The world laughed, not at us, but in the awe of our unshakable confidence. Dear audience, this was not just a war of a weapon, this was our Badr, our Karbala, our stand on Haq. This was a battle of character. And Pakistan stood on the right side of the history. Dear audience, when Pakistani pilots said, we don't fly to drop bombs, we fly to protect the peace. I still remember the video of a young pilot who said, I don't fear death. I only fear disappointing my country. That is Markai Haq. That is the soul of Pakistan. This is not a nation. This is Markai Haq. Just like Imam Hussain anhu, who stood for 72 against 1,000, Pakistan stood alone. Yes, you heard it right. Pakistan stood alone but not afraid. Because truth needs no army, only courage. Dear audience, there are moments in the history. Dear audience, there are moments in history the world could not forget. Dear audience, when Pakistani pilot said, I don't fear death, I only fear disappointing my country. My dear audience, so I say with pride, Markai Haq, the roar of a truth in a world full of noise, Markai Haq, the triumph of truth. Pakistan, Zindabad. Thank you very much.
Shyan Mias is our next participant, and Muhammad Arham Faruk is requested to be ready.
A moment of silence. Shh. Can I have the ears, please? Let the waves speak, lights thunder, and let the soundless sound. Through your earlobes, via your posterior auricular veins and your vena cava, I wish to connect right to the wires of your hearts and dare you, I dare you, Mr. President, to listen to these diminishing voices. This is a 7-year-old innocent Irtaza Abbas Turi, snuggled under the warmth of the night, scattered toys and a world of his own. This little angel is clueless of the chessboard placed in front of the devil's A lies behind the bloody curtains of the state of Bihar. This saga of insensitivity and indifference is what unfolds their history. And now, the mockery that the sun is falling down on us. These walls are closing in on themselves, those curtains scorching with flames, and water rush through this hall. And yes, I also see a wing of rafales blistering through winds faster than the speed of sound, bumbling and bumbling over our landscape. Our houses ramshackled, ransacked, erased and ruptured. The sanctity of our serene state has been exploited, Mr. President. Yes, the sanctity exploited. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to India's 5th generation warfare, where Karachi has been seized, Islamabad taken over, Lahore port destroyed. Let me guess, was it thousands? No, millions killed. This is what you call war? I call it a distinctive doctrine poised to lose on ground and then paint an overlay of its triumph on media. But, my worthy audience, here am I to erect my flag higher than theirs and chant, Markai Haq, the triumph of truth. Just 8 decades down the line, if this meanest face of Narendra Modi had existed, the Britishers in the House of Commons would have found it tough. Whom to curse more? Modi or Joseph Stalin? And for good reasons, because both are both brainless and reckless. Power, when untested, is sacred. But when flaunted without necessities, it risks revealing its limits. A sane mind should have never swung the stick unless the blow was granted to land cleanly. And this is where the game changed. That proclaimed manslayer touched the leaf he should have avoided, and then the resolve of Pakistan armed forces backed up a resilient nation. let us have a reality check. False insolence versus befitting punch? Check. Political agenda versus national resolve? Check. Irrationality versus Nara Takbir? Check. And yet, in this inferno, my nation breathes, stands tall. My nation breathes through every bullet scar on that soldier's chest, through every whispered prayer from a trembling west, and through every school book that remains silent on that desk, but chanting, chanting and chanting that the truth remains undefeated. The truth remains undefeated. A moment of silence again. Shh. And let us acknowledge this fact that my Pakistan always Zindabad. Thank you, everyone.
Muhammad Arham Faruk is our next contestant, and Hadyya Sabika is requested to be ready.
In the name of Allah, who is the most gracious and the most merciful, Honorable President, respected teachers, and my all dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. Today, as we are standing on the sacred soil of our beloved homeland, we raise our heads high, not in arrogance, but in gratitude. May 2025 will forever be written in the golden pages of history of Pakistan. This triumph was not just political, strategic, and diplomatic win. It is a victory of faith. It is a victory of unity. And all above, it is a victory of truth. Truth is a sword of blade, and Pakistan triumph is a shining blade. Marka-e-Haq is not just battle of arms. It is a victory of truth over the falsehood. It is not just celebration of a victory. It is a tribute to the spirit of unity that flows through the veins of every Pakistani. From the mountains of north to the coast of south. From the desert of Thar to the valley of Swat. We all move like a single organism. Let us remember, unity is not merely about standing together. It is about thinking together. It is about dreaming together. It is about working together with one heart, one goal, and one destiny. The Holy Quran reminds us, وَأْتَسِمُوا بِحَبْلِ اللَّهِ جَمِيعًا وَلَا تَفَرَّقُوا, and hold firmly the rope of Allah all together and do not be divided. This verse is not just recited, it was lived by every Pakistani, from young to old, rich to poor, civilian to soldier. We became one ummah, one nation with one spirit. Respected audience, Pakistan did not seek the war. It did not provoke, but the aggression was imposed by the neighbor country, India, in terms of Operation Sindoor. India was armed with ego and far greater military, economic, and other human resources. India assumed that it could subjugate a nation that was mistakenly deemed as divide and weak. But this time, with the blessing of Allah, the script did not follow their expectations. Our soldiers were firm, not just with guns, with du'as, with trust on Allah. And in return, the missiles flew and the fighters that rode through the skies in Operation Bunyan-um Marsus. From political leaders to commanders, from civilian to soldiers, from mothers in prayer to diplomat of global media platform, they all move like a single organism. Social media activists, journalists, analysts, and youth, they all became one army of truth tellers. They countered false narrative with facts, logic, and passion, and dismantling the enemy's propaganda in real time. It was not just a military front, but it was a national front. Meanwhile, Pakistani cyber warrior intercepted and destructed India's missile control system. As a result, many of their missiles are misfired on their own territories. It was not a magic, but it was the result of preparation, readiness training, and indigenous innovation. Coordination among forces ensured that our missiles hit their target with devastating precision, while Indian weapons turned into a little more than expensive fireworks. Pakistan proved it again. The thunder is not just heard, it is felt. our victory is a proud chapter in this modern world, not just for us, for the whole world. By locking 20 deaths and striking only few, you sent a powerful message that Pakistan and Islam stand with peace. No victory comes without pain. The mothers of this land send their sons with tears in their eyes and pride in their heart. We remember them today. Every drop of blood they shed became the ink of our independence. Every tear turned into prayer was answered in May 2025. Today, the world sees a strong Pakistan, a united Pakistan, and guided by its own principle. Let this be a message to every enemy and every friend, that Pakistan does not rise through its energy. It rises through love. It rises through faith. It rises through unity. May Allah protect our homeland and strengthen our people. Pakistan Zindabad. Thank you.
Hadyya Sabika is our next participant, and Muhammad Hassan is requested to be ready.
A nation's security is challenged. Explosives descend and civilians bleed. A child sleeps under shattered glass. A mother counts the seconds between explosions. The sky offers no cover and the ground no safety. Emerging from the desolate caverns was a phoenix that soared to the heavens, accompanied by a valiant warrior forged for defense. And at that moment, we hear an echo. There is no power on earth that can undo Pakistan, declared by Archive long ago. Dear audience, when bullets fire and borders tremble, there arises not just a response, but a reckoning. That reckoning, dear audience, had a name etched into courage and carved into history: Operation Manyan al-Marsus. When truth is challenged, it does not falter. It rises, it roars, it resists. For truth is not just spoken, it is lived, defended, and if necessary, battled for. Operation Manyan al-Marsus. The name may sound poetic, but its execution was anything but delicate. On the dead of night on May 6, skies over Pakistan flared red as India launched a missile strike under the pretext of terrorist mobilization. This attack claimed the lives of 26 innocent civilians. Pakistan retaliated with a fierce air battle, where the Pakistan Air Force shattered India's advanced $400 million air defense system and downing 5 Indian jets without losing a single aircraft. As missiles lit up the skies, Pakistani cyber units silently infiltrated enemies' networks, blinding radars and severing command lines in a war fought by fire and code. Inna Allaha yuhibbul ladina yuqatiluna fi sabilihi saffan ka'annahum bunyanun marsus. Allah loves those who fight in His way as though they are solid walls cemented with molten lead. What the world sees today is not a new chapter. It's a continuation of a legacy. At Badr, a mere 313 stood against 1,000. At Ghazwa Mauta, outnumbered and surrounded. At Tabuk, with empty pockets but unwavering hearts, Muslims stood unshaken. This is the triumph of light over darkness, where the blaze of faith burns so fierce, even the night itself kneels in surrender. Honorable jury, when we fought to win. From surveillance drones to boots on the ground, from strategic communication to intelligence fusion, from calculated moves to decisive victories. In the end, Let us cherish the fact that we belong to a nation that has not learned to surrender. A nation where soldiers will rather die in the battlefields than in their beds. A nation where every individual carries the fire of resistance in their soul. Where every heartbeat echoes loyalty and every silence roars with a power that shatters the enemy's will. And if the time comes again, we all must stand for our country because our soldiers already did. Pakistan, Hamesha, Zindabad. Thank you.
Muhammad Hassan is our next contestant. In addition, Amna Noor is requested to be ready.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable guest, respected judges, and my fellow Pakistanis, Assalamu alaikum. Today, the topic of my speech is Marka-e-Haq, one of the most defining moments of May 2025. A bold, decisive stand by Pakistan, not just in defense, but in the name of truth. We often talk about missiles, jets, and strategies, but today, I speak of something greater, the truth that echoes in every heart, the truth that fuels our courage and unites our purpose. In those tense days of May, when jets thundered through our skies and silence filled our streets, what kept Pakistan standing was not just strength, it was truth and our faith in it. From mountains to coast, to villages to cities, truth spread like fire. We didn't need orders. We didn't wait for instructions. We just knew what was right and what must be done. So, we stood in mosques with prayers. We stood in homes with courage. We stood with our soldiers, not beside them in the battlefield, but behind them like a wall that will never fall. Because the enemy didn't just challenge our borders, it challenged our truth and our faith in it. And we did not flinch, we did not waver, we answered with unity, with resolve, with truth. So let me ask you, what gives a soldier the courage to fly into danger, to face fire, to sacrifice everything? It's not just training, not just duty, it is truth, it is belief, it is conviction that our cause is just, that we stand on the right side of history. That is what gives him strength. That is what makes him more than a soldier. It makes him the sword of this nation. In Marka-e-Haq, the whole nation fought, not just with weapons, but with words, with hearts, with truth. Students painted resistance, journalists wrote fearlessly, citizens debunked lies, volunteers gave blood, families gave shelter. Even a child's quiet courage was louder than any propaganda. But yes, there was fear. Yes, there was tension. But there was something greater, the truth inside us, a pride that said, we will not be fooled, we will not fall. The people did not ask, what will the army do for us? They asked, what can we do for them? So let me ask you, what gives a soldier the courage to fly into danger? It is not just training. So let Marka-e-Haq not fade into memory. Let it rise as a movement. Let it remind every Pakistani that truth is not seasonal. It is a daily duty, a constant battle. And when we defend truth with unity, no lie, no enemy can ever break us. And let us ask ourselves, in Marka-e-Haq, did we fight with our resolve? Did we fight with truth? And the answer to that would be yes. Marka-e-Haq was not fought with just weapons, it was fought with hearts, word, courage, and truth. Marka-e-Haq was not just a memory. It will be reminded in the history as one of the greatest battles that Pakistan ever won. So let us speak for peace, but never silence our truth. Let us write, let us build, let us raise our voices, because today every citizen is a guardian of truth. And as the Quran says in Surah Al-Isra chapter 17 verse 81, and say, truth has come and falsehood has vanished. Indeed, falsehood is bound to vanish. And to our brave soldiers, we salute you. But know this, you were never alone. Behind you stood a nation armed with belief and a truth that burned brighter than any fire. We are the guardians of truth. We are the defenders of our people. We are Pakistan, unbowed, unbroken, unstoppable. This is our truth. This is our victory. This is our Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. Pakistan, Zindabad. Thank you.
Amna Noor is our next contestant. Amna Noor. I repeat, Amna Noor. Is she not around? Ahmad Ali is requested to come forward. And Shan Heather is requested to be ready as well.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Empires are not defeated when their armies fall. They are defeated when the truth they fear walks unchained among the people. Honorable President, respected judges, and all my dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. They say that truth has never needed a crowd. It does not shout to be heard. It stands quietly and firmly, even when the world turns away. History has always remembered the loud, the powerful, the celebrated. But legacy? Legacy belongs to those who stood for truth when it costs everything. Mr. President, I ask you, what is truth? Is it just a word that we read in books or hear in speeches? Or is it the fire that burns quietly in the heart of every person who dares to stand when the world tells them to stand down? Today, I'm here to speak on a theme that is more than just history. It is our faith, our heritage, and our daily struggle. Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. Dear audience, I ask you, is it easy to stand with truth? No. It is hard. It is lonely. Dear audience, and especially the youth among us, I'd like to question you that when your time comes to choose between right and wrong, between Haq and Batil, where will you stand? The world still remembers Martin Luther King, the man who stood for justice, not with hate, but with love and faith. He was jailed, threatened, and eventually assassinated. But he never abandoned Haq. He told us the truth that all human souls are born equal, and no system based on injustice can silence this forever. Martin's whole life was truly based on Haq. As he once said, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards the justice. Take a moment and remember Karbala. Was it just a battlefield? Or was it one of the greatest Marka-e-Haq, where the voice of Imam Hussain Raziyallahu Ta'ala Anha echoed louder than 10,000 soldiers? He was martyred, but he never feared because he had faith. Allah Ta'ala reminds us through Quran in Surah Al-Isra. Say that truth has come and falsehood has perished. Indeed, the falsehood is bound to be perished. This is not just a divine wisdom. It is a divine promise. A promise stating that truth will triumph. It always has and it always will. Look at Kashmir, a valley drenched in blood but glowing with courage. For decades, unarmed civilians have stood against oppression. They face bullets with stones. They lose children, but not hope. Isn't that truth refusing to kneel? And look at our beloved Pakistan. In 2025, brave soldiers launched Operation Bunyanul Marsoos, a thunderous response to those who spread terror in the name of their ideology. It was not just a military operation, it was Pakistan's stand. A stand for peace, for security, and the right of every citizen to live without a fear. It was not just a military victory, it was a moral victory. It showed the world that Pakistan does not bow to threats, nor does it act unjustly. Our soldiers, like the believers of Bunyanul Marsoos, stood like a solid wall to protect the truth, the people, and the peace of the region. I'd like to conclude my speech with a beautiful line. Whenever the enemy has come with fire, we have always retaliated with steel. Whenever they have come with lies, we have always responded with the truth. And recently, when they came with war, we responded them with victory. I'd like to motivate you all that whenever Pakistan needs you, try to help it. Thank you.
Shan Heather is our next participant, and Sara Munir is requested to be ready after.
Tell me your name. Say your kalma. Prove what you believe. Worthy President, respected judges, and dear audience. That is what the death dressed as soldiers asked. It didn't matter what you believed. Hindu, Muslim, Christian. Your Honor, a family of 4 from Gujarat was killed, including a 6-year-old boy. Child's ice cream melted beside his own body. Ladies and gentlemen, there are times in history when truth does not whisper. It roars. When silence becomes betrayal and standing still is no longer an option. 17 minutes. Your Honor, 17 minutes, that's how long they had to scream for their lives, yet silence and genocide. Today, I speak on a theme that is not just written on a piece of paper, but etched into the soul of every Pakistani. Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. This is not merely a phrase, it is a testament to resilience, to sacrifice, and to the unwavering belief that truth, though tested, always finds its way. And this truth was put to the sword on 7th May 2025. When the sun rose that morning, India launched a reckless and unprovoked military strike. They thought they could throw us off balance. They thought they could write our story for us. And there it came, Operation Bunyanul Marsoos, hurling missiles towards our eastern defense installation systems, hoping to catch us off guard. Within hours, Operation Bunyanul Marsoos was launched. Our air defense lit up the skies, intercepting each and every threat with the precision of a hawk. Ladies and gentlemen, there are times in history when truth does not whisper, it roars. India wanted to rattle the cage, but what they found was a lion, calm, watchful, and unshakable. We showed the world that Pakistan doesn't play with fire, but we know how to get through it without getting burned. 6 jets gone, 6 voices silenced, 5 fighters in 1 wrecking drone. There's 400 fell, their pride became dust. 26 targets raced from Pathankot to Srinagar. The map bent,
This is what Marka-e-Haq looks like. A battle where principle takes the front seat and power walks hand in hand with patience. So the youngsters, remember, truth doesn't always roar like thunder. Sometimes it flows like a river, quiet, deep, unstoppable. And yet in a world full of smoke and thunder, standing for Haq feels like swimming against the tide. But let me tell you this, when you stand with Haq, the tide eventually turns in your favor. We, the youth of Pakistan, we are not just bystanders, we are the torch bearers of this truth. If we turn a blind eye to injustice today, we will become a part of the light tomorrow. Now a divine promise that echoes louder than any missile and clearer than any speech. And say, truth has come and falsehood has perished. Indeed, falsehood is bound to perish. The sword of Allah never rusted. It simply changed from a blade to a jet. When Khalid struck, thrones fell. When Pakistan struck, borders vanish. That is the Marka-e-Haq. That is the triumph of truth. And that is the spirit of Pakistan. Now, together as one. Pakistan, Zindabad. Pakistan, Paindabad. Thank you.
Sara Munir is our next contestant. Sabiha Abid is requested to be ready.
Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of Allah, the just, the merciful. Today, I do not come with just a speech. I come with a moment, a message, and a mirror. A mirror that shows us who we are and what we choose when truth is tested. Marka-e-Haq isn't merely a title, nor just a commemoration. Marka-e-Haq is a heartbeat. It is a living reality that has echoed through every generation. Whenever right stood firm against wrong, whenever people chose principle over pressure, and whenever dignity rose in the face of aggression. Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth, is not a tale of war. It is a declaration of belief, a reminder that in a world filled with noise, deception, and dramatics, truth does not need to shout. It does not need special effects or viral headlines. Truth simply needs to stand. And when it does, the world watches. Because when truth rises, the lies tremble. When truth breathes, falsehood suffocates. Starting not with opinion, but with the promise of Allah. Allah says in Surah Al-Isra, say, falsehood has come, truth has come, and falsehood has perished. Falsehood is bound to perish. My dear audience, this is not just a verse, this is reality. It is divine law written across time. Whenever truth stood against tyranny, from Hazrat Ibrahim's defiance of Nimrud to Musa's stance against the Pharaoh, to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam whispering La ilaha illallah in the face of hatred, history has seen that truth may be bruised, but it never breaks. It may be delayed, but it never dies. My dear judges, Marka-e-Haq is a reality that came alive again in May 2025. A terrorist attack took place in Pahalgam. India was quick to pounce with accusations, not investigations. Within hours, their media erupted with blame. Their studios turned into battlegrounds and their anchors turned into soldiers. Right after, their military followed. Missiles were launched across the line of control and even into Pakistani territory. The aim was clear: provoke, punish, and paint a narrative. But they forgot one thing. Truth doesn't panic, it prepares. Pakistan's response was not emotional, it was strategic. It was grounded, not in noise, but in national discipline. Operation Bunyan al-Marsoos, an unbreakable wall was launched. In just 72 hours, the Pakistani Air Force changed the equation. 4 Rafales down, 18 drones destroyed, and 3 major military targets neutralized. Through it all, my audience, Pakistan spoke not with rage, but with resolve. We didn't glorify war, we glorified values. They made noise and we made history. Captain Ehsan Raza stood his ground in Bhimber and embraced martyrdom while protecting his men. Lance Naik Rahman Shah, wounded and bleeding, carried his injured comrades to safety. Naib Subedar Bilal Raza led his unit in the darkness of Chirikot and cleared trench after trench. These were not just soldiers. These were the soul of Pakistan in uniforms. And let me remind you, my audience, this war was not just in the skies. It was in homes, in hearts, and in headlines. Sialkot's children looked up at drones and said, "Let them come, our eagles are ready." Lahore's rooftops echoed with chants of Pakistan Zindabad. Karachi and Multan turned into cities of dua and defiance. This was not fear, this was fire. The world saw it, the world believed it, and truth, as always, triumphed. My dear judges, I end my speech by reminding every heart in this room, Marka-e-Haq is not over. It continues in every choice you make, every time you stand firm, even when you stand alone, every time you tell the truth, even when it is easier to stay silent. As for the clay warrior Indians, I would say, their arrogance lies in ruins, their lies exposed before the world. And if they try again, Pakistan will crush them so completely that the world will remember it as the day India's pride was buried forever. Pakistan Zindabad, Haq Zindabad. Thank you.
Sabiha Abid is the next participant, and Omih Habiba is requested to be ready.
Starting with the glorious name of Allah, who is the most merciful and the most beneficial. Honorable Chief Guest, respected audience, and my dear fellows, good morning and Assalamu Alaikum. There are moments in history when truth does not whisper, it roars. When the pen of propaganda tries to write falsehood and the sword of truth tears the page. There are battles where weapons decide victory, and there are battles where truth itself walks into the arena. That's, my dear fellows, is triumph of truth. Triumph of truth is one such moment where Pakistan stood unbroken, unshaken, and undefeated. From 22nd April to 10th May, a storm rose against us. A false flag was staged in Pahalgam, designed to stain Pakistan's name before the world. The enemy's media echoed with allegations. Their propaganda grew louder each day. They thought that they could bend the truth to their will. But as Allah Almighty declares in the Quran, truth has come and falsehood has vanished. And indeed, the falsehood is bound to vanish. No matter how loud falsehood shouts, the whisper of truth will outlast it. And vanish it did. Our nation did not respond with panic nor with empty words. They responded with precision, with honor, and with undeniable proof. Operation Bunyanum Marsoos became the sword that cut through the web of lies. The enemy's loud voices grew silent. The clouds of doubt cleared and the banner of truth stood high over Pakistan. But this was not just a military victory, it was a moral one. The media tried to divide us, yet the people drew closer. They tried to shake our trust, yet our faith in defenders grew stronger. They tried to isolate Pakistan, yet our unity became fortress that could never breach. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, "The most virtuous struggle is to speak truth in front of a tyrant." And that is exactly what our soldiers, leaders, and nation did. We stood up in the court of the world and spoke the truth without any fear. The Quran reminds us again, "O you who believe, stand out firmly for justice as witness to Allah, even against yourself. This is the charm of truth. It makes the nation fearless. It bounds soldiers to citizen, leader to people, and people to their God. It does not bow to pressure. It does not bend to please others. It's pure. It's bold. It is sometimes silent, but always strong. Truth has shown us that truth not only wins battles, but it also wins hearts. Our ancestors fought their triumph of truth to give us a homeland. Today our army fought battles to protect its honor, and tomorrow it will be our turn in our offices, classrooms, courts, in streets to fight for Pakistan's name and Pakistan's soul. So my dear fellows, let us not allow this spirit to fade. Let us fight our triumph of truth in our words, in our actions, and in our choices. Let us not wait for the heroes. Let us become the heroes. Let us not wait for the history. Let us write the history. And it is the voice in your heart that whispers, do the right thing. And then you will say, yes, I chose what was right. And in that moment, you will write the history. So in the end, I want all of you to promise that we will speak truth, we will stand truth, we will stand by truth, because in the end, truth always triumphs. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Omih Habiba is the next participant, and Nabil Ahmed is requested to be ready.
Marka-e-Haq, a triumph of truth. Respected leaders, honorable guests, and my fellow Pakistanis, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Omih Habiba, and I stand before you today as the representative of an historical event. Today we stand in a glow of a great victory that has once again proven that truth, courage, and unity can overcome any forces. Just days ago, Pakistan defeated India in a battle that not only tested our patience, our strength, but also our ability to survive. The world watched, and the world knew Pakistanis do not bow, and of course Pakistanis do not break. The victory was not the work of one person. It was the work of an entire nation working as one. It was a call of truth and spirit that lived in the hearts of our people. And every Pakistani who stood firm in the challenge. In the heat of battle, when the air was heavy and the ground was trembled, we did not step back. We showed the world that Pakistan's courage is not shaken by fear, nor its weakened or resolved by strength. When the dust settled and the enemies withdrew, the sound that filled the air was not just justice, it was the heart of 240 million people beating with pride. From the snowy mountains of Gilgit to Thar, from cities to villages, from eldest to oldest, Pakistan stood tall. The victory. Let us remember, this victory was not gifted to us. It was earned by the sacrifices we made, by the hand who carried our flag to heights, by the voice who cried and said, Pakistan Zindabad, by the feet who worked without rest. Let us remember the day when the soil of Pakistan drank the sweat and the tears of our soldiers, but never the fear of defeat. This was the day our mountains defended our honor. Our rivers carried the roar of our courage, and our flag flew higher and higher. The victory will live in our history, but let it live in our hearts. Let it remind us that every challenge we face is an opportunity to show the world that Pakistan will rise, Pakistan will prevail. Long live the courage of Pakistan, long live the honor of Pakistan, long live the dignity of Pakistan, long live Pakistan. Thank you.
Nabil Ahmed is the next participant, and Zara Igbal is requested to be ready.
The station of martyrdom is an eternal reality. No moment in history can ever change it. respected teachers, honorable guests, and my dear friends, Assalamu alaikum. Today, I have been given the honor to speak on Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. Every generation has its battles. Some are fought with weapons, some with words, and some with an unshakable stand for justice. Our generation witnessed such a battle in May 2025, a modern Marka-e-Haq between Pakistan and India, a struggle where the stakes were not only borders, but honor, justice, and truth itself. It began with tragedy, the attack in Pahalgam that claimed 26 innocent lives. What followed was fire in the skies, missiles launched, drones clashing for the first time in South Asian history, and soldiers standing ready on both sides. The world watched in tense silence. But here's the reality. Pakistan did not fight for revenge. We stood for our dignity, for the oppressed voices of Kashmir, and for the principle that truth cannot be silenced. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala declares in the Quran, truth has come and falsehood has vanished. Indeed, falsehood is bound to vanish. Falsehood may be loud and powerful, but it is fragile. Truth may be quiet and outnumbered, but it is unshakable. Our soldiers, like the companions at Badr, knew the odds, yet they stood firm because they believed in Haqq. They fought not for conquest, but for honor, for faith, and for the homeland that was created in the name of La ilaha illallah. Marka-e-Haq is fought not only at the borders. It is in the classroom when a student refuses to cheat. It is in the marketplace when a shopkeeper rejects dishonest profit. And most importantly, it's in our hearts when we speak the truth, even if it costs us comfort. As Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah once said, there is no power on earth that can undo Pakistan. And I say today, there is no power on earth that can defeat a nation that stands on truth. May 2025 proved that whenever aggression will cross our borders, we will not waver. We as a nation will stand united, shoulder to shoulder. Falsehood may be cunning, but it is always defeated by truth. In Marka-e-Haq, ultimately, truth will triumph. As the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ said, truthfulness leads to righteousness, and righteousness leads to paradise. We should remember that no matter how long the night, truth will always prevail. We should believe that truth will win no matter what. Pakistan, Zindabad. Thank you very much.
There is a short announcement that I want to make. You're requested not to leave your seats as there are cameras broadcasting the transmission. Additionally, you're not supposed to come to me or to the judges or to the coordinators. If you have any queries, feel free to ask the coordinators who are outside. Thank you. The next participant is Zara Igbal, and Hafsa bint Lal is requested to be ready as well.
Dear audience, imagine a battlefield, but not just with bullets and bombs, but with lies and deception. A war where the greatest and the most powerful weapon is not a missile or a bomb, but the unyielding power of truth. Honorable judges, esteemed guests, and my fellow participants, Assalamu alaikum. Today, I stand before you all to speak on Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth, a saga etched in the annals of a nation's history born from the enduring conflict between India and Pakistan. This, my dear, is not merely a story of borders and battles. It is a divine testament of our truth as a mighty river carves the mountains of falsehood and emerges victorious. My dear audience, let us journey back to the roots of this conflict. Since the partition of 1947, India and Pakistan have been locked in for a struggle. A struggle
over what? A struggle over justice, a struggle over self-determination, and of course, a struggle over the fate of Kashmir. A land promised freedom by the wall, but then held captive by force. Now, fast forward to April 2025. India, desperate to divert the attention from its internal failures, plans a false flag operation in Pahalgam in occupied Kashmir. They blamed us for an attack that was their own fabrication, launching missile strikes on our sovereign soil on May 7, 2025, killing many innocent civilians and testing our resolve. But oh, how the tables have turned, as if fulfilling the divine decree itself. Under the leadership of Field Marshal Sayyid Asim Munir, our armed forces launched an operation, Operation Bunyanul Marsus. It was not an ordinary response, honorable judges. It was a symbol of synergy between us civilians and our armed forces. Now, Alhamdulillah, we not only won this war, but also showed to the world that how false leading and how misleading India's government is. Picture this, my dear audience. Pakistanis jets soaring to the skies like eagles, missiles guided by the hand of justice dismantling the myths of Indian superiority. This is the war of Pakistan and India. This is not just a myth, but it is a reality that Pakistan can too stand for itself. In this clash, we also had some loss. We lost 31 civilians and 11 valiant personnel. But their sacrifice is a symbol of eternal courage and patriotism. I want to share a verse of Surah Isra. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that, and say, truth has come and falsehood has vanished. Indeed, falsehood is bound to vanish. Honorable judges, now I want you all to take a pledge with me that we will defend our country even if it meant sacrifice for us. Even if it meant sacrifice for us. In conclusion, Marka-e-Haq was not just an operation. It is not just a chapter in the history. It is a revolution. It is a living embodiment of Quranic wisdom. Thank you so much for your patient listening.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Starting with the name of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who is the most merciful and the most beneficent. Today, I speak not just of a nation, I speak for a battle. Not war of weapons, but a Marka-e-Haq today. A battle of truth, of dignity, of identity, and a battle for a dream called Pakistan. This day of independence reminds us of the immense sacrifices made by our forefathers. They struggled, they suffered, and they gave their lives just to achieve a separate homeland. A land where we can live freely, a land where we can practice a religion without fear, and a land where we can build a brighter future. So, Mr. President, let me ask you, what would you give up for the truth? Would you leave your land, your home, or your loved ones? Because that is what millions gave for a country that didn't even exist at that time. They left everything they knew, their neighbor, their memories, their home, and even their graves. Only to chase a dream carved from the courage and faith. Their hearts bled, but their spirits stood tall.
And all of this was not done for the personal gain, but for the generations to come, for you and for me. Dear audience, Pakistan was not gifted to us. It was earned. It was earned through the voices that were silenced, through the bodies that were burned, and through the truth that refused to die. And what is the difference between truth and falsehood? Mr. President, tell me, what is the difference? Let me tell you. Truth stands alone but never fails. And falsehood stands with the crowd but never lasts. That is the essence of Marka-e-Haq. Truth guided by vision, and falsehood destroyed by its own lies. Quaid-e-Azam led not with violence, but with law, character, and conviction. Iqbal dreamed of a land. He dreamed of a land where a Muslim could bow to none but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that dream became a movement. That movement became a voice. And that voice became our beautiful Pakistan. But Mr. President, I ask you again, what have we done with this truth? Have we protected it? Or have we dishonored the sacrifices that built this land? Or have we let corruption replace character, silence replace justice, and comfort replace struggle? Have we forgotten? Have we forgotten we are still in a Marka-e-Haq today? Because make no mistake, the battle still goes on, only the enemies have changed. Now we don't fight with the weapons. We fight with education, with truth, with unity. We fight with the courage to stand for what's right, even when we stand alone. Even when there is no one to support us, we have the courage. And we must have that courage. So today, let's just not say Pakistan Zindabad without meaning it. Let us build a Pakistan that our future generations will be proud of. Let us rise, not just in power, but in principle. Let us grow, not just in speed, but with spirit. Let us pledge today. Let us pledge today, not just with our voices, but with our lives. Let us pledge today that we will carry this flag forward with strength, honesty, and sacrifice. Pakistan Zindabad. Thank you.
Shahir Raza is our next contestant. Kandil Hussain is requested.
When the hearts of the brave unite, the enemies flee the light. And when Allah, the Almighty, the Eternal, the Lord of martyrs and the Judge of those tyrants, they thought that we would bend, we would break, we would fall silent. But ladies and gentlemen, we do not fight for glory, we do not fight for gold, we do not fight for power. We fight for haq, for justice, for freedom as proclaimed by our religion. And yet look at them. Those merchants of lies, those kings of hypocrisy, how proudly they crown themselves with deceit. But let them hear this. We are the nation who broke them as easy as I break this stick right here. We are the nation whose mountains scream Allahu Akbar before every missile was fired. We are the nation where the truth can never be killed. Because the truth is protected by the blood of our martyrs. It is shielded by the prayer of our mothers. It is guarded by the hands of our soldiers. This is my truth. This is our truth. Oh people, this is the truth of Pakistan. That Pakistan was, Pakistan is, and Pakistan will always be left standing when all else falls. So let our enemy know that you can never break a wall built by the people who have fire in their faith, steel in their hearts, and whose flag, this flag isn't just a symbol, but a promise to God Himself that we'll sacrifice everything that we have for this nation. So, oh people, I request you, rise with your will, rise with your faith, rise with yourselves. Let those oppressors tremble, let those liars choke on their lies. For Marka-e-Haq is here, for the truth is here, for the truth has no surrender, for the truth has no defeat. For Pakistan absolutely has no retreat. Pakistan Zindabad! Thank you very much.
Kandil Hussain is the next participant. Alian Riaz Khan Marvat is requested to be ready.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Respected judges, honorable teachers, and my fellow students, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good afternoon. Today, I stand before you with a heart full of pride and a voice echoing with the spirit of truth. Our topic, Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth, is not just a combination of words. It is a reminder of the battles we have fought, the sacrifices we have made, and the unwavering belief in the justice of our cause. Ladies and gentlemen, the phrase Marka-e-Haq literally means the battle of truth. It symbolizes the struggle where the sword of truth clashes with the shield of falsehood, and in every such battle, truth, no matter how bruised or delayed, always emerges victorious. Pakistan has always stood for justice, peace, and integrity, whether it's the historic creation of our beloved homeland in 1947, or the sacrifices of our martyrs, or the recent symbolic victory or false propaganda. Pakistan has proven one thing loud and clear: the truth never fears investigation. In our modern times, some try to rewrite the history, to twist facts, to hide behind the lies. But as the old saying goes, you can't cover the sun with your hands. The world sees, the world knows, and when the truth knocks, even the mightiest doors of falsehood tremble. Dear audience, in a defining movement that stunned the observer across the globe, the sky bore witness to Pakistan aerial brilliance as Rafale, India's must-have war machine was brought down by the precision and prowess of Pakistani F-16. This wasn't merely an act of defense. It was a demonstration of how skill, strategy, and unwavering courage can outmatch even the most sophisticated technology. It means that skills matter more than technology. In fact, this event has shown the world that it is not just some advanced machinery, but superior human capability that truly makes the difference. The world saw, and the history recorded. Pakistan's strength lies not just in its arsenal, but in the unity of its people and the unmatched competence of its defender. When our resolve is tested, we do not just respond, we rise and we prevail. Fellow students, we, the youth of Pakistan, are the third barrier of this truth. Our pens, our voices, and our action must reflect it. Let us remember, honesty is the best policy, not just in books, but in our character. Let us stand like a rock when it comes to principle, because a clear conscience fears no accusation.
The recent national triumph against misinformation was not just a diplomatic success, it was a moral one. It tells the world the truth crushed to earth shall rise again. That is Marka-e-Haq. That is the soul of Pakistan. Dear audience, let us celebrate the Independence Day this year, not just with songs and with flags, but with a renewed commitment to truth, justice, and patriotism. Let us be the generation that stands up, speaks up, and walks the talk. Now, I'll leave you with these powerful words by Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah. There is no power on earth that can undo Pakistan. And why? Because when the truth is in your side, the victory is not just possible, it's inevitable. Pakistan Zindabad. Thank you.
Alian Riyaz Khan Marvat is the next contestant. Amar Nasir is requested to be ready.
1:05 a.m., 7th of May, 2025. Where were you? Were you asleep? Were you awake? Were you looking at the sky above you? A war breaking out? Were you holding your close ones, worried of the future? Were you trying to grasp the true scale of the situation? Where were you, Mr. Speaker? I can tell you where I was. I was glued to my screen, watching every news flash, every clip of dead children, of slaughtered families, of destruction, of devastation, worried as to where my country is headed. And then, my phone rang. Ali, have you seen what's happening? Yes, Alian. India has launched 25 strikes. They say they've struck airports, army bases, Karachi, Port Alian. I don't think we can win. Ali, haven't you heard of what Allah has said in the Quran? يَنْصُرْكُمُ اللَّهِ فَلَا غَالِبَ لَكُمْ وَيَخْذُلْكُمْ فَمَنْ ذَا الَّذِي يَنُصْرُكُمْ مِنْ بَعْدِي وَلَلَّهِ فَلْيَتَوَكَّلِ الْمُؤْمِنُونَ. Ali, when Allah helps you, no one can defeat you. And when Allah does not help you, then whomso shall help you. So in Allah should the believers put their faith. Trust in Allah's plans, Ali. He is the greatest of planners. And so as I put my phone down, I saw it. The two lines engraved in stone. The two lines that would read, faith needs no numbers. Truth needs no army. Mr. Speaker, picture this. Gibraltar, Tariq bin Ziyad, twice as large of an army. He torches his boats. He addressing his men, "O believers of Allah, in front of you is the enemy, and behind you the ocean, and in between is victory or martyrdom. Faith needs no numbers. Truth needs no army." But there will still be those who object. Ask them that, oh why did the same Muslims then lose Spain 800 years down the line? Because it was never about numbers. It was about truth. It was about the fact that the truth had abandoned them. And so as their leader Abdul, heading back to the very coast that Tariq had landed on, he goes back weeping. But weeping would do him no good. And as his mother Aisha would say, "Oh, Abdul, do not cry like a woman for what you failed to protect like a man." And so we come back to the night of the 7th, and in the darkest hour of midnight, I look around to the man on the border, to the one in his plane, to the one on his ship, and they all say the same story, that you may kill me, but you cannot kill the truth, that you may destroy me, but you cannot destroy my nation, that you may bear the scepter of lies, but I hold the torch of truth, that you may imprison me with your lies, but the truth shall set me free. And so it was. Marka-e-Haq, a battle of not bullets and guns, but of the narrative of what was right. And the world would find, the record would show, that Pakistan is second to none. And Mr. Speaker, as the war continues for truth, even if the battle concluded on all 5 frontiers, naval, air, land, cyber, or space, the war continues. It continues in Kashmir and Gaza, in Iraq, in Syria, in Lebanon and Libya, and everywhere where oppressors stand to crush the truth. But I'm hopeful not for the forces I possess or the arsenal I have amassed. I'm hopeful for that every evil, there is a righteous to stand against it. For every poison, an antidote. Every disease, a cure. Every Pharaoh, a Moses. Every Operation Sindoor, a Banyan al-Marsus. Every lie, a truth. And every India, a Pakistan. Mr. Speaker, I would conclude with a poem by the great boxer, Muhammad Ali, that the eyes of truth are open, the face of truth is bright, the neck of truth is upright, and the truth is unstoppable. That facts are only its shadow, the truth stands above all sin, and that, Mr. Speaker, in the end, the truth shall win. Mr. Speaker, Pakistan, Zindabad, Pak Fauj, Paindabad.
Ammar Nasir is the next participant, while Fatma Ali is requested to be ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are moments in history that do not roar, they whisper. Moments that are not marked by headlines, but by the trembling hands of a mother holding a tasbih, by the silent tears of a father watching news, hoping not to see his son's name. May 2025 was one of those moments. India once again attempted to provoke. Unprovoked shelling, tactical intrusions, aggressive media campaigns, but this wasn't just about power. It was about drowning their own chaos. It was about silencing Kashmir. But the world forgets when the falsehood rises, truth does not retreat. It responds. And the response came with silence, discipline, and precision. Pakistan didn't roar back with arrogance. It stood calm, composed, and unshaken. It didn't attack for ego. It defended for honor. And when the time came, our forces didn't hesitate. Enemy bunkers were destroyed. Ammunition depots were reduced to smoke. Forward positions went silent, not because we wanted war, but because we refused humiliation. This wasn't war. This was Marka-e-Haq, the battle of truth. India used microphones. We used faith. They screamed into the cameras. We whispered Bismillah and fired only when necessary. And while they exaggerated the claims, we let the silence of the impact speak. I see a pilot flying into the fire with Ayatul Kursi beneath his breath. I see a soldier barely 20 standing alone in a trench with a cracked radio and a Quran in his chest pocket. I see a mother pacing in her veranda whole night waiting for a phone call that didn't come. These are the people who fought this battle, not just the ones with weapons, but those who loved them, prayed for them, and waited for them. India sent Rafales. We sent Shaheens, and one by one those jets returned with truth in their flight path. One Rafale was struck, forward post silenced, and the world saw that Pakistan is not a country you provoke without consequences. But here's what makes this victory different. We didn't just win militarily, we won morally. We fought like Muslims with restraint, with intention, with honor. We targeted only what needed to be stopped. Not homes, not schools, not civilians. Because we remember what our deen teaches. Fight in the way of Allah, those who fight you, but do not transgress. We could have done more, but we didn't. Because we don't answer to rage, we answer to Allah. Every battalion stood like Banyanul Marsus, a single wall, immovable, fortified by faith. From the trench to the sky, every soul fought with their one hand on their weapon and the other on their prayer. This wasn't the first time. In 1965, we fought with courage. In 1971, we bled but stood firm. In Kargil, we fought with the mountains watching. This time at Marka-e-Haq, we fought with the world watching. And the world saw what it needed to see, that Pakistan doesn't shout, it stands. It doesn't flinch, but when concerned, it doesn't flinch. It saw a nation whose strength lies not in steel, but in sabr, in dua, in discipline, and in iman. Pakistan It saw a nation whose strength lies not in steel, but in sabr, in dua, in discipline, and in iman. I see a pilot saying, mission completed, sir. I see a father whispering, you made us proud, beta. I see the valleys, the azan in the valleys that echoed and the truth rose, the falsehood collapsed, just as Allah promised. At last, I would like to say, we didn't just win militarily, we won morally. With this, I thank you all.
Fatma Ali is the next contestant.
In the name of Allah, who is the most merciful and beneficent, I shall start my speech in 3, 2, and 1. Truth has always been tested in fire, sometimes in silence, sometimes in battle. But when it stands tall against all the odds, it becomes more than just a concept. It becomes a legacy. Ladies and gentlemen, respected judges, my fellow speakers, and everyone who believe in truth, resilience, and sacrifice. Today, I stand here not just for a speech. I stand here to awaken a memory, a legacy, a lesson, written not with the ink, but with the blood, sacrifice, and unwavering faith. The legacy of Marka-e-Haq, a legacy that proves one internal truth. Truth always triumphs. In every nation's history, there comes a time when truth stares into the eyes of falsehood, when courage rises from the ashes of fear, and when oppressed finally says enough. That moment for us was Marka-e-Haq. A battle not merely for the land or for the power, but a battle of truth. And truth won. Let us begin by understanding what this battle truly meant. Marka-e-Haq was not just a clash of armies. It was a clash of ideologies. It was about choosing principle over comfort, unity over division, and dignity over defeat. In the flames of struggle, our national identity was forged in the truth. People from all walks of life, rich and poor, urban and rural, young and old, stood shoulder to shoulder, not asking about the caste, not asking about the classes, but about the cause. The lips of those who resisted echoed one single question: what is life if not lived in truth? I repeat it again, what is life if not lived in truth? This battle gave us more than a victory. It gave us a reason to be proud, a story to pass on, and a banner of unity to rally under. This battle gave us more than a victory. It gave us the heroes whose names may not be in our textbook, but whose bravery live inside your mind and our heart. But Marka-e-Haq did something even more powerful. It etched itself to the collective consciousness of our people. It left behind a burning legacy that still whispers in our ear even today. Don't bow to falsehood. Stand, even if you must stand alone. Fight, not to conquer, but to protect truth. Ask yourself, when you see injustice around you, when you hear the cries of oppressed, when you turn away, doesn't something stir inside you?
That is my audience, is the spirit of Marka-e-Haq. It urges us to speak, to act, to care. To the continuation of the struggle that started long ago, but it is still far from end. Let me ask you a question. What would you do if everything you believed in was under attack? Would you stand up? Would you speak? Would you sacrifice? Those before us did. Now it's our turn, not with the swords, but with the words, voices, and most importantly, with the principles. Because not all battles are fought inside the battlefield. Sometimes they're fought inside our heart, in the mind, and the choices we make every day. Dear audience, Marka-e-Haq is not just a chapter in our history. It is a mirror, a message, a mission. It teaches us that fight for truth is maybe longer, but it is never in vain. And that in the darkest moment, in the hardest time, our identity is revealed. And that as long as we hold on to unity, faith, and discipline, there is no power on earth that can undo us. So today, as I move down from this stage, I leave you with this. Let Marka-e-Haq not just live in the past. Let it breathe through you, speak through you, and rise through you as a one internal triumph of truth. Pakistan Zindabad. Thank you so much.
Isaac Yani is the next contestant. Maisha Rahil is requested to be ready.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent and merciful. Respected judges, fellow teachers, students, and honorable members of the board. Today, I speak not just with words, but with conviction on a force so simple yet unshakably powerful, truth. In a world constantly rewired by politics, popularity, and pretense, truth isn't the loudest voice in the room, but it's always the last one standing. Where lies dress themselves in comfort and convenience, truth walks in, barefoot, battered maybe, but blazing. Truth doesn't need validation. It doesn't beg to be liked. It simply exists. And no matter how often it is hidden, denied, or distorted, it always finds a way to rise. Winston Churchill once said, "Truth is uncontrovertible. Truth is uncontrovertible. Malice may attack it, ignorance may deride it, but in the end, there it is." Think about that. Truth doesn't need attention. It earns it. Through time, through resistance, through fire. That, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly what Pakistan's birth proved. Lines were redrawn, histories were rewritten because one truth stood firm. Freedom isn't a privilege, it is a right, and no nation should beg for what it intently deserves. But the real test of truth isn't it how it begins, it's in how it's carried forward. Truth gave us Pakistan, but can we uphold it? So to this generation, my generation, I say, let us not be so eager to be liked that we forget to be honest. Let us not be so afraid to offend that we choose silence over sincerity. Let us remember that every meaningful revolution, every lasting reform, every real movement began with one person brave enough to tell the truth. Truth must live in our everyday choices, or it dies in our silence. And let me be honest, lies will always be more convenient. They promise comfort, but truth, it promises legacy. And no nation, I repeat, no nation is built on comfort. Nations are built on courage. So today, as we gather to honor the sacred day of our freedom, let us not reduce independence to a date or a slogan. Let it be a call to character. Let it mean that we dare to speak when it's easier to stay silent, that we dare to do what's right even when no one's watching. True, because if truth made us free, only truth can make us worthy of that freedom. Truth must remain our compass. As our beloved Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah once quoted, there is no power on earth that could undo Pakistan. So let us be a generation that does not whisper truth. Let us roar it. Truth Zindabad. Pakistan Zindabad. Thank you.
Aisha Raheel is the next candidate. Mariam Fatma is requested to be ready as well.
So, I have a question. If truth stood alone, would we still defend it? If truth cost us our comfort, would we still choose it? And if truth stood against the people we love, would we still speak it? Good morning and assalamu alaikum everyone. I'm Aisha Raheel and I'll be giving a speech about the triumph of truth. The history of nations is not simply written in ink. It is written in courage. Behind every chapter worth remembering was someone who chose the truth even when it cost them everything. And the truth of Pakistan began as a dream in 1930, when Allama Iqbal envisioned a homeland where Muslims could live in dignity, peace, and justice. Now, that dream could have just stayed poetry, but Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah transformed it into political reality armed with reason, law, and unshakable resolve. The Pakistan Resolution of 1940 was not just an announcement. It was the moment when truth refused to bow down to power. And how can we possibly forget the Pahalgam attack? When Pakistan was blamed without proof, voices rose against us. Yet, truth cut through the noise and falsehood collapsed. Even under accusation, we stood firm and we stood victorious. And for example, they made so much noise about their newest technology and their Rafale jets, but later on it was known that the real flying object was their imagination, and their media was proof of it. Truth triumphed once again, bold, clear, and undeniable. Point being made, truth has never been cheap. It demands sacrifice. In 1947, families walked through blood and fire to cross a border that did not even exist a week before. They left their homeland but carried a truth stronger than any force on earth. Pakistan was worth every loss. Our ancestors left this land in the trusted hands of the next generation, currently present here right now. We, the youth, are not just the future. We are also the present. What we tolerate today, we inherit tomorrow. If we stay silent when corruption thrives, if we look away from injustice, we are not witnesses, we are accomplices. So, we are not just witnesses, we are accomplices. After all, the real enemies of truth are not only liars, but it is also the people who stay silent. Every generation faces their own battlefield. For our ancestors, it was independence. For us, it lies in our integrity, unity, and hard work. And our weapon is our courage. Courage to speak when it's easy being silent. By now, our role must be understood. John F. Kennedy said, "Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country." So, when the next generation asks us, what did you do when truth was tested? May we have an answer that makes them proud. Pakistan Zindabad.
Mariam Fatma is the next contestant, while Alicia Fatma is requested to be ready.
And your armies will never benefit you, even if they are many in numbers, and Allah is with the believers. Honorable President and esteemed audience of knowledge and wisdom, Assalamu alaikum. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Holy Quran, if you are a believer, then you will surely prevail. हाँ हाँ हम मोमिन हैं ये सारा ज़माना सुन ले, हाँ हाँ हम मोमिन हैं ये सारा ज़माना सुन ले, नारो नमरूद को गुलजार बना देते हैं, हम जो चाहे तो सहरा में भी जमजम जारी, नील की मौजों को दीवार बना देते हैं. Honorable President, when it comes to the battle between truth and falsehood, a believer dives deep into the ocean of faith and conviction, turning thorns into the flowers, wounds into the healings, and flames into the blooming gardens. It becomes a dagger that pierces the heart of disbelief. Honorable President, who doesn't know that the battle between truth and falsehood is eternal? Whenever falsehood tried to suppress the truth emerged even more powerful and dominant. This is not fantasy or mythical exaggeration. Facts speak for themselves, whether it be the atmosphere of Badr and Hunain or the battlefield of Yarmouk, whether it be the Operation Bunyanul Marsoos or the mischief of Khawarij. Respected President, a true believer doesn't need to follow the direction of the winds. Rather, he changed the course of current itself. He is not bound by the cycle of rise and fall, down and dust. He ignites the lamp of perfect faith. At times becoming the roar of Heather, at times becoming the charge of Faruk, at times becoming the roar of Heather, at times becoming the charge of Faruk, at times the unsheathed blade of Qasim, and at times the bravery of Colonel Sher. They become atomic bombs that topple the throne of falsehood. Mr. President, it is our misfortune that from the past 78 years, we have been dragging along our eternal enemy, an enemy that has still not accepted our existence. Dreaming of an Akhand Bharat, it has attacked covertly in 1947, 1965, 1961, and again in 2019. This time too, using the Pahalgam incident as a pretext, it set out to launch Operation Sindoor. Mr. President, the cowardly enemy attacked with its 1.4 million strong army, Israel drones, French Rafales, and Russian S-400 systems. But they forgot that our history is not just 77 years old, it stretches across 14.5 inches. They forgot that Bilal lay upon burning hammers and Hubab smiled upon gallows. We are the trustees of the legacy. Mr. President, Pakistani women have not yet stopped producing the sons who write the destiny of their nation with their own blood, who takes a bullet in their chest, not in their backs, and whose single night is better than 1,000 nights of worship. Mr. President, we are heirs of martyrs and victors. When we step into the battlefield and say labbaik, each one of us is Hassan Siddiqui, never Abhinandan. मिसले कलीम हो अगर मार्का आज़मा कोई, मिसले कलीम हो अगर मार्का आज़मा कोई, दरख्त तूर से आती है बांगे ला तहफ. Thank you.
The next participant is Aisha Fatma, while Sumayya Khan is requested to be ready after her.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. إن الله يحب الذين يقاتلون في سبيله صفا كأنهم بنيان مرصوص. Truly Allah loves those who fight in His battle array as if they were a solid cemented structure. Valor, strength, victory, truth, respectable judges, my dear fellows, and the entire proud nation. I have been asked to deliver on a topic of Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. Today, as we celebrate Independence Day, we are not just marking a date on a calendar. We are remembering a Marka-e-Haq, a battle of truth. A battle between justice and oppression, light and darkness, honesty and corruption. Our freedom was not gifted to us. It is a result of countless sacrifices of brave youth, crying mothers, wounded fathers, and the children who lost their homes. They all fought for one purpose, to create a land. I repeat, to create a land where the words La ilaha illallah could be lived freely. Dear friends, this Marka-e-Haq was not just fought in 1947. It is still being fought today. Whenever we speak truth, choose honesty, promote peace, or serve our nation selflessly, we become the soldiers of this ongoing battle. While we are proud and excited
highlighted that how our forces responded back to the enemy in Operation Bunyanul Marsus, we should also realize that Marka-e-Haq was not just a war slogan. It is a way of life. It is a commitment to uphold the standard of truth and in our words and actions. But let's pause and ask ourselves, are we truly living up to the sacrifices made by our forefathers? Are we truly contributing to Pakistan's progress through our character, education, and unity? Are we working to build the Islamic fortress that our leaders like Allama Iqbal and Quaid-e-Azam dreamed of? Independence is not just about waving flags and singing songs. It is a responsibility, a duty, a trust. So, today let us make a promise that we will not spread hate but love. That we will not divide but unite as a strong nation that can overcome all the obstacles worldwide. That we will not just talk but act with integrity, with courage, and with purpose. Because true freedom can only be achieved when every Pakistani can proudly say, yes, I am the soldier of this Marka-e-Haq. So let us raise our voices, let us raise our hands, and let us raise our hearts to build a Pakistan that is truly a standard of truth for the world to follow. Pakistan Zindabad, Pakistan Paindabad. Thank you so much.
What's your name, Sabiha Khan? So Sumayya Khan is the next participant, while Wanya Imran is requested to be ready.
Today, I do not speak just as a student. I stand here as a daughter of Pakistan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. I, Sumayya Khan, stand before you all to speak on a subject that echoes deep within the soul of every Pakistani. The Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth, and the battle of justice and honor. During the recent tensions between India and Pakistan, the region trembled once again. The borders echoed with fire. India accused, Pakistan clarified. India provoked, Pakistan showed disdain. And yet again, as always, Pakistan was blamed. But what did we do? The enemy beat the drums of war. But Pakistan responded with calm strength, strategic brilliance, and undeniable truth. Our Pakistan army fought with the spirit of true mujahideen. They proved that this land is of the brave, that this is the land of the pure. One of the most shining chapters of this confrontation was Operation Bunyanul Marsus, a high-level strategic mission that showcased the brilliance, unity, and the resolve of our military leaderships and personnel. Led by Army Chief General Asim Munir, he proved that bravery is not just about starting war, it is about preventing it with wisdom. My dear audience, one of the most shining chapters of this confrontation was Operation Bunyanul Marsus. Our Pakistan Armed Forces fought with the spirit of true mujahideen, with loyalty to their soil and faith in their cause. They sacrificed their life. Their each move said one thing loud and clear: not an inch of Pakistan will ever be touched. They faced bullets but smiled. They embraced death but called it shahadat. They gave their lives so we could live ours. Their blood is the ink that writes our freedom. Their blood is the ink that writes our freedom. Their sacrifices are the foundation of our peace. My dear audience, this Marka-e-Haq is not just on the borders. It is in our homes, in our decisions, in our classrooms. Every time we choose to stand up against the wrong, we are fighting Marka-e-Haq. We all are a part of this Marka-e-Haq. Our mission is simple: protect Pakistan, serve the truth, and never let the flame of justice die. Because remember, falsehood may win a battle, but only truth can win the war. Pakistan is not a country of war. We raise our voices not for revenge, but for recognition. Recognition of the truth, recognition of the pain, recognition of the people still still struggling in silence. Let us remember the names of our heroes. Their sacrifices are not just history, it is a legacy that calls us, the youth of Pakistan, to rise, to serve, to protect, and to love Pakistan beyond ourselves. Today, I urge you, be part of this truth. Don't follow the loudest voices, follow the right ones. My question to you is, will you be a part of this Marka Haq? Will you stand for truth even if it's unpopular? Will you carry the green flag higher? I'd like to end my speech today by paying tribute to the people who stood tall and protected our motherland. To the guardians of our land, you march where fear would break our stride. Through storms unseen, you stand with pride. When danger knocks, you do not flee. When danger knocks, you do not flee. You plant your courage for all to see. Your nights are cold, your wounds run deep, yet not once you ask to sleep. You shield our homes, our dreams, our skies, with steadfast heart and watchful eyes. Oh soldier, may this humble word be true. Our tomorrow exists because of you. Pakistan Zindabad, Pak Fauj Paindamad. Thank you so much.
Our next contestant is Wania Imran, while Moiza Hassan is requested to be ready.
Honorable judges and my dear friends, Assalamu alaikum. Today I stand before you to speak on a theme that resonates through the corridors of time, a theme which is very essence of our faith and foundation of our nation, Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. What is this Marka-e-Haq? It is not just a battle fought with swords and shields. It is the eternal struggle between right and wrong, justice operation, light and darkness. It is the clash where the forces of falsehood may have numbers, but the soldiers of truth have conviction. 1400 years ago, in a sun-scorched valley of Badr, a small, ill-equipped band of 313 believers stood from against a mighty army of 1,000. By all worldly logic, they were destined to fail, but their hearts were illuminated with the light of truth and their souls were fortified by faith in Allah. That day, where truth did not just survive, it triumphed. It was a victory that echoed through the ages. That was rekindled by the poet of East, Allama Iqbal, who reminded us where our true strength lies. He said, Nishane marde momin boto goyam, Nishane marde momin boto goyam, chu marg ayat tabassum bar labe ost. Shall I tell you the sign of true believer? When death comes, there's a smile on his lips. This is the image of a soldier of Haq, fearless, resolute, and smiling in the face of adversity. The spirit is embedded in the creation of Pakistan itself on the 14th of August 1947 under the visionary leadership of Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah. Muslims of the subcontinent peacefully but resolutely demanded a separate homeland where they could practice their faith freely. It was a Marka-e-Haq fought not with weapons but with wisdom and determination, and truth prevailed, giving the birth to our beloved homeland. In 1965, when a much larger enemy tried to breach our borders, our valiant armed forces stood as an unbreakable wall. The world witnessed that courage and faith outweigh number. In the heights of Kargil, our valiant soldier defended Pakistan with unmatched valor. Heroes like Captain Colonel Sheikh Khan Shaheed and Havaldar Lalak Jan Shaheed gave their life in the defense of truth and honor. They were and always will be our Shaheens, loyals and fearless. Today, I want to draw your most shining example of Marka-e-Haq. Operation Banana Marsoos launched on 10 May 2025. This honorable title was given to the operation was highly respected Chief of Army Staff, General Sayyid Asim Munir. Nishane-e-Imtiaz military whose exemplary leadership, a vision and unwavering commitment to our beloved homeland. His selection of the name Banana Marsoos derived from the Holy Quran and a meaning, a wall built of molten lead, was deeply symbolic. It represented the strength, unity and resilience of the Pakistani nation standing firm against the aggression and falsehood. The enemy launched a surprise attack during the darkness of night around 3:30 am, targeting air bases and civilian areas. Innocent people, including women and children, were caught in a line of fire. It was a cowardly act meant to shake our resolve. But Pakistan did not falter. In response, our armed forces launched a calculated and powerful counter-strike under Operation Banana Marsoos. The Pakistan Air Force, showing the highest standard of Readiness and professionalism remain on alert for 6 consecutive nights without rest. Our pilots patrol the skies tirelessly, eyes sharp and hearts determined. When the enemy Rafale jets violated our airspace, 6 of them were shot down while not a single Pakistani jet was lost. It was the largest and most successful aerial combat in recent memory. A clear demonstration that skill, courage and faith outweigh number. They are the living embodiment of Iqbal's Shaheen soaring high to protect the motherland, as Iqbal so powerfully envisioned. Batil se dabne wale e aasmaan nahi hum, batil se dabne wale e aasmaan nahi hum, 100 baar kar chuka to imtihaan hamara. Oh sky, we are not the ones to be suppressed by falsehood. You have tested our resolve 100 times. Honorable judges, the Markai-Haq is not just a story. It continues today in our classrooms, in our society, and on our national stages. Every time we choose honesty over deceit, integrity over corruption, and unity over division, we are fighting for the cause of the truth. We, the students of today and leaders of tomorrow, must commit ourselves to this sacred struggle. We must prepare ourselves with education, character, discipline, and love for our motherland. Our tools are not just weapons, they are voices, our integrity, and our pens. Let us become the living wall, the banana masoos that shields Pakistan with truth, unity and unbreakable wall. Let us walk in the footsteps of the greats who came before us and prove that falsehood may rise quickly but truth always prevails. Pakistan Zindabad. Thank you so much.
Moiza Hassan is the next participant. Muhammad Faizan is requested to be ready.
In rows of steel, they stood as one, a solid structure beneath the sun. With hearts ablaze and spirits high, they fought for honor and their country's pride. Their bravery shone like stars in the night, their unity a beacon, shining bright. With every strike, they proved their might, and India's aggression was met with all their light. A symbol of resilience that would not fall, their sacrifice, a legacy that will live on. Honorable President, worthy judges, and my dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. Today we have gathered here to celebrate Markai-Haq, the triumph of truth, a monumental achievement, the unprecedented victory of Pakistan in the 19-day military operation launched by Pakistan in response to India's unprovoked aggression, spanning April 22 to May 10, 2025. This triumph is not just a testament to our military prowess, but also a reflection of our nation's unity, resilience, and the unwavering commitment to defend our sovereignty. Worthy judges, Allah has ordained the believers to retaliate whenever they are wronged. Surah Al-Anfal, specifically verse 60, commands the believers to prepare their strength and resources, including horses, and to face their enemies and deter them. This preparation is not just physical, but also psychological, aiming to instill fear within the enemies of Allah and of the believers. As Malcolm X would say, and I quote, sometimes you have to pick the gun up to put the gun down, unquote. The conduct of Pakistan Armed Forces Operation Bunyanul Marsoos on May 10, 2025, as a part of the military conflict Markai-Haq, marks the historic milestone of Pakistan's successful and calculated response to counter Indian attacks. My fellow patriots, our armed forces demonstrated exceptional bravery, professionalism, and dedication to duty. The brave Pakistani nation's unwavering moral strength, resolve, wholehearted support, and prayers were indeed the potent force multiplier for the armed forces of Pakistan. Then, the Pakistani youth who became frontline soldiers as the cyber and information warriors of the country. And above all, the indigenous and specialized niche technologies developed by our scientists and engineers became instrumental in the magnificent success of the operation. Even the political leadership of all political parties, without any distinction, showed unified resolve in the defense of our motherland. Last but not the least, the vibrant media of Pakistan stood like Bunyanul Marsus, a steel wall, against the Indian media's disinformation, blitz, and reckless warmongering. Respected audience, Marka-e-Haq has been a great example of the synergy between all elements of national power. According to the ISPR, whenever Pakistan's sovereignty is threatened, response will be decisive. Dear audience, Marka-e-Haq is the triumph of truth, result of our conviction, fruit of our devotion, defense of our ideological notion, and a moment of unparalleled glee and pride for the whole nation, inspiring patriotism and unity among Pakistanis. Similarly, this successful operation elevated Pakistan's global standing, validating its position and showcasing its military capabilities. And it will continue to inspire the future generations as well. I would like to conclude with a verse from the Holy Quran, which translates as, "They plan and Allah plans, and Allah is the best of planners." Thank you.
Muhammad Faizan is the next participant. Muhammad Ayan is requested to be ready.
Some tragedies come without warnings. It's just silence and then screams. 26 innocent souls massacred in Pahalgam. The world stood in shock. And yet, until the grief had even settled, the blame had a name: Pakistan. No analysis, no evidence, just pointed fingers and accusations, not in pursuit of truth, but to serve a preordained agenda. The Pahalgam tragedy was a narrative weaponized for vengeance. But still, Pakistan stood tall and demanded truth. We offered neutral observation, but what met our sincerity? Silence. There came threats, suspending treaties and visas, but the true storm erupted on the night of May 7th, the Operation Sindoor. Indian jets attempted to enter our skies, but without even violating their airspace, we struck down 5 of their jets. Swift, precise, and controlled. But nothing could prepare us for the night that followed. There were no sirens, no warnings, just fire. Not on soldiers, but on homes. Not on terrorists, but on sleeping children. They called it a strike, but how do you strike a child's cradle? How do you justify bombing a child's laughter? And all of it for just a scripted illusion that was meant to crush us from within. But esteemed audience, louder than those missiles was Indian media. Their screens flooded with fiction. Islamabad under siege, Karachi fallen, Pakistan's defense blown. From Pulwama to Pahalgam, the script remains the same. Blame Pakistan, declare victory, cut to commercial break. But let's talk on factual basis. Cities and nations don't crumble from headlines. Falsehood may scream, but it never endures. As the Quran states, truth has come and falsehood has vanished. Indeed, falsehood is bound to be perished. Esteemed audience, but even in grief, Pakistan stood with grace.
Because strength lies not in missiles, but in morality. And while retaliation is easy to restrain, it's divine. But let it be known, restraint is not weakness. And so when the line was crossed, Pakistan responded, not with rage, but professionalism. May 10th, Operation Bunyanum Marsus was launched. Our forces, brave and passionate, struck with purpose. No civilian casualties, no false bravado, just a simple message. We are not aggressors, but we are not afraid. Our counter-strike was not a revenge, it was a statement of resolve. And when the world noticed it from Washington to Tokyo, a single message echoed. De-escalate, step back, let diplomacy prevail. Diplomacy prevail. This marker shows us that truth does not shout, it whispers. But when it rises, it shakes mountains. And when the ceasefire came, it wasn't the victory of weapons, it was the victory of wisdom over rage. This, dear audience, was Marka-e-Haq, which also happens to be the topic of my speech today. They sowed panic, we sowed patience. They chose war, we chose wisdom. At the end of the day, justice always wins, even if it arrives a bit late. Pakistan, Zindabad. Thank you.
Muhammad Ayan is the next participant. Muhammad Abbas is requested to be ready.
Truth breaks through the clouds, tearing lies apart. It speaks to the soul, and it conquers the heart. It cuts through the noise, and it clears up the skies. It lifts up the low, and it humbles the wise. It stands on ground, come storm or fire. It fuels every dream. It lights every desire. Respectable judges, audience, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. Today, we are gathered beneath the glowing light to pay tribute to a force so sacred, so unshakable, so divinely eternal, truth. The triumph of truth is the radiant flame that flickers quietly in the shadows of deception, yet burns with an undeniable brilliance when the time is right. Throughout history, truth has been the silent warrior, gentle in its presence, yet unrelenting in its power. It has been ignored, mocked, twisted, and buried beneath the mountains of falsehood. But like the first rays of sunrise after a long night, it emerges with majestic clarity. Truth is not loud, but it is luminous. It is not arrogant, but it is absolute. It does not beg to be believed, because it knows one day it will be seen. Respectable judges, we live in a world of illusions where lies wear mask of charm and falsehood often dance in the spotlight. But beneath the surface, deep within the souls of humanity, truth patiently waits, pure, untainted, and eternally alive. The triumph of truth is not just a tale of victory. It is a symphony of resilience, a testament to time. It is the celebration of unwavering justice. It is the vindication of those who stood firm when the ground beneath them shook. For when we live by truth, we walk with authentic power. We stand on divine ground, and we wear the armor of righteousness. And above all, we become free. Respected audience, take a look back when against a brutal empire, Hazrat Imam Hussain Raziyallahu Anh stood not for the power, but for principle, purity, and truth. His martyrdom became a timeless symbol of resistance against falsehood. As a popular Islamic proverb emphasizes, every day is Ashura and every land is Karbala. Respectable judges, Nelson Mandela was imprisoned for 27 years for standing up to the racists in South Africa. When truth finally triumphed, he emerged not bitter but brighter and led his nation to peace and justice. As Nelson Mandela said, no power on this earth can stop oppressed people determined to win their freedom. And my dear audience, take a look at Pakistan, who has emerged as the brightest ray of sun, about whom everyone said, a collapsed economy, a shattered nation, and people with no aim. India had a deceptive thought that it will easily overpower Pakistan. But during the Marka-e-Haq operation, Pakistan stood its ground and rose up against the tide of deception spread by India. Our forces pushed back every false narrative, cut through the clouds of propaganda, brought to light the truth that could not be covered up. The nation held with unshakable resolve, faced down every challenge and tore apart of webs of lies. Step by step, Pakistan turned the tables, stood up for justice, struck down the fabrications that aimed to weaken its spirit. And in the end, truth shone through, and Pakistan came out on the top, a living testimony that no falsehood can hold back a nation that is united under its rightful cause. Respectable judges, when shadows tried to hide our lights, we lit the sky with truth so bright. When lies came roaring like a storm, we stood our ground, we held our form. The chains of falsehood fell apart, for we had faith, for we had heart. And in the end, the world will say, Pakistan's truth will light the way. Pakistan, Zindabad.
Muhammad Abbas is the next contestant. Aban Muhammad will be the next contestant. So be ready.
The road of truth is thorn and steep, yet it crowns the soul with glory's keep. Through darkness and shadows, truth finds its way, till night surrenders to truth's own day. Honorable judges, respected audience, truth, the weapon of righteous. Truth, the victory that outlives empires. Truth, the light no darkness can consume. Throughout history, truth has walked through many flames, yet emerged unburnt. Lies have ruled with a golden crown, yet fallen to dust. As our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam declared, and I quote, truthfulness leads to righteousness, and righteousness leads to paradise. He endured the scorn of Makkah, the exile to Medina, the wounds of battle. Yet in Marka-e-Haq, Islam stood unbroken. And the conquest of Makkah was not a conquest by sword, but it was a conquest by justice, by truth, and by faith. From the east, Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, unarmed yet unyielding, bending an empire through truth and action. From the west, Abraham Lincoln, guiding a fractured nation, using truth as his compass. And across the oceans, Nelson Mandela, walking free after 27 winters in chain, choosing reconciliation over revenge. And here in the heart of Muslim world, truth has written its own epics. It wrote them in 1947 when Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah defied the tide of impossibility, proclaiming that the Muslims of the subcontinent
were a nation entitled to their destiny. It drove them in 2014 in the streets of Gaza. It drove them again in the roar of Operation Banyan al-Marsus. Banyan al-Marsus was not merely a code name, but it was an Islamic call to unity. Indeed, Allah loves those who fight in His cause in a row as though they are a single structure joined firmly. And it was the voice of the besieged people declaring, we will stand like a wall. We will stand like truth itself. From the verses of the Quran to the milestones of mankind, from the minarets of faith to the battlefields of Gaza, truth only has one eternal decree. It will prevail. Falsehood may glitter for a season, but truth shines for eternity. Mr. President, our enemy lives inside a bubble of carefully crafted falsehood. Its media and its numerous arms work day and night to tell naive Indians that they're incredible, that they're awesome, that they will be the next superpower, and even that they're invincible. But only in Bollywood. Mr. President, Indians have built themselves a castle in thin air, where there is no signal, there is no parallel, where there is no equal. In Pakistan was just a small, dispensable insect. But on the morning of 10th May 2025, that bubble burst. Indians woke up to a stark reality. The Indian dream was gone. Their pride was gone. Their economy was gone. World support was also gone. The world laughed and snickered, making fun of the Indian narrative. The journey from incredible to uncredible was just covered in 3 days. And you thought they only lost 6 planes. Mr. President, truth is not always welcoming. Truth is not always safe. But truth is always right. I like to end my speech with a poem. No darkness can master the morning's fire. No lie outlasts the just heart's desire. When truth takes the field, the stars align, and the tides of heaven in justice shine. Thank you.
Aban Muhammad is the next participant. Villa Zara is requested to be ready.
Some nights are peaceful, some nights are quiet, and then there are nights that awaken a nation. That night, when India launched an unprovoked attack, disturbing not just our skies but our commitment to peace. Well, Pakistan in dignity chose dialogue over destruction, but when the line was crossed right after Fajr, the horizon lit up. But this time, not with the rise and shine of the sun, but with the thunder of our PAF. Now it was just a response, yet so fierce and precise that this time our enemy didn't even get a chance to enjoy our fantastic tea. Now, Mr. President, there are battles that are fought with guns, then there are battles that are fought with truth. And Marka-e-Haq was truly a both. See, it wasn't just a collision of weapons, but a clash between dishonor and dignity, humiliation and humility, infidels and mu'mineen, zulm and marka, and it was a very clash between disbelief and haq. And out of sheer insanity, our enemy had an illusion that their jets left their airstrips to flew high, and hence their arrogance got even higher. But their last limits were encountered by the PAF. Lo and behold, because this is just our pickup. And I'll pick up from where I left. PAF versus IAF, 6-0. So much, so Trump, standing before the whole world, admitted that not one, not two, but 5 Rafales were shot down in one engagement. And it's not the fact that Rafale is a bad plane. Rafale is an equally potent, very potent aircraft, if employed well. But Mr. President, this isn't just about dogfights, down jets or fantastic tea. But this is about a nation who refused to bow. A nation whose sons fly with thunder in their wings and Shaheed written on their chest. A nation where peace is a choice but dignity is more of a duty, Mr. President. And our enemy, they didn't just attack our soil, they attacked our patience, our civilians, our homes, our children's, and on top they attacked our silence. They dropped bombs, Mr. President, near schools, near madaris, and near the homes of innocent, sleeping families. Now tell me, what was the fault of those children's, that they were born in Pakistan or that they dreamed under the green crescent, I heard a mother screamed, not because her child was hurt, but because there was nothing left to bury, Mr. President. There was nothing left to bury in that children. And that was not a war. As a matter of fact, that was my enemy being a coward in front of the whole world. But we, Pakistan, we did not respond with coward eyes, we responded with conviction. And our response was not just an airstrike, but it was a message that yes, you can break our buildings. I said, yes, you can break our buildings, but not our spirit. Yes, you can shake our homes, but not our faith. Yes, you can test our limits, but do not dare to test our resolve. They sent destruction, we sent declaration. They aimed to divide, we rose united. Their way paved with zulm, ours led by Marka. Their hearts, Mr. President, were heavy with disbelief, while our hearts were alive with the power of haq. So now, to every youth who have witnessed this is your country, and your country does not need just your blood. It needs your honesty, it needs your brains, and on top, it needs your loyalty. So be the missile in your field and be the jet of your passion. So when the history calls, stand tall like a mountain and say, I am from Pakistan and I do not fear that. I was born with resistance in my soul and haq in my heart, unlike those insane infidels. And to the world we say one thing, that next time, please bring your best, because we're already sipping tea and waiting for you. Long live Pakistan. Thank you.
Willa Zara is the next candidate. Muhammad Hassan is requested to be ready.
In the midst of the chaos, there lies a seed of truth. And when the truth rises, it does not whisper, it roars. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and assalamu alaikum. Let me begin asking every one of you here a very simple yet a soul-shaking question: what makes a nation strong? Is it the size of its army? The sharpness in its weapons? The wealth in its treasury? No, my dear friends, no, because the things that make a nation strong are truth, the belief in unity, and the unity in adversity. This is exactly what we all witnessed in the historic events of May 2025, when Pakistan stood tall against the unprovoked aggression of India. Marka-e-Haq, a triumph of truth. When injustice knocked on our borders, when the enemy tried to paint our country with blood with the desire of victory, truth took the front lines, Mr. President. Truth took the front lines, not just in words, but in unwavering courage. Our brave soldiers did not fight to conquer land, but to defend dignity, sovereignty, and peace. Mr. President, the enemy forgot that we are not a nation to sleep, but are always prepared. The enemy forgot that we are the descendants of those who give the today for our tomorrow, that we are the inheritors of the legacy of Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah. The enemy forgot, Mr. President. They forgot. Marka-e-Haq does not just refer to a battle. It refers to an idea that truth, when tested, does not crumble. It fights back. And when Pakistan was tested in May 2025, our truth roared louder than missiles, louder than tanks, and louder than lies. This was not just a military operation, my dear friends. This was a moral stand, a declaration that truth cannot be silenced by bullets or blinded by propaganda. Back in 1965, the world saw a much smaller Pakistan against a mightier India. But guess what? We didn't just survive, we inspired. And now, May 2025, India attacked with arrogance, Pakistan responded with honor. We didn't need to shout. We didn't need to shout. We showed the whole world that truth is silent yet powerful, that restraint is not weakness, and that justice doesn't always come with noise, but it always comes. Mr. President, Marka-e-Haq, a battle, a war, a victory, wasn't just fought by soldiers at the border, but it was also fought in hospitals by the nurses who treated the wounded, in classrooms by the teachers who spreaded awareness, and in homes by mothers who kissed their sons goodbyes, not with the tears of fear, but pride. This battle tells the whole youth of Pakistan that you are not weak. You are not weak. You're the future defenders of truth. You're the future defenders of truth. Marka-e-Haq taught us that the real battlefield is not just a piece of land, but the narratives, the principles, and the character of the nation. So, I ask, are we just going to celebrate this, or will we live it? Truth is more than just a shield. It is a sword, and those who wield it with courage form the destiny of nations, form the destiny of nations. Let us be those people, let us be that generation, and let Pakistan be the voice of truth. Always, always, and always. Thank you very much.
Muhammad Hassan is the next participant. Is he around? Saif Salman. Saif Salman from Cadet College, Skardu. Junaid is also requested to be ready.
Through shadows deep, the truth will rise. Unmasking every whisper lies. Its steady light, both sharp and clear, dissolves the fog of doubt and fear. Though storms may rage, it stands unbowed. Truth walks unharmed through any crowd, through any crowd. I stand before you today, not just as a speaker, but the proud voice of a nation that refuses to bow, that rises when tested and that flies higher when anyone tried to clip its wings. Pakistan, the land of resilience, roaring rivers, snow-capped mountains, golden deserts, and hearts braver than any force on earth. As the dust of battle settles, history inscribes in golden letters, truth cannot be vanquished. Falsehood vanishes like a phantom, but truth stands firm as a mountain, and so did Pakistan, unshaken, unconquered, undefeated. Mr. President and dear audience, they thought they could shake us, but they forgot. We are born of the sacrifice of the blood-stained fields of 1947 to the burning battlegrounds today. We have paid the price for our freedom, and we wear it like a crown. We do not beg for peace. We secure it with courage and dignity. Our story is not one of survival. It is one of the triumph. Mr. President, just 2 months ago, when terror struck Pahalgam and fingers pointed towards the soil, the world held its breath. Would Pakistan stay silent? Would we cover or retreat? No, ladies and gentlemen, no. What followed was not hesitation, it was precision. What followed was not panic, it was power. What followed was not a lie, it was the truth. What followed was not fear, it was Operation Bunyanun Marsoos. Let me quote here DGISPR's historic words. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. I unquote. Pakistan is not just a piece of land, Mr. President. It is an idea, and ideas are bulletproof. An idea born in the heart of Iqbal, carried forward by the resolve of Jinnah, nurtured by the sacrifices of our elders, protected by the iron fists of our armed forces. And, Mr. President, it is the charity of Idi, courage of Malala, dedication of our doctors, intellect of our scientists, and dream of every child in Thar, Skardu, Gwadar, and Waziristan. They tried to erase us, we became louder. They tried to divide us, we became one. They tried to intimidate us, we became fearless. We are the Shaheens of Iqbal, born not to crawl, not to follow, but to lead and conquer. We are the defenders of Makkah Gate, sons of Ghaznavi and Tipu Sultan, grandsons of those who marched in Lahore in 1940 with nothing but faith and fire. My Lord, Nelson Mandela says, I quote, 3 things cannot be hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth. I unquote. And today, the fire still burns. It burns in our hearts, in our voices, in every drop of blood that cries, Pakistan Zindabad. And today, India stands alone, exposed, humiliated, drowning in the quicksand of its own lies. No crown it means, no sword it swings. Yet truth defeats the might of kings. When falsehood falls and the night is through, when falsehood falls and the night is through, the dawn will shine on what is true, on what is true. Truth may be oppressed, never extinguished. It rises like the phoenix from the ashes of deceit. Long live our nation and our armed forces. Pakistan Zindabad. Thank you.
Through shadows deep the truth will rise, unmasking every whispered lies. Its steady light, both sharp and clear, dissolves the fog of doubt and fear. Though storms may rage, it stands unbowed. Truth walks unharmed through any crowd. I stand before you today not just as a speaker, but the proud voice of a nation that refuses to bow, that rises when tested, that flies higher when others try to clip its wings. Pakistan, the land of resilience, roaring rivers, snow-capped peaks, golden deserts, and hearts braver than any force on earth. As the dust of battle settles, history inscribes in its golden letters, truth cannot be vanquished. Falsehood vanishes like a phantom, but truth stands firm as a mountain. And so did Pakistan, unshaken, undefeated, unconquered. Mr. President and my dear audience, they thought they could shake us, but they forgot we are born of sacrifices, from the blood-stained fields of 1947 to the burning battlegrounds of today. We have paid the price for our freedom, and we wear it like a crown. We do not beg for peace, we secure it with dignity and courage. Our story is not one of survival, it is one of the triumph. Mr. President, just 2 months ago, when terror struck Pahalgam and fingers pointed towards the soil, the world held its breath. Would Pakistan stay silent? Would we cover or retreat? No, ladies and gentlemen, no. What followed was not hesitation, it was precision. What followed was not panic, it was power. What followed was not a lie, it was the truth. What followed was not fear, it was Operation Bunyanun Marsus. Let me quote here DG ISPR's historic words. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. I unquote. Pakistan is not just a piece of land, Mr. President. It is an idea, and ideas are bulletproof. An idea born in the heart of Iqbal, carried forward by the resolve of Jinnah, nurtured by the sacrifices of our elders, and protected by the iron fists of our armed forces. Mr. President, it is charity of Idi, courage of Malala, dedication of our doctors, intellect of our scientists, and dream of every child in Thar, Sikardu, Gawadar, and Waziristan. They tried to erase us. We became louder. They tried to divide us. We became one. They tried to intimidate us. We became fearless. We are the Shaheens of Iqbal, born not to crawl, not to follow, but to lead and conquer. Mr. President, we are the defenders of Makkah Gate, the sons of Ghaznavi and Tipu Sultan, the grandsons of those who marched in Lahore in 1940 with nothing but faith and fire. Mr. President, we are the sons of Ghaznavi and Tipu Sultan, who marched in Lahore in 1940 with nothing but faith and fire, Mr. President. And if we look back to our history and current situation, today, India stands alone, exposed, humiliated, and drowning in a quicksand of its own lies. No crown it means, no sword it swings. No crown it means, no sword it swings, yet truth defeats the might of kings. When falsehood falls and the night is true, the dawn will shine on what is true. Mr. President, I want to sum up my speech with the last quote. Truth may be oppressed, never extinguished. It rises like the phoenix from ashes of deceit. Long live our nation and armed forces. Pakistan, Zindabad. Pak Fauj, Paindabad. Thank you.
The next participant is Arij. Is she around? Arij. Muhammad Ayan and Anamta Malik are requested to be ready. They will have a speech after her.
Honorable jury, respected guests, and dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. It is a real privilege to be speaking here on this occasion. Fight in the name of Allah with those who fight you, but do not transgress. Indeed, Allah Almighty do not like transgressors. Operation Bunyanun Marsus, the fortress of steadfast resolve. When the enemy dared to test our resolve, they were not just met by bullets and bombs, but with the iron will of united Pakistan. They came with arrogance, but returned with regret. They came with aggression, but faced a storm of steel, precision, and faith. Independence is a passion that flows in our veins. We have not seen the events of partition. Nonetheless, we can associate with those times when our forefathers forbidden the dream of a separate homeland. This is the reason the August 14th streets are adorned green and white. You heard the words Pakistan Zindabad. In 1947, trains are metaphorical animals that witnessed a vendetta. Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth, was not born out of warmongering, it was born out of necessity. It was Pakistan saying, we do not seek war, but we will never bow to tyranny. We love peace, but we are not afraid of battles. Today, we stand here not just as citizens of a nation, but as the inheritors of a dream that was shaped in the hearts of poets like Iqbal, visioned in the minds of visionaries like Qaid, and secured by the sacrifices of countless souls. Yes, dear audience, that dream is Pakistan. When Qaid-e-Azam declared that there is no power on earth that can undo Pakistan, he was not just speaking as a leader, he was proclaiming a truth that would echo through every challenge we faced. And today, under the leadership of our great commanders and with the support of every single Pakistani, our country stood like a fortress. Our Shaheen soared in the skies. Our son of soil defended every inch. To the families of martyrs, your sacrifice is written in gold. Your loss is our loss. Your pride is our pride. You did not lose a son. You gave Pakistan a star. Yes, we have wounds, but we have wisdom. Yes, we have division, but we have dreams of unity, of progress, of peace will not be denied. And to the world, we say, this is not just a country. Pakistan is not just a country. It is not just a piece of land. It is a promise. Pakistan is a belief. It is a fulfilled prophecy. And here, let it be known that here I request the audience that we must envisage the pearl we have. Yes, dear audience, Pakistan is that shining gemstone. Let us adorn it. But Mr. President, let us also ask ourselves, is our truth still alive in our democracy? Is our truth still alive in our government, in our economy? That doesn't mean that truth is not alive. Truth is alive. That means ending corruption, empowering the weak, and standing tall on the international stage, not with arrogance, but with authenticity. Because only a truthful nation can be truly free. Pakistan, Zindabad. Thank you so much.
In the fiery month of May, ladies and gentlemen, when the Sindoor swagger marched forth under the veil of darkness, it was intercepted mid-air by the unwavering vigilance of Pakistan's pouncing falcons. That was the hour when the Marka-e-Haq began. A war thrust upon us. It was a calculated onslaught to strike fear, but instead it awakened the thunder of our defense. The skies on that night didn't just witness a struggle to defend a homeland, but beheld an impregnable formation of strength, a bunyanum marsus. Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning to all those present here. Mr. President, the hour-long fight, the largest air battle in decades, Pakistan shot down the jewel of India's fleet that had never been down before. The Rafale misadventure was shattered by the fury fueled by fearless fighters in a win of 6-0. This win set the example of superb synergy among all the elements of national power, especially among our armed forces. This synergy across air, land, sea, and cyber domains created a history of precision engagement, overwhelming capacity, and lightning-fast operational assault, avenging attacks against our innocent Pakistani civilians. However, Marka-e-Haq was not simply fought on the battlefield. It was waged in the court of global conscience. In that arena, Mr. President, truth triumphed over falsehood. As former Indian External Affairs Minister Yashwant Sinha himself admitted, one of India's greatest diplomatic setbacks during its recent conflict with Pakistan was the internationalization of the Kashmir issue and the growing hyphenation of India and Pakistan in the eyes of the world. My respected audience, what greater victory of truth can there be than when your enemy's own statesman acknowledges your success on the diplomatic front? This is a triumph over the evil designs of Hindutva, shaking the very foundation of its oppressive agenda. Then, when the smoke of confrontation began to clear, the farcical theater put up by Indian media and Modi's Boast Brigade earned them only an echoing disgrace all over the world. The Pahalgam drama proved to be the last episode of their bluff. The dawn of 10th May brought a clarion call, a decisive moment when truth struck a blow to the follies of dim-witted fools across the border, and Indian military installations were reduced to ashes, one after the other. Ladies and gentlemen, the quintessence of Marka-e-Haq lies in striking a noble balance between power and principle, the strength to act with force, yet the wisdom to stay anchored in truth. This timeless philosophy was vividly exemplified by the Holy Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, whose command during dire moments like Badr and Khandak reflected not only his exceptional conviction, but also the Holy Prophet Muhammad ﷺ's absolute resolve, vision, and strategic clarity. In honoring that legacy of sacred leadership, our military command's principled assertion of sovereignty proved that Marka-e-Haq is not only a historical reality, but a living strategy in the face of aggression. The success reminded us that our forces are not merely defenders of our land, they are the living shield of our honor. In a world where the defense of all those people who are in need are defenseless in Muslim nations, we must not take ours for granted. In a world where nations like Palestine are robbed of peace and control over their own destiny, we must not take ours for granted. I would conclude by thanking Allah Almighty for blessing us with such a force, ready in action, firm in belief, and loyal to the last breath. We do not know them all, but we owe them all. Without them, there would be no defense, no triumph, and no tomorrow. Thank you.
Anamta Malik is next contestant. Aisha Batul, Hadyya Nadim, and Dua Fatma are requested to be ready.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. This was how silent the Indians were, regretting their every life decision, leading to their humiliating defeat. This was how silent peace became after we had avenged our innocent souls like we had promised. This was how silent the world was after knowing the power of Pakistan after Marka-e-Haq. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Anamta Malik, and I'm from Dr. Khan College, Bahria Town, Phase 8. And today I speak on Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. But before starting, I'd like to quote Martin Luther King Jr., who said, "When people get caught up in that which is right and are willing to sacrifice for it, there is no stopping point short of victory." Marka-e-Haq wasn't just a battle. It was us standing up for justice. It was our response to Indian aggression, not in words, but with action. It was our response to every single person who mistakenly doubted our capabilities. I still remember when analysts all around the globe claimed, and I quote, Pakistan would not retaliate, citing its economic fragility, strategic imbalance, and inability to match India's conventional strength. Ladies and gentlemen, hours later, May 7, CNN. One Indian Air Force Rafale jet has been shot down by Pakistan. May 9th, India Today. Pakistan strikes multiple Indian bases with high-speed missiles targeting Udhampur, Pathankot, Adampur, and Bhuj. May 11th, Arab News. Pakistan confirms strikes on Indian air bases. This was Banyano Marsoos, a foundation so strong it shook the world. Overnight, nations saw Pakistan not as a victim, but as a force of truth. Our armed forces stood tall, not merely to defend our borders, but to stand against oppression. Azerbaijan signed a $4.6 billion deal for the JF-17s, trusting the Falcons that turned billion-dollar threats into burning wreckage. As Sun Tzu said, and I quote, "Victorious warriors win first and then go to war. Defeated warriors go to war first and then seek to win." Pakistan's triumph was no accident. It was the result of decades of preparation and resilience. Indonesia reconsidered the Rafaels for the J-10Cs we use, because why pay for arrogance when we serve humility with steel? My dear audience, the stock market reveals that although there was a 3.4% gain in Dassault Aviation shares, after we took care of the Rafaels, they dropped by 10.3%. Because 1, 2, 3, a Rafael for a cup of tea. Our Fatah missile struck 15 Indian air bases, and with the help of our army's top-notch technology, denied India any strategic superiority. And of course, our Pak Navy, guarding the seas and standing ready. India, on the other hand, with great strategy, managed to attack Lahore port. My dear fellas, I'd like to quote a few lines here. From the soil you called weak, lightning rose and roared. The pride you thought divine crushed beneath our sword. With truth as our banner, we stood unafraid. In the trial of fire, legends were made. Marka-e-Haq exists as proof that we will continue to protect our people and land like we have done so in the past. From 1948 to 1965, from Kargil to Operation Zarb-e-Azb, and now to Banyan Marsoos, our history is written not in fear, but in fire, faith, and fortitude. Ladies and gentlemen, let the world know Pakistan never seeks war, but when challenged, we define victory. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. And say truth has come and falsehood has vanished. Indeed, falsehood is bound to vanish. Honorable judges, today I stand here in front of you not to speak but to bear witness. Witness to a night when chains broke without swords, to a land that was not seized but summoned into existence, a land that was written into the books of destiny by the ink of sacrifice, signed by the Qaid's courage and sealed by Allah's mercy. That land being our very own Pakistan. Respected audience, before our skies turned green, we lived in a darkness so deep that even hope had to whisper. Our faith was called backwardness, our culture was mocked as weakness, our language was silenced in its own home. They told us we were too few to stand, too weak to rise, and too divided to rule. But they forgot one truth. Indeed, Allah is with those who are patient. Our patience was not the patience of the passive, it was the patience of a bow pulled tight, waiting for the right moment to be released. Dear students, in that suffocating silence, barely anyone dared to speak. Sir Syed Ahmed Khan, a man who lit the first lamp of knowledge, Allama Iqbal, the man who dreamt of a home where the spirits of Islam could breathe without shackles, and Muhammad Ali Jinnah, a man who stood calm and unbroken like a mountain, even when storms of doubt crashed against him. There is no power on earth that can undo Pakistan, he declared. It was not the voice of arrogance, it was the voice of truth. And the voice of truth, ladies and gentlemen, does not tremble. Mr. President, and then came the call for Pakistan, and Pakistan rose. It rose from Delhi to Dhaka, from Lahore to Lucknow. It rose like a tide, unstoppable and uncontainable. And then came partition. Trains left the station singing with hope and arrived covered in silence. Rivers swelled not with rain but with the tears and blood of those who dared cross.
Every father lied about his hunger so his child could eat just one more bite. Every soldier's grave became the verse of the Quran. Every fallen tear became proof that indeed falsehood may shout, but truth bleeds quietly and wins. And then, esteemed jury, came midnight. The green flag kissed the wind. The azan rose over a land free for the first time, and the soil breathed as if saying, Alhamdulillah, Pakistan had arrived not as a gift, but of course as a victory earned by faith. Our weapon, you ask? It was never steel. It was the truth. Truth was our fortress when armies mocked us. Truth was our shield when hatred surrounded us. Truth was the wind that set sail to our boats when storms rose against us. And now, 78 years later, truth calls again. It calls every student who studies honestly, every soldier who salutes with honor, and every citizen who refuses corruption. Because independence is not something you own. It is something you earn every single day. And Pakistan is not an inheritance to be wasted. It is a trust to be guarded. So I ask you this 14th of August, when you raise this flag, do not raise it like a mere piece of cloth. Raise it like a piece of your own soul. Because if we water it with unity, it will bloom into greatness. And if we poison it with division, we betray every drop of blood spilled for it. And now I tell you that the truth that created Pakistan is the truth that will keep it alive. And I stand here to bear witness. Truth has triumphed. Truth will endure, and truth is Pakistan. Pakistan Zindabad. Thank you.
Our next contestant is Hadyya Nadim. And Dua Fatma is requested to be ready.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Respected judges, worthy audience, and my glorious Pakistani nation, Assalamu alaikum. History is written by the brave and remembered by those who dared to defy. Let me begin, not with words, but with a roar. I am the voice of the nation carved in sacrifices. I am the echo of the martyrs who smiled at death. I am the fire that burns in the chest of every Pakistani when our honor is challenged. When the enemy crossed the line once again, drunk on delusion, swollen with pride, they thought they could rewrite history. But Markai Haq, the battle of truth, reminded them, you may control headlines but not fate. You may control headlines but not fate. You may provoke, but you will never prevail. Markai Haq is not just the sound of the gunfires. It's not just the tanks and trenches. It is when truth stood firm, when lies crumble, when honor walks tall, and tyranny crushed under the boots of the brave. Let me turn the pages of the history. In Badr 330 versus 1,000, no sword, no shield. It was just the faith which led them to victory, because Haq stood tall. In Karbala, there was only one family against the whole empire. There was blood in the sand, but truth soared into skies. In 1971, yes, we suffered, but did not bow. Pakistan stood bruised, but not broken. In Kargil, our soldiers wrote the stories of the courage at the height where even air surrenders. And then came the moment that lit fire in our veins, the day they underestimated us again. Operation Bunyanul Marsus. They thought we were asleep. They thought we were afraid, but what did they find? A wall, not built with bricks, but with belief, with blood, with sacrifices, and with honor. Let the world know Pakistan is not only a line on a map, it is a line of defense, a line of honor, a line drawn by the martyrs, guarded by lions, and powered by Allah. Listen, friends, Makai Haq is not over. It lives in our spirit, in every martyr's oath, in every mother's prayer, in every child's dream. So, you may have fiction Bollywood, but we have Badr and Karbala. You may have number, but we have thunder. And before I conclude, I have a gentle message for our neighbors across the world. Next time you're thinking of starting a fight, please send your office with a proper signal service. We don't want them to lose again. And yes, the tea, it was absolutely fantastic. So, if you are ever in the mood for another cup, please don't send your pilots uninvited. Just let us know, because we, the people of Pakistan, are known for our hospitality, but only when guests arrive with politely, not crash landing into pieces. They came with lies, but we replied with lightning. They came with lies, but we replied with lightning. They came with aggression, but we answered with accuracy. Before I end, I want to shout out loud for our Pakistani nation. Narae Takbir, Allahu Akbar, Pakistan Zindabad, Pak soldiers Paindabad. Thank you. In the name of Allah, who is the most merciful and the most gracious, respected judges, esteemed audience, and my glorious Pakistani nation, Assalamu alaikum. Every drop of their blood turned into the medal of honor. Every drop of their blood turned into the medal of honor. Every drop of their blood turned into the medal of honor. Every scare on their body burned into the sky. 10th May 2025, when the enemy drunk on delusion, silent their pride, they thought they could rewrite the history. But Markai Haq, this triumph of truth, reminded them, you may control headlines but not fate. You may control headlines but not fate. You may provoke but you will never prevail. Respected audience, 10th May 2025, the triumph of truth proves that Markai Haq is not just a sound of gunfire, it's not just tanks and trenches, it is when truth stood firm, when lies crumble, when honor walks tall and tyranny is crushed under the boots of bravery. Dear audience, when the enemy dared to destroy our nation's future, they failed to realize the truth. They underestimated the reality that behind every innocent life, there's a wall stood with courages, with blood, with sacrifices, with belief, with honor. Bunyanul Marsus. They rose, they fought, and the whole world witnessed the true living spirit of Bunyanul Marsus. Esteemed judges, how can I abandon this sacred soil, the soil for which my mothers gave the light of their eyes, those sisters who sacrificed the shining stars of their hearts? And you said you have conquered Pakistan. We are the nation of the loins who stood firm when lies crumble, who stood firm when storms raged, who walked into the fire so we can stand in the light, who dared to defy. Esteemed judges, I salute those mothers who have sacrificed their sons, who have sacrificed everything for this sacred soil. And before I conclude, I have a gentle message for my neighborhood and for my glorious Pakistani nation, my nation's future.
We are the legacy of the guardians of honor. We are the legacy of the guardians of honor, the dream of Iqbal and the vision of Qaid. We never surrendered, and we will never bow. Pakistan, Zindabad, Pak Army, Paindabad. Thank you very much.
Our next participant is Mariam Bibi. And Laiba Rajput is also requested to be ready.
In the name of Allah, who was the most gracious, the most merciful, the one in whose hand lies all the victory, all the strength, and all the truth. Respected teachers, honorable judges, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. Today, I stand before you to speak on a powerful and eternal reality. And what is that? The Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. The truth of triumph is that it is never born in comfort. It arises from the ashes of struggle, sacrifices, and silent battles. As we talk about the truth in the light of Quran, what Allah Almighty says in the Holy Quran, وَقُلْ جَاءَ الْحَقُّ وَزَهَقَ الْبَاطِلُ إِنَّ الْبَاطِلَ كَانَ زَهُوقًا. And say, truth has come and falsehood has vanished. Indeed, falsehood is bound to vanish. Think of Musa alayhi salam, who stood against Pharaoh, the most powerful ruler of his time. Pharaoh had armies, Pharaoh had riches, Pharaoh had pride. But what Musa had? Musa had the truth. And in the end, who won? Musa won. Truth won. As similarly, Imam Hussain alayhi salam stood against oppression in Karbala. He was martyred, but even centuries later, his name is honored, while the name of Yazid is remembered with shame. This is the legacy of truth. Now let's come to the recent India-Pakistan conflict. India declared Pakistan was weak, Pakistan was isolated, Pakistan was broken. Then what happened in the end? When the movement of dust came, when the dust of war rises and the sky echoes with the sound of conflict, what happened in the end? When the movement of dust came, Pakistan proved that, and the truth was revealed. Pakistan is not weak, Pakistan is the power. As Qadism said that there is no power in the world that can undo Pakistan. If India claims that Pakistan holds no power, then I will ask a question from India, what power do you have? Do you call it a power? What you're doing with Kashmir? What you're doing with innocent people? Killing their children? Destroying their lives? Is this what you call the power? Is this your justice? Is this your pride? This is not a sign of a successful nation, my lord. This is a sign of a cruel that feels no pity for the innocent people of Kashmir. But my goodness, Pakistan stood as firm as none, as flawed as none, as powerful as none, dealing terrorism, not just commitment against terrorists, to bear 70,000 innocent people's lives. Hey, my arms divided, hey, my heart is jubilant, hey, my soul is purified, because Pakistan is as powerful as the nuclear state must be, and as peaceful as the Islamic State must be. Everyone knows that this was a land where every drop of blood would become a sea of resistance, and every martyr a star in the sky of freedom. In 1965, the enemy came prepared with power, with strength. But on the other hand, our brave soldiers came armed with the Quran in one hand and with the determination in the other hand. In the tenders of Sialkot and Lahore, they fought not just for the land, but for the honor, for the truth, and for every child who sings Pak Sar Zameen Shadbad. This soil bears witness. We built our foundation with blood. This soil bears witness. We built our foundation with blood. In every brick is a call to prayer. In every stone, the echo of Allahu Akbar. The whole world called is small, but they forget that nothing is small when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala stands beside you, and that is the truth of triumph. The truth about our strength, our spirit, our unity came forward, and no lie could hide it. It's proved that how much falsehood tries to dominate to eventually breaks through.
Remember always, truth may be silent for a while, but it never dies. It grows, it rises, and it wins. Falsehood may shine for a moment, but its defeat is hidden by Allah Himself, and it always fades into darkness. Let us stand with the truth in our lives, in our nation, in our spirit, because truth is not just a value, it's the way of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and in His way, victory is granted. Those who fell on the soil are not just the bodies, those who fell on the soil are not just the bodies, they were the lamps that burned through darkness. That's all from my side. Thank you.
The dust of history bears our name. In every drop, the martyr's flame. This is Marka-e-Haq, the trial of light, where every step is scared fight. Respected President, honorable judges, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. Today, I stand before you not just as a student, but as a believer in a timeless truth that no matter how fierce the storm, how dark the night, truth will always rise like a morning sun. Mr. President, our topic today is one that echoes through every chapter of history, that is Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. My dear audience, there comes a moment in the life of a nation when time itself seems to hold its breath, moment when the line between truth and falsehood is drawn not on the paper, but on the dust of the battlefield. Operation Bunyanul Marsus was one such a moment, one nation, one destiny. As Sultan Salahuddin Ayyubi said, and I quote, "Victory is not by numbers, but by the help of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the unity of believers," unquote. This unity was our shield, and our courage was our sword. My dear fellows, let's go back in time from 1947, when we born in the name of La ilaha illallah, to 1965, when the Battle of Savinda became a symbol of courage, to 1971, when we faced challenges with unspoken resolve, to 1999, when our soldiers stood on the highest peak, defending every inch of this country. Mr. President, every chapter tells the same tale. When Pakistan unites, no force can divide. My dear fellows, Allama Muhammad Iqbal dreamed of a youth that would rise like falcons, and that is exactly what happened in May 2025. Pakistan rose, not just militarily, but as a nation. From Karachi to Khyber, from Gilgit to Gwadar, every heart beat as one. As Allah says in Quran, in Surah Al-Imran, verse number 139, وَلَا تَهِنُوا وَلَا تَحْزَنُوا وَأَنْتُمُ الْأَعْلَوْنَ إِن كُنْتُم مُؤْمِنِينَ. So don't become weak and don't grieve, and you will be superior if you are believers. My dear fellows, we are the future of the nation that built on sacrifice, forget in the furnace of struggles, and shaped by the prayers of our ancestors. Our history is not just written in ink, but in blood, in sweat, and tears of those who stood for the truth against all the odds. As Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah said, and I quote, "We have brought this nation ship to the raging storm. Now, my children, hold it firm, protect it as your own." My Mr. President, Marka-e-Haq is not just a memory of war, it is a living call to us to unite, to serve, to build. The triumph of truth breathes in our hands today. We are the torchbearers of hope, the guardians of justice. My dear fellows, let us become the Kamran Masih who rained fire on the enemy. Let us become the Haris Khan who held the trench when the earth shook. Let us become the Adil Shaheed who soared into battle and never returned. Let us become the Captain Faraz Ali who led the charge with unshook resolve. Let us be the Bunyanul Marsus, the solid war, unbreakable, united, and undivided. Now rise, O hearts, the dawn is near. The call of Haq is bright and
clear. This is the hour, this is the flame when truth shall trump, free of shame. Pakistan Zindabad.
Our next participant is Nazakat. In addition, Hania, Zahir and Mahin Anis are requested to be ready. Your name is Nazakat?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Respected Mr. President, honorable teachers and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. Pakistan's recent operation Bunyadul Marsus resulted in a decisive victory with the armed force, successfully threatening Indian aggression and neutralizing threats. The operation launched in response to Indian attack. If you all observed the accurate Pakistan military effectively targeting Indian installations, include air bases and missile defense system. If we remain missile systems. Today we are not only celebrating Pakistan Independence Day, but Markai-Haq also our Air Force proved its slogan, Sehrae ast ke daryaye ast te balo par mast. Whether it is the desert or the sea, it is all under my wings. Markai means the battle for truth, a battle that the Muslims of the subcontinent fought not just for land, but their faiths, cultures and dignity under the leadership of Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, inspired by Allama Iqbal's dream. They faced jails, bullets and bloodsheds, yet stood firm for the truth. In this struggle, millions left their homes, thousands embraced martyrdom, and countless mothers sent their sons to fight for Pakistan. Their courage proved that the truth and unity can change the destiny of nation. But dear friends, Markai-Haq did not in 1947. Today our battle is against corruption, injustice and disunity. If we remain honest, united and loyal to Pakistan, we will truly honor the sacrifices of our forefathers. Let's pledge that we will always serve our country with sincerity and keep the green flag high. In the end, I want to say a salute to those who sacrifices of our nation's peace, making every challenge they face and seize. Thank you. Pakistan Zindabad. Thank you.
So let them lie and twist the way, the truth will rise another day. For the time may bend and hope may fall, but the truth will triumph over all. Good morning and assalamu alaikum, respected judges, teachers and my fellow. I, Hania Zahir, stand before you all not just to express my opinion, but to defend my belief with logic, passion and purpose on the topic Markai-Haq. A subject that sparks discussion, stirs minds and shapes our society. As we dive into this statement, I invite and encourage you all to listen, think and reflect. Challenge your own thinking as we explore further. The trust of monotheism is in our hearts. The trust of monotheism is in our hearts. It is not easy to erase our name and marks. On 14th August 1947, Pakistan emerged on the map of the world as a sovereign state, a state that was the result of countless efforts, unwavering determination, and the faith of our ancestors. The struggle for Pakistan was not just a political movement, it was a sacred mission, the battle for identity, freedom, and right to live with dignity. And today we are proud to be the torchbearers of that legacy. But this year, our celebration shines even brighter. Why? Because this year we have witnessed a modern victory, Markai-Haq, a recent chapter in our nation's story where truth once again triumphed over falsehood. where our defenders, be they in uniform or in spirit, stood tall against aggression and injustice. It was not just a victory in a conflict, but it was a reminder to the whole world that Pakistan will stand tall in the face of any challenge. Dear audience, today we salute to the bravery of our armed forces, the unity of our people, and the resilience of our nation. Whether it was in the diplomatic arena, in the battlefield, or in the heart of every Pakistani, the message was loud and clear. We are peaceful but not weak. We desire harmony but not at the cost of our honor. Dear audience, today is not just a day of celebration, it is a day of reflection. Are we living up to the dreams of Quaid-e-Azam? Are we building the Pakistan that Iqbal visioned, a land of justice, equality, and progress? Let us hear a Quranic verse in the moment of Marka-e-Haq. Indeed, Allah loves those who fight in His row, because as though they are a single structure joined firmly. Dear audience, let us take inspiration from our past and power from our present. Let us educate our minds, let us purify our hearts. Because the real Marka-e-Haq is the ongoing battle within us. The battle to be better citizens, to be good leaders, and to be proud Pakistanis. As I conclude, I request you all to rise beyond the division and differences to make Pakistan a better country. As on this Independence Day and in the spirit of Marka-e-Haq, let us promise to always protect Pakistan with our knowledge, our courage, and our honesty. Let us always speak truth, whether if it's difficult, and let us make sure that the crescent and star shines with glory, not just for us, but for the generations to come. Pakistan Zindabad, Marka-e-Haq Paindabad. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable judges, respected teachers, and my dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. What is stronger than swords? What shines brighter than sun? Today I speak of that truth, Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. Truth, it is not just a word, it is heartbeat of justice, the foundation of nations, and the light that guides humanity in the darkest of nights. And when truth and falsehood collide, history calls it the Battle of Truth. A moment when deception roared and Pakistan responded with clarity, dignity, and courage. When shadows rise and lies expand, truth stands firm, a guiding hand. It blends with none, it yields to none, its light endures when day is done. Worthy audience, this is what Marka-e-Haq means for us. A moral stand, not the clash of swords, but the contest of conscience, not the pride of power, but the power of principles. But the power of principles. When fingers pointed and fabrications rose, our answer was not anger, it was evidence, not bluster, but balance, not boasting, but bravery. When threats approached and darkness came, Pakistan rose with courage and name, with steady hearts and voices clear, truth shone dispelling fear. Our history tells us, whenever falsehood swells, it prepares for its own collapse. The Quran declares, وَقُلْ جَاءَ الْحَقُّ وَزَهَقَّ الْبَاطِلُ إِنَّ الْبَاطِلَ كَانَ زَهُوقًا. Say, truth has come and falsehood has vanished. Surely, falsehood is bound to vanish. History proves the triumph of truth is eternal. Its brightest light is Karbala, where Imam Hussain alayhi salam with a few loyal souls stood fearless before tyranny. Their martyrdom showed that truth may be tested but never crushed. The spirit of Karbala lives in Pakistan, guiding us to justice, courage, and peace.
Blood may be shed, but truth shall not die. Karbala's call still echoes in every sky. Whether it was 1965, 1971, Kargil, or even conflict of 2025, history shows us that Pakistan stood firm as Imam Hussain alayhi salam at Karbala. Pakistan is not just a map. Pakistan is not just a map. It is truth, carved in sacrifice, guarded with courage, and destined to shine forever. Pakistan, Zindabad, Pak Army, Paindabad. Thank you.
Our next participant is Wajiha Mukhtar. Fatima Ajmal is requested to come forward as well.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent and the most merciful. Honorable Chief Guest, respected teachers, and my dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. Today, I'm standing here and I've got the honor to express my views about Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. As Mr. Joseph Goebbels once said, and I quote, "There will come a day when all the lies will collapse from their own weight and the truth will again triumph," unquote. Imagine you're standing at a crossroad. One path is wide, crowded, glittering with promises, and this is the road of lies. The other path is narrow, lonely, lined with thorns, and that is the road of truth. The crowd rushes to the wide path as if victory is certain. Yet, it only leads to shadows. You take one step onto the narrow path and all the noises fade away and only the heartbeat of courage remains. And from that moment, the road of truth becomes a journey no falsehood can ever stop. Dear students, Marka-e-Haq is not just a collision of words. It is a moment when the truth stands tall and refuses to bow. It happened in the Battle of Badr when 313 stood against thousands and proved that sincerity weighs more than number. It happened in our freedom struggles when Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah held the banner of truth high and led a nation out of the shadows into Pakistan. It happened again in May 2025 when Pakistan, through Operation Bunyanul Marsus, turned defense into dominance, yet writing another chapter in the triumph of truth. Marka-e-Haq is the collision of lights and shadows, and light always wins because it knows the truth may be less in number but endless in power. As there's a famous saying, "And when the sword serves the truth, even the mountains bow before its edge." Dear audience, what if courage had voice? It would speak in the language of Marka-e-Haq, where the few stood against the many and the truth stood unchallenged. In today's world, truth is not just a quiet guest. It is a warrior navigating through the battlefields of misinformation. Today, Marka-e-Haq is not just a slogan of the past. It is a code of survival in a world drowning in half-truth and digital illusions. Every era has had its own wars, but ours is the war for the mind, where the weapon is information, battlefield is perception, and victory belongs only to those who dare to speak the truth and then stand by it. My dear audience, truth is not fragile because it doesn't get shattered when questioned. It is a bridge between what we are and what we are meant to be. As Miss Elsie Matthews once said, and I quote, "Truth will prevail over every lie uttered, and this is the ultimate victory. Lies may race ahead, but truth always wins because it walks slowly but steadily." At the end, I would like to say that let's just not leave this hall as passive listeners. Let's be the active bearers of truth, because in the end, our legacy will not be written by the lies we told to survive, but the truth we dare to speak to live. And this is the triumph of truth, the triumph that gave us Pakistan in 1947 and the freedom we guard today. And for the freedom to stand tall, Pakistan freedom live forever. And if Pakistan ever asks us, who will protect me now? Our voices should rise in one promise: we will, because we exist, because Pakistan exists. As Allah said in the Quran, and I quote, "Say the truth has come and falsehood has vanished, and indeed falsehood is bound to perish," unquote. Pakistan, Zindabad. Thank you so much.
In the name of Allah, the most beneficent and the most merciful. Honorable judges, respected teachers, and my dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Fatma Ajmal, and today I'm honored to speak on the topic that stands as a beacon in the darkness. Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine you're standing on a brightly lit stage in a packed auditorium. Hundreds of eyes are locked on you. And before you sit decision makers who have already decided the verdict in their hearts. Around you, soft voices coil through the air, twisting the story, painting you as the villain. Your only defense, indeed truth. But ask yourself, in that very moment, would you still speak, knowing that even your one word could turn the crowd against you? Or will you surrender, because it feels a much safer option? Now that, ladies and gentlemen, is Marka-e-Haq. Not a battle of swords, but a trial of soul. A fight to stand firm when all around you kneel to the falsehood. As Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah once said, and I quote, "Never forget that honesty is the best policy and that truth alone endures," unquote. Dear audience, the triumph of truth is not merely a poetic idea, it is a law of nature. Lies may flourish like weeds, but truth is the rain that washes them away. From the fields of Karbala to the freedom movement of Pakistan, every chapter of our history is written in the ink of sacrifice for truth. Because all along it was truth that gave Jinnah the strength to face British Empire without fear. It was truth that kept Iqbal's pen burning with the vision of a separate homeland. And it was truth that empowered Fatma Jinnah to challenge dictatorship when silence was a much safer option. As Fatma Jinnah once said, and I quote, "A nation's dignity lies in its truthfulness," unquote. The story of Pakistan is itself a Marka-e-Haq, a great battle of truth. From the struggle in 1947 to the defense of our borders in the recent war against India, one lesson rings loud and clear. Truth demands sacrifice and freedom demands courage. Dear audience, truth does not always win immediately, but it always wins eventually, because falsehood, no matter how decorated, has an expiry date. So here comes the real question for us, that when the flag of the truth begins to fall, then who will rush forward to raise it high again? When the falsehood grows bold in our streets, our media, and our politics, then who will dare to speak against it? The answer is us, the youth. Because we are not just the future of this generation, we are its present heartbeat. It is the youth who can refuse to share lies on social media, who can reject corruption in their own small circles, and who can choose honesty even when it costs them. So if we, the young blood of Pakistan, stand united in truth, then no storm, no power, and no falsehood can shake the foundations of this land. As Liaquat Ali Khan once said, and I quote, "Without truth, no nation can stand tall," unquote. So let us never forget that Marka-e-Haq is not only fought on grand stages, it is fought daily in our homes, our classrooms, our offices, and most importantly, within our own hearts. Dear audience, Independence Day is not just about waving flags. It is about remembering that the same faith and unity that brought us freedom must guide us today in every trial we face. Because the nations that forget the sacrifices made for truth are the nations that risk losing it. So today, in this Marka-e-Haq, this great battle of truth, I ask you, are we the generation who will protect the torch of truth, or will we silently watch it fade into the darkness? Because history is written by the victors, and in the end, truth always triumphs. Pakistan Zindabad. Thank you.
The next participant is Nabil Almas, and Ilsa Michal is requested to come forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, my esteemed guests, and my dear fellows, in fact, my architects of change, Assalamu alaikum. My respected judges, just think about it. Someone comes in front of you and starts talking. You feel strange, right? You ask his name, which is totally unfamiliar in Pakistan. So, are you satisfied now? I mean, are you done with the introduction? For sure, no. You'll ask his country. From which country you are? He says, I'm from this country. And now everything seems to be fine. You are satisfied now. You started talking. But wait a second. Have you ever thought that what if we don't have our country's name with us? Would we ever be able to introduce ourselves? The answer is very simple. We are nothing without our country. We don't know how much it is important for us. But the important question is, are we giving it the same importance as it deserves? Sorry to say, but we usually say Pakistan is our life, our heart, and we can do anything for it. But is this feeling is real or just empty words? Everyone, break the silence. Of course we can do anything for it. We don't need to think about this. In fact, alhamdulillah, now we no longer need to look for the stories of our bravery and determination by jumping back into our past, because now we are those stories. The stories our next generations will remember forever. Let's take a look at the 2025 Pak-India War. How India tried to use the Pahalgam interfere us. But what happened? You might remember that how our JF-17 Thunder proved to be a game changer. With just one move, it destroyed their each single plan and a dream. But you know what? This strength doesn't come from the advancement in technology, missiles, or bombs. Because it's our Iman. It's our Iman that helps us to stay determined and gives us the courage to stand against our enemies. My dear friends, today I'm not sharing this all with those who have already spent half of their lives. Our respected elders have already paved the way. Now the torch have been passed to you and me. We have to drive the change. We have to write our own future stories where we will be the superheroes, the wonder ladies, and who knows, maybe we will get our own movies about us. But seriously, let's grow up and let's take the lead. My dear friends, always remember, never forget Pakistan in the journey of building your future, because wherever you go, Pakistan will always be waiting for your love, for your sympathy, and especially for your return. My dear friends, you know what? When Pakistan was gained independence, it was not handed over to businessmen or wealthy people. It was handed over to every single person who grew up on this land and called Pakistani. I'd love to end my speech with the story, in fact, with the hope that maybe it will be etched in your minds, reflecting the importance of Pakistan. One day, a man came to Quaid-e-Azam and he told him a story. He said, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, today I saw a boy. He fell on the ground, got hurt, and started crying loudly. His father said, son, why you are crying like this? It's a small wound, a little blood. Be strong, be a man. And you can't imagine what the boy said. The boy said, Baba, this blood was the trust of Pakistan. It should have been shed for the freedom of Pakistan, and why it has been wasted like this. At that time, Quaid-e-Azam said, now, no power in the world can stop Pakistan from coming into an existence. My dear friends, that was a spirit that gave birth to Pakistan, and it's still real in our veins. Thank you so much for your attention, and I hope that my words will be able to resonate you. Let's tell this to world together that we are proud to be Pakistani. And once say louder with me. Pakistan Zindabad, Haq Zindabad. Wish you all the best.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable President, respected judiciary members, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. In the world full of trials and deception, this topic reminds us that truth, though often challenged, always prevails. From the sands of the Karbala to the movement for Pakistan, history has proven us again and again that truth is not just a principle, it's a legacy. Ladies and gentlemen, today I want to ask you a question. When you see white and the green flag flying high in the sky, and when you hear the national anthem, do you feel pride? Do you feel responsibility? Do you feel that this land is more than just a soil, that it is a gift given to us by the history? My dear friends, this day, 14 August, is not just a date. It is a celebration for the Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of the truth. Now, my dear audience, here the question arises that what is Marka-e-Haq? It is the battle where good wins over the bad and where justice and unity prevails. Ladies and gentlemen, Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah once said, and I quote, "With faith, discipline, and selfless devotion to our duty, there is nothing worthwhile that you cannot achieve," and our elders proved it. They gave up their comfort, their wealth, and even their life because they believe in Pakistan that do not exist yet except in their hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Marka-e-Haq. That was the rebellion. That was the unity. Ladies and gentlemen, Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah also said that now we all are Pakistanis, not Sindhis, not Balochis, not Punjabis, not Bengalis, and so on. And as Pakistanis, we should be proud. Ladies and gentlemen, Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah is our leader, and he always teaches us to be stood for truth. Ladies and gentlemen, so today let's make a promise not to celebrate independence once a year, but to live it every single day. Let's make Pakistan more cleaner, more stronger, and more than just ever before. Now raise your voices with me, with faith and with pride. Pakistan Zindabad, Pakistan Paindabad. Thank you very much.
Nabira Shakil is our next contestant. Zainab Liaquat is requested to be ready.
Honorable Chief Guest, worthy audience, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good day to you all. Today, I stand before you to speak on a topic that resonates deeply with the national spirit and recent history. Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. This is not just a historical event, it is a profound testament to our nation's resilience, courage, and unwavering commitment to truth and justice. Marka-e-Haq, the battle of truth, signifies a timeless struggle between justice and oppression. Our country, in its recent history, was called to face this test head-on, and through our collective courage and unwavering resolve, we emerged victorious. This victory was achieved after facing multiple challenges. The roots of this conflict trace back to the 2025 Pahalgam attack in Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir on 22nd April 2025.
This event was immediately and baselessly exploited. As always, India played its crisis playbook, which is now familiar to the world: provoke, claim victimhood, and then seek de-escalation on their own terms. But this time, the mask slipped. When Indian authorities blamed Pakistan without any credible evidence, Pakistan called for a joint investigation, which was flatly rejected, revealing India's true intentions. On the ground of this fabricated pretext, India launched an act of unprovoked aggression against Pakistan on the night of May 6 and 7, and we all witnessed. Those barbaric strikes tragically resulted in the martyrdom of 40 innocent civilians. While defending our motherland, 11 brave soldiers embraced martyrdom. In the face of this grave injustice, our military response was not an impulsive one. Rather, it was a textbook demonstration of precision and restraint, strictly adhering to retaliatory measures taken under Article 51 of UN, which affirms that every nation's inherent right to self-defense. Consequently, we didn't target civilian areas. Instead, we delivered a decisive blow by only targeting the military installations that has been used to launch attacks against us. Our military launched its principal response on 10th May 2025, naming it Operation Bunyanum Marsus, a name inspired from the Holy Quran, signifying a structure firmly joined together. This name symbolizes unity, strength, and tenacity that are fundamental to our Islamic ethos. During this operation, we shot down 5 Indian aircrafts, including 3 of them much hyped Rafale jets. It seems all the money they spent on the foreign technology couldn't buy them a stay-in-sky guarantee. We also neutralized over 84 Indian drones, effectively destroyed their S-400 battery system at Adampur and Bhuj, and their BrahMos missile storage facilities at Bias and Nagrota. Our armed drones even demonstrated their lethal capabilities by hovering over major Indian cities, including capital New Delhi. It was also a resounding victory in the face of this vicious disinformation campaign. While the Indian media peddled false narrative, but Pakistan's action spoke louder than any lie. In essence, Marka-e-Haq is a defining moment in our recent history, a moment that solidifies our determination to protect our sovereignty and upholds the values of justice and self-defense. We are a nation that seeks peace, but let be there no ambiguity, any attempt to challenge Pakistan's sovereignty and territorial integrity must be met with a swift and decisive response. Thank you. Long live Pakistan. Pakistan Zindabad.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Today, as we gather under the green and white flag, our hearts, they beat with pride. It's the spirit of freedom, is the echo of sacrifice, which is nothing less than a Marka-e-Haq, the battle of truth. Ladies and gentlemen, 14th of August, it's not just a date on calendar, it's the day when our nation was born with La ilaha illallah engraved on its heart. It's the day when dreams came true. It's the day when prayers became power. Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you, Pakistan, it was not gifted to us on a silver plate. It was earned, it was bled for, it was cried for. Let us think about it. Let us think about it. What passion burns so bright that people, they left their homes, they left their land, they left their wealth. For what? Seriously, for what? All for a dream called Pakistan. All for a dream called Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan, it's not just our country, it's our responsibility. Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen, the emergence of Pakistan, it was not done overnight. It was born out of centuries of struggles of millions of people who sacrificed their everything, who literally
sacrificed their everything. Pakistan, it was not just a political movement, it was about our identity, it was a spiritual mission, it was not just about a mere piece of land. It was about fighting against cruelty. It was about fighting against tyranny. It was about proving that truth is more powerful than oppression. That truth is more powerful than oppression. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, I call this journey a Marka-e-Haq, the battle of truth. Another Marka-e-Haq was fought this year, early 2025, when Indian forces unleashed a brutal aggression, and targeted innocent civilians, but our soldiers, they remained undaunted, with unwavering courage, and launched a mission named as Bunyanul Marsus, which was a resolute response to the atrocities of India, which were weight upon the truth, which was crumbled upon the weight of truth. Ladies and gentlemen, our soldiers, they remained brave throughout, they remained passionate throughout. And it is also said that our Air Force pilots, they signed their death certificates before their flights. This is the compassion, this is the passion of our soldiers that we are proud of, that we are really proud of. Now I have a question. To you all. Are we honoring their sacrifice? Are we really honoring their sacrifice of our soldiers, of our ancestors? Are we building Pakistan that Iqbal dreamed of? The land of peace, the land of justice, the land of spiritual greatness? Are we building Iqbal's? Are we fulfilling Iqbal's dreams? Iqbal, he believed in the youth, he believed in you, he believed in me. He saw us as eagles soaring high, unchained with the power of vision. So ladies and gentlemen, on this Independence Day, let us not just wave flags and sing songs. Let us renew our oath. Let us promise ourselves that we will be brave, we will be honest, and we will serve this nation, the pure heart and soul. Let's just rise above this hate. Let us rise above this selfishness. Let us rise above this corruption, because Pakistan, it's not just our country, it's our responsibility. At the end, I would just like to pray for my country that Khuda kare ke meri arze paak par utre, Khuda kare ke meri arze paak par utre, ye fasle gul jise andesha zawal na ho. Thank you so much. Pakistan zindabad.
The next contestant is Muhammad Haris Iqbal, and Muhammad Ali is requested to come forward.
In the shadow of smoke, the truth stood tall. In the shadow of smoke, the truth stood tall. Though missiles may strike, the righteous don't fall. And when narratives clash, let the facts be the flame and history. History will echo the truth in our name. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most just. Ladies and gentlemen, dear Mr. President, and learned judges, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. Today, we gathered here not just to mark a movement, but to magnify a movement where valor met virtue. And Pakistan, learned judges, Pakistan prevailed with pride. Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth, isn't just a tale of tanks and tactics, but a living legacy where the truth took flight and falsehood fell from the sky. Quite literally. From May 7th to May 10th, 2025, the world witnessed what no vast bulletin could bury. The day when Pakistan's Air Force, calm but calculated, clipped the wings of India's raw failed pride, exposing not just vulnerability of their wanted machines, but also the fragility of their fabricated narrative. The world saw it, and so did India, reluctantly. While Al Jazeera called it a strategic shift in South Asia's aerial violence, even anti-TV, fumbling through forced smiles, labeled it as unexpected turbulence. The truth. Learned judges. The truth. The truth. It really seems to hit harder than any of their missile. And as the rifles spiraled from the skies, and so did the Salt Aviation stock, plunging by 8.7% overnight. It wasn't just a dip on trading floor, but a free fall in global credibility when a multi-billion-dollar myth just crashes on broad daylight. It's not defeat, it's disclosure. Even Bloomberg dubbed it as a market reaction to military embarrassment. The Indian stock market trembled, investors blinked, and the truth traveled faster than any of their fighter jets. This wasn't a conquest of a conquest either. It was a victory of veracity. We didn't just defend our land, we defended our legitimacy, our logic, and our love for peace. Like Mandela said in our quote, it always seems impossible. It always seems impossible until it's done. And we did it, not with arrogance, but with accuracy. So, my dear audience, let us remember, the truth has no expiry date, no matter how loud the lie is. Let us lift our heads high, our voices higher, and our hopes highest. Because sky, my friends, isn't the limit, it's proof. Pakistan, Zindabad. Thank you.
Starting with the holy name of Allah Almighty, the most gracious, the most merciful. Mr. President, respected judges, honorable teachers, and my dear audience, Assalamu alaikum to you all. Today, on this wonderful occasion, I stand before you not to recite history, but to reveal its heartbeat. My topic, Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. It shines like a beacon in the darkest of times. It's not just a war of might, it's a cry of soul, a roar of heart. Numbers may be few, but the spirit boundless. Respected audience, nations never built on the dreams alone, but they are built when truth stands against falsehood, when justice faces oppression, and when people are ready to sacrifice everything. And that, my dear audience, is the essence of Marka-e-Haq. Marka-e-Haq is not just a war fought with the weapons on battlefields. It's the battle of conscience. Sometimes it happens in silent rooms, in lonely hearts, and in moments when no one is watching. It's a flame in every era. Ladies and gentlemen, Independence Day of Pakistan, 14th of August, is not just a date and calendar. It's not just about waving flags or singing anthems. It's a living reminder of a journey carved through struggle, through sacrifice, and unshakable faith. A day we proudly called Marka-e-Haq. In this day, we pay tribute to our great leaders, just like Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, who dedicated his whole life for the Muslims to have a separate homeland where they could practice their religion, Islam. Iqbal inspired millions through his poetry. As he said, "Tu Shaheen hai parwaaz hai kaam tera, tu Shaheen hai parwaaz hai kaam tera, tere samne aasmaan aur bhi hai." Ladies and gentlemen, the Pakistan movement was more than a political campaign. It was a moral revolution, a Marka-e-Haq in its purest form. Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah did not bow to pressure, compromise on principles, or trade truth for convenience. He led with the conviction that inspired millions. Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah fought with the weapon of faith, with the shield of truth, and with the army of determination. Ladies and gentlemen, recently, Pakistan has launched a robust response against the blatant Indian aggression under the Operation Bunyan Marsoos, the word taken from Quran, which means the iron wall. The Pakistan Army and Pakistan Air Force played an important role in this war. 3 Pakistan Air Force pilots signed their death certificates before entering into the airspace of India. They shot down 5 Indian aircrafts, including 3 Rafale. Pakistan Army played its role by protecting the nation's borders and people with the courage and with the faith. Ladies and gentlemen, it means that our Marka-e-Haq did not end in 1947. Today, our battlefield is our offices, our streets, our schools, and even our hearts. Our enemies are corruption, injustice, inequality, and silence. When speaking out is our duty. Ladies and gentlemen, Marka-e-Haq is not just a history. It's a mirror of our own character. It asks us daily, will you stand for truth or will you stay in silence? Will you walk the harder path or will you take the shortcut of lies? Now it's depend upon us what we choose. Ladies and gentlemen, falsehood has no roots, but truth stands eternal. So let us promise today to be the voices that echo truth, to be the hands that lift justice, and to be the hearts that fear no falsehood. Because at the end, falsehood falls, but truth stands eternal. And that, my dear audience, is the true battle, Marka-e-Haq. Thank you very much, Pakistan Zindabad.
Respected audience, we'll be taking a very short break of 15 minutes. And the judges will be here after 15 minutes, so we'll be resuming the session. Keeping in mind, Hadyya Siddiqa, Fatma Wasti, Zobia Adil, Fatma Batul, they will be the participant that will be delivering their speech. So 15 minutes, and we'll resume the session after 15 minutes. Thank you.
I think traditional ebooks provide a really poor reading experience, and I knew that with the right server and full control,
words capture the very spirit of our soldiers, firm, united, resolute and unshaken, like a fortress built by faith. In the crucible of the 2025 war of India and Pakistan, we didn't just fight with weapons, we fought with conviction. While the enemy relied on numbers and noise, we relied on faith and bravery. Our skies echoed the thunder of Shaheens, and our soils echoed with the footsteps of those who choose martyrdom over surrender and dignity over fear. This wasn't merely a clash between borders. It was a battle between truth and falsehood, between resilience and arrogance. And as always, the truth triumphed, not by chance, but by the will of the Almighty. Respected audience, the year 2025 will forever be remembered, not just for the fire and fury of war, but for the calm strength of truth that Pakistan carried into the battlefield. When India once again crossed the line with its unjust aggression, spreading lies, misinformation, launching unprovoked attacks, Pakistan did not panic. We answered not with hatred, but with honor. They tried to blind the world with noise, but we answered with calm and clarity. Worthy listeners, the Rafale, a French-made 4.5 generation fighter jet, which was considered to be India's pride, a symbol of its air superiority, equipped with air-to-air missiles, electronic jamming, and stealth features, the Rafale was believed to be untouchable. But history proved otherwise. The Pakistani Air Force was prepared with its JF-17 Thunders, F-16 Falcons, and a wide network of radar systems. The Pakistani Air Force engaged with remarkable precision in response to the Indian attacks. तुम्हें गरूर था कि ताकतें तुम्हारी हैं, तुम्हें ये ज़ोम था कि जंग जीत लोगे तुम, मगर ये क्या कि स्याह रात के स्याह साए तुम्हारे काम किसी तौर पर भी ना आए, हमेशा पीठ पर ही तुमने हम पे वार किया और हमने देखो फ़कत ख़ुद पे एतबार किया, वो एक जहाज़ कि तुम जिसके इंतज़ार में थे, बस एक वार से राफेल ज़मीं बोस हुआ. These fighter jets that tried infiltrating our airspace were shot down by the Pakistan Air Force. This reminded everyone that we may not buy the costliest planes, but our soldiers, our fighters, our pilots carry the weight of a nation's prayers. This, worthy listeners, is Marka-e-Haq, a battlefield where truth comforts falsehood and the light of sincerity pierces the fog of propaganda. Let us not forget that we are the followers of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, whose entire life was a marka-e-haq. We are the people of La ilaha illallah, and no power can hurt those who believe in truth. So I say to every young Pakistani present here today, stand for truth, speak for justice, and serve this nation with pride. Let this be a lesson for the future. Weapons may damage borders, but they can't break the truth. False claims may roar like thunder in the sky, but they vanquish once faced with the light of sincerity. हम अपनी जान हथेली पर रख कर चलते हैं कि अपनी मौत नहीं ज़िंदगी से डरते हैं. ज़रो जवाहिरो मसनद की कब ज़रूरत है, हमारा मकसदो मतलूब बस शहादत है. बस एक नाराए तकबीर की सदा सुनकर हम एक जिस्म की मानिंद जुड़ते जाते हैं. क्यों? इसलिए कि उम्मते सैयदुल अबरार हैं हम, इसलिए कि लश्करे हैदरो करार हैं हम. हर घड़ी तैयार कामरान हैं हम, जैसे हो हालात शादबान हैं हम. पाकिस्तानी फ़ौज के जवान हैं हम, बुनियानो मरसूस हैं हम. थैंक यू.
Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I am Zubia Adil, and today I not only stand before you to speak about a remarkable and courageous operation, but to celebrate a divine truth. The Operation Bunyanul Marsus wasn't just a strike. It was Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth over lies, of courage over aggression. Before I dive in deeper, don't you think we should understand why the operation was given this specific name? Well, the name comes from the Holy Quran, Surah As-Saf, which describes the believers as a solid, united structure, firm like a wall of steel. Now, isn't that the perfect name? When there are fingers pointed at our country, our home, our pride, we as a nation stood united, regardless of any sort of differences. Now, whether they're political or religious, because it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, what matters is that we are Pakistanis, proud Pakistanis. We all actively took part in the operation as well. How? By holding out cyber warfare for our country. This let the rivals know that we are not afraid, we are united, and we stand tall for the defense of our country, like a firm wall of steel. The DGISPR also called Pakistan's youth, you and me, Pakistan's cyber warriors. India thought it could intimidate us. They thought we would back down. But let me ask you, has Pakistan ever backed down from defending its honor? Never. Our Air Force had an intense battle with the Indian Air Force. And as expected, the Pakistan Air Force had a clear upper hand as it took down multiple Indian fighter jets, and most importantly, 4 Rafale jets, which India had been incredibly proud of and had expected them to bring superiority over PAF. These expectations were proven terribly wrong. As our Air Vice Marshal stated, Rafale is an equally potent aircraft if employed well. As we remember Marka-e-Haq, let us not forget that it is not just a military victory, but it's even greater. When history judges this moment, it won't record the explosions, the jets, or the weapons. No. But what it will record is the unbreakable will of the nation that stood for truth. It will remember how Pakistan, when tested, responded not with reckless rage, but with unshakable faith, unmatched strategy, and undeniable justice. Pakistan is not just a country on a map. It is an idea that the truth will always triumph, that faith will always overcome fear, and that no force on earth can break the will of a nation that stood for truth and believes in Allah. As Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah said, there is no power on earth that can undo Pakistan. Today, we salute our martyrs, our soldiers, and every Pakistani who kept the flame of resistance alive. But our duty does not end here. It actually starts from here. It lies ahead in how we build this nation, protect its unity, and pass on its spirit to the next generation. Thank you.
Our next participant is Fatma Batul, and Zohra Anam is requested to come forward as well.
Poet said, and I quote, "The battlefield echoes, the trumpet calls, the truth stands firm through tyranny walls. Mark-I-Haq, a sacred fight, where darkness lost to justice's light." Unquote. Honorable President, esteemed chief guests, worthy judges, respected teachers, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. It is a matter of great prestige for me that I'm here to express my views on Mark-I-Haq, the triumph of truth. Dear fellows, the phrase Mark-I-Haq translates to the battle of truth and symbolizes the righteous struggle for honesty, truth, and moral victory. Mark-I-Haq reflects Pakistan's ongoing and historic stance to stand by truth and honesty, whether on Palestinian cause, Kashmir issue, and its own fight against terrorism and extremism. A wise man said, and I quote, "Truth is powerful and it prevails." Worthy judges, in 2025, as Pakistan confronts international propaganda, especially from adversaries like India or hostile media sources, the theme emphasizes how truth ultimately overcomes lies. The Kashmir conflict, for example, continues to show how Pakistan stands by oppressed despite diplomatic and media challenges. Dear fellows, during the 1948 Indo-Pak Wars, 1965, 1971, and 1999 Kargil Wars, and most importantly, the recent Bunyan al-Marsus operation, our valiant armed forces once again wrote a golden chapter in history, downing at least 3 Indian Rafale jets and 3 Indian fighter jets that dared to violate our skies. The roars of our Shaheens echoed through the mountain, and the green and white crescent of our flag fluttered with even greater pride. Dear audience, Pakistan was not created by force, but by truthful ideology and determination. The national foundation lies in what is just, moral, and truth. Quaid-e-Azam said, and I quote, "Pakistan came into being as a result of the relentless truth of just cause." Unquote. Esteemed audience, for Pakistani youth, 2025 was full of challenges. For example, digital misinformation, identity crisis, and materialism that are both spiritual and ideological battles. Mark-I-Haq reminds them that they can be the truth bearers for both honesty and truth. Mark-I-Haq 2025, the triumph of truth, is not just a slogan. It is a national ideology, a spiritual direction, and a moral responsibility in time trials and deception that Pakistan must hold firm to the truth. For in truth lies honor, respect, and ultimate success. I conclude my speech with these words. No army is stronger than the words of right. No sword is stronger than the words of light. Truth may tremble, but it never dies. It soars above in the endless skies. Thank you.
Starting in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. A poet said, and I quote, "In Markai Haq, the brave hearts bled for justice, for truth, and for what was said. Falsehood trembled, truth arose. History bowed to writers' pose." Unquote. Honorable President, esteemed chief guest, worthy judges, respected teachers, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. Today, I have privilege to express my views on the topic, Markai Haq, the triumph of truth. Dear audience, as wisdom echoes through ages, a poet once wrote, "Truth may be silenced, but it never slain. It rises again beyond all pain. Falsehood may rule with tyrants in might, but truth returns with eternal light." Unquote. Indeed, truth may be challenged, delayed, or even buried under the rubble of lies, but it never dies, my honor. It never dies, it rises again, victorious like the sun breaking through the darkest clouds. Worthy listeners, whenever we speak of Markai Haq, we are reminded of every battle where truth faced tyranny and triumphed. Let us visit the Karbala, the eternal symbol of truth, standing tall against falsehood. Hazrat Imam Hussain Raziyallahu Ta'ala Anhu had no army, no wealth, and no worldly power. Yet, his courage shook the thrones of Yazid. And when we think of Karbala, the words of a poet pierce the heart as I quote. "The banners of Haq era stained with grease, waved by martyrs and left with the praise of honor, faith, and sacred breath. And they wore through life and shined in death." Unquote. Esteemed audience, truth's triumph is not just a tale of past. Stay with me, stay with me. Truth's triumph is not just a tale of past. It breathes in the struggles of freedom fighters, in the voices of oppressed, and in the loud cries of the mothers in Gaza, and in the silent prayers of the just. And how can we forget Operation Bunyanul Marsus, the unshakable wall of steel, the living embodiment of courage and sacrifice? Our soldiers, standing at the borders, facing the enemy with chests open and eyes blazing with the fire of Iman. And, oh my countrymen, their boat shakes the earth, their oar shatters the silence, and the sacrifice is the fortress in which Pakistan breathes free. When the trumpet of danger sounds, they march forward without fear, without hesitation, and ready to write their names in the books of history with their own blood. And Mr. President, this is Bunyanul Marsus. This is Bunyanul Marsus, not just soldiers, but the beating heart of a nation that will never bow, never break, and never surrender. Mr. President, these were not just military wars, these were all parts of Markai Haq. And then came the most important moment that the history will never forget. On 27th of February 2019, we witnessed a movement. The world witnessed how our Shahis captured an Indian pilot, Abhinandan. And he confessed something to the whole world that we will never forget. The tea was fantastic. And this, my Mr. President, this is Markai Haq, a battle of truth, integrity, and self-respect. Worthy judges, let this be a reminder to all of us that no matter how strong falsehood appears to be, it is always temporary, okay? Always temporary. And my dear Pakistanis, let us promise today to stand by what is right, to speak the truth, to live the truth, and to fight if we must, but only for truth. Pakistan Zindabad. Thank you very much.
Hafiza Ikra Sheikh is the next participant. Abir Afzal is requested to come forward. Abir Afzal. And those who are at the back side, yes, it's a request to listen to the participants carefully. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable guests, respected judges, and my proud fellow Pakistanis, Assalamu alaikum. Let me ask you something. When truth stands against falsehood, who wins? Yes, the truth always wins. And when that truth is carried on the shoulders of faith, wrapped in the green flag of Pakistan, my friends, that victory becomes Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. Marka-e-Haq is not just a battle fought with weapons. It is the battle of belief, of courage, of standing tall when the world says you cannot, and replying, we already did. Dear audience, let me take you back. 1947, our elders had no tanks, no jets, and no nuclear power, but only one weapon, La ilaha illallah. Against all odds, they carved out Pakistan from the map of the world, proving that when hearts burn with faith, mountains crumble before them. That was our first Marka-e-Haq. But my friends, history did not end there. The enemies of Pakistan never sleep, and neither do the protectors of Pakistan. This very year, 2025, when the drums of war beat again, when our enemies thought they could crush us with fear, Pakistan stood like a wall. Our skies roared with Shaheens, our borders blazed with bravery, and our enemies saw with their own eyes that you can touch our land only if you pass above our bodies. Dear audience, our Qaid rightly said, and I quote, there is no power on earth that can undo Pakistan. My brothers and sisters, Marka-e-Haq lives in every soldier who kisses the soil before stepping into the battle. It lives in every mother who sends her son to the front line and says, son, if you come back, come with the flag. If not, come wrapped in it. It lives in every Pakistani who prays in the depths of night whispering, oh Allah, protect my homeland. Because, my friends, Marka-e-Haq was not just a war. This was the truth standing up, truth fighting back, truth winning. Pakistan was not given to us so we could wave the flag one day a year. No, it was given so we could make it shine every single day in our honesty, in our hard work, in our unity. If you are a student, study so well that the world sees Pakistan's future in your eyes. If you are a worker, work so sincerely that your effort becomes a prayer. And if you are a leader, lead so justly that history calls you the reflection of the Khilafat-e-Rashida. Because, my friends,
Marka-e-Haq is not over. It is alive and we are its soldiers. Every time we choose truth, our life, courage, our fear, and unity, our division, we fight another battle and we win another victory. And when the world asks, who are you? We will proudly say, we are Pakistanis. We are the nation that was born in truth, stands in truth, and will die for the truth. Because this is our pledge. This is our promise. This is the triumph of truth. Thank you.
Honorable Chief Guest, respected judges, Honorable Chief Guest, respected judges, respected faculty members, and my dear fellows, a very good morning to you all. I am Abi Afzal Raja, and I stand before you today to speak out about the courage and bravery our soldiers and people have displayed in Pakistan's creation and its preservation. The battle of truth, Marka-e-Haq, is not just a war fought with bullets or weapons. It is a battle that is intertwined within the very essence of Pakistan. Marka-e-Haq is an eternal struggle between truth and falsehood, justice and oppression, a battle that is as old as humanity itself, yet ever present and ever relevant. Today, I speak to honor, to awaken, and to immortalize the story of resilience, sacrifice, and national unity that unfolded in the face of aggression. I speak of Bunyan al-Marsus and I speak of Marka-e-Haq. This is a chapter in our nation's history that will be carved into our hearts and etched forever into the soil of Pakistan. It began on the 7th of May, 2025, when India disregarded its morality and launched unprovoked and rather cowardly missile strikes on civilian areas, claiming 40 innocent lives. That blood was shed in the comfort of their own homes, not on a battlefield. And so it started, Marka-e-Haq, a battle for justice, a response born out of necessity and guided by restraint. Following this, on the 10th of May 2025, due to unrelenting aggression, Operation Bunyan al-Marsus was launched, a name inspired by the words of Allah. Inna Allaha yuhibbul lazina yuqatiluna fi sabilihi safan ka'annahum bunyanun marsus. Indeed, Allah loves those who fight in His cause in a row as though they are a single structure joined firmly. This operation was not military in nature. It was strategic and precise and hit every target, whether it was technological, on land, in air, underwater, or even in space. Let me remind you of the details. Let me remind you of the details. We neutralized 26 Indian military targets across Punjab, Rajasthan, Gujarat, and Indian-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. We also struck air bases in Suratgarh, Sirsa, Bhuj, Nalia, Adampur, and Pathankot with pinpoint accuracy. And deep inside enemy lines, drone squadrons flew undetected, reaching even New Delhi, sending the message that Pakistan's eyes and arms reach far. Now, mind you, all of this was achieved without a single civilian casualty, because we are a nation guided by morality, by law, and by restraint. Do not forget, this Marka-e-Haq was not bloodless. Lives were lost. 11 of our finest soldiers embraced Shahadat. 78 personnel were wounded in the line of duty. And the aforementioned civilians, whose only crime was being born in the warm embrace of this country, they remain the soul of this resistance. And to their families we say, this nation will not forget their sacrifice. Their stories will be passed down to the generations succeeding us, and they will be remembered as heroes. Honorable audience, if Operation Bunyan al-Marshus taught us one thing, it is that Pakistan is not a weak wall of bricks. We are Bunyan al-Marshus, a solid structure forged in faith and bound by unity and shielded by unity. Our forces stood firm, our people stood united, and when the world watched, they saw not a fractured nation but a fortress. This Marka-e-Haq was not just a military chapter. It was a reminder that we are a nation built upon one saying, La ilaha illallah, there is no God but Allah. And we are a people who value honor over compromise. So let us take pride, not in the destruction of the enemy, but in the dignity with which we defended our people. Let our children learn that freedom is not free. It is fought for by our brave soldiers, and the price of freedom has oftentimes been paid in blood. Before I conclude, I would like to make a small prayer. May Allah accept the sacrifices of our martyrs. May Allah accept the sacrifices of our martyrs. May He protect our nation from further aggression, and may Pakistan forever remain a Bunyan al-Marshus. Thank you.
Afnan is our next participant. And Mahak is requested to come forward.
Afnan. In the iron grip of a prison built to break men, they ripped away his fingernails. They ripped away his tongue. They thought they could rip away his loyalty. In that choking silence, he rose higher than his captors could ever dream. With the raw, burning wound of his own body, he dipped into the only ink he had left, his blood. And on the cold, merciless wall, he wrote the words they feared most. Pakistan Zindabad. Every letter was a wound, every drop a sacrifice, every stroke a promise, edged in crimson, immortal in glory. Mr. President, the blood etched on the Indian cell wall was of a Pakistani soldier, Maqbool Hussain, who endured 40 years, yes, my audience, 40 years of torture at the hands of the Indian military. But never once did he surrender the truth he guarded. And that truth was simple. Pakistan was, is, and will remain. But that crimson woe was not his alone. It flows in the soil of our motherland. This is the blood that built Pakistan. Respected jury, not the ink of treaties, not the signatures of politicians, but the blood of men and women who refuse to break, refuse to shatter. Dear audience, in the sweltering heat of 1965, under relentless enemy fire, Major Raja Zipati stood tall, not for praise, not for recognition, but for Pakistan. Offered relief from the front lines, he refused, declaring, I do not want to go back. I will shed the last drop of my blood for the defense of my dear homeland. And he did. That drop became a river flowing through the veins of every soldier who guards our borders today. And dear audience, with this victory, dear audience, this spirit, this defiance carved in blood did not die in the dark of that cellar under the scorching heat of the border. It breathes in the hearts of sons and daughters in uniform. The silent watchers in the night, the first to rise when the bugle calls and the last to sleep when the flag still waves. When the storm struck once again in May 2025. When our eastern border faced the heat of a new test, they answered with the same woe edged by Maqbool Hussain decades ago and with the resolute spirit of Major Raja Aziz Bhatti. The world was doubting our resolve, but our soldiers did not falter. From the roaring thunders of our deaths above the clouds to the unshakable lines of infantry standing in the dust, their message was the same. Pakistan stands on truth, unshakable, undefeatable, victorious. Venerable Chief Guest, through fire and loss, they struck back. Operation Bunyan and Marsus, turning defense into thunder, enemy lines shattered, their proudest jets fell from our skies. When the guns fell silent, it was not just victory, it was proof that no force can bend a nation forged in sacrifice. When the smoke cleared, the flag still flew. We had not just won a war, we had told the world, touch Pakistan and you will burn. They fight, not for medals, not for headlines, but for the nameless child sleeping safe in a village far from the front lines, for every mother who parades our folded flag, for every father who teaches his son to stand when the anthem plays. Their sacrifice is not an isolated act. It is a message carved into our hearts that Pakistan's heartbeat is guarded by men who see death as duty and sacrifice as honor. So dear audience, today the torch passes to us, not to raise guns, but to raise our heads high, to honor their sacrifices with our deeds. As our Qaid declared, there is no force in Pakistan that can undo Pakistan. So stand tall, Pakistan, stand proud. For our fathers bled, our mothers sacrificed, and our soldiers fought. And in every drop of a soldier's blood lies the truth of Pakistan. And truth can never surrender. So let the world remember, Pakistan was not given, it was won. And what is won in blood lives forever. Thank you.
In the name of Allah, who is the most merciful and beneficent. When shadows fall and doubts take hold, and whispers of the weak are bold, the heart of truth, a flame unseen, ignites the soul, a righteous sheen. It is a banner bravery raised in times when honor's light is hazed. Respected judges, esteemed teachers, and my fellow seekers of truth, today, the word that words paint a picture of our topic today, Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. This is not just a phrase, it is a very heartbeat of history, a constant of echoing rhythm of humanity's fight against falsehood. Our faith, Islam, is built on this very foundation. Our faith, Islam, is built on this very foundation. As Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, our great leader, his famous motto, unity, faith, discipline. What a very key of this Marka-e-Haq. As we read in Surah Al-Baqarah verse 42, وَلَا تَلْبِسُوا الْحَقَّ بِالْبَاطِلِ وَتَكْتُمُوا الْحَقَّ وَأَنْتُمْ تَعْلَمُونَ. And do not mix the truth with falsehood or conceal the truth while you know it. This is a direct command to be soldiers of truth, not just in our beliefs, but in our actions and words. Dear audience, in closing, let us know that let us not celebrating Marka-e-Haq as a distant or heroic ideal, but as a living, breathing responsibility. Every honest word we speak, every time of justice we perform, every time we refuse to compromise our survivals or for conveniences. For let our close for convinces every breath, every soul. Pakistan Zindabad. Thank you.
Ammar Nasir is the next participant. Ammar Nasir. Is he not around? So Daim Ali is requested to come forward. And Minahil Iman. Minahil Iman.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, you may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still, like dust, I will rise. Honorable Mr. President, worthy judges, and respected audience, Assalamu alaikum. I wish to share my humble thoughts in this Augustus house on a very thought-provoking topic, Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth. Mr. President, what is Marka-e-Haq? It was the battle of truth as it unfolded on 9th May 2025, a conflict between India and Pakistan. The 19-day military conflict between these two countries presented the strength and resilience of the Pakistani nation. Respected sir, the conflict started on 7th May 2025 when India carried out an operation called Operation Sindoor. It was aimed at what India claimed were terrorist camps in response to the Pahalgam attack on 22nd April 2025, where 26 civilians lost their lives. India said the strike was carefully planned based on intelligence. But no, Mr. President, no, it was not the truth. Pakistan strongly disagreed, saying that innocent people and mosques were targeted by India. India launched missile strikes on Pakistan and hit civilian areas. Respected sir, Pakistan responded with Operation Bunyanul Marsoos, a very decisive counter-offensive that targeted Indian military installation and presented Pakistan's advanced military capabilities. Respected audience, it was not the counter-attack of Pakistan on India, but it was the time of national unity. The conflict demonstrated the unity and resolute of the Pakistani nation, with the military, scientists, engineers, and diplomats working together to counter Indian aggression. Respected sir, against all odds, surrounded by threats, challenges, and fear, our beloved homeland stood tall. And why? Because we had something more powerful than measles. We had unity, we had faith, and we had resolve. Respected sir, true strength does not come from weapons. It comes from hearts that refuse to give up. It was not only a military victory, it was a triumph born from the prayers of a nation, from mothers, from children who whispered, Pakistan Zindabad, through trembling lips. It was the teamwork of the army, the unity of the people, and the unshakable spirit of Pakistan that broke the enemy's will. Mr. President, the bravest victories are those won with belief, not just bullets. Today, we stand tall, our heads held high, as we celebrate the triumph of truth. We are proud of our nation's achievement and its people who stood united in the face of aggression. Respected sir, the conflict may have ended, but its impact will be felt for generations to come. It has shown us the importance of national unity and the strength of our armed forces. This Marka-e-Haq also reminded us of the need to remain vigilant and prepared to defend our nation at all times. Respected sir, as we look to the future, we are filled with hope and determination, and we will continue to work towards the progress and prosperity of our nation. And we will never forget the sacrifices of those who have given their hearts and lives for our freedom. Respected sir, Marka-e-Haq, the triumph of truth, signifies the victory of truth over falsehood, as Pakistan stood firm in defending its sovereignty and territorial integrity. We may disagree at home, but before the enemy, we are indivisible. Respected sir, to conclude my speech, I would like to say, when truth is tied by fire and flame, and nations rise to guard their name. No sword, no drone, no storm can bend, because there's just the truth will stand till end. Let's be the soldiers of truth, the warriors of education, the protectors of hope. Because when we believe, when we unite, when we rise, no power on earth can defeat us. Pakistan Zindabad! Thank you.
Beneath the green, our spirit rise. No foe can dim our steadfast skies. With faith as shield and truth our guide, we stand as one, we shall not hide. Honorable Mr. President, worthy judges, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. Today I stand before you to speak on a truth that roars louder than the cannons, shines brighter than the rockets, and stands taller than the mountains. Marka-e-Haq, the battle of truth. Respected sir, there are moments in nation's history that are written not with ink but with blood, bravery, and belief. May 2025 was one such moment. The winds of war blew across our borders. On 7th May, India launched Operation Sindoor, claiming to target terrorist camps linked to the Pahalgam attack of 22nd April, where 26 innocent civilians were killed. India called it a precise intelligence-based strike, but Pakistan saw it for what it was: aggression on false pretenses. Civilian homes and even mosques were hit. Mr. President, now it was the time when the Pakistani nation stood at the crossroad of deceit, and Pakistan had to stand firm for the truth. Truth is not a feather, it is a storm. Respected sir, the Pakistan army responded with Operation Bunyanul Marsus, the unbreakable wall, on 10th May, declaring it a fight for truth. As Allah Almighty declared in the Holy Quran, indeed Allah loves those who fight in His cause in rows, although they are a solid structure. Mr. President, it was not the counter-attack of Pakistan on India. It was the time of national unity. It was not just the army that stood up. It was a whole united Pakistan that rose. Our soldiers didn't ask if they would survive. They asked, will my country survive if I don't stand guard? And they stood with fire in their eyes, love in their hearts, and flags in their hand, and they wrote a new chapter in the book of patriotism. Mr. President, true strength does not come from weapons. It comes from hearts that refuse to give up. Marka-e-Haq gives us a very significant lesson. Truth is stronger than might. Falsehood may roar for a moment, but it fails in the end. Respected sir, from the soldiers in the sky to the engineers behind the screen, from the mother who prayed all the night to the children who waved the green flag, every Pakistani became a soldier of truth. It was the moment when the whole world saw that Pakistan stands firm where justice calls, even when the winds of war blew the strongest. Through darkest night and thundering skies, the flag of truth will always rise. Though trials come and shadow falls, the light of justice conquers all. Respected sir, Marka-e-Haq was not just a military victory, it was a moral one. It was the moment when the whole world saw that Pakistan's fight was not for conquest but for dignity, not for domination but for justice. So let us carry this spirit, not just this war, but in every challenge ahead of us, because the triumph of truth is not the end of the story, but the beginning of our destiny. Thank you.
Nida Shahed is our next participant. Yes, is she around, Nida Shahed? Mariam Zahir is requested to come forward as well, along with Mariam Iram.
Every age writes its story with a battle between truth and falsehood. Some battles are fought with swords and some with words. But in the end, only truth survives. Respected judges, honorable teachers, and my fellows, Assalamu alaikum. This is Nida Shahed from Tarnol, Bin Qasim School and College, Islamabad. There are moments in history when the clash between truth and falsehood becomes so clear and so powerful that the whole world remembers them for centuries. Such moments are called Markai-Haq, a battle of truth. And truth, no matter how weak it may appear, has always triumphed. The greatest example of this is Karbala. Karbala taught us that the sword can kill the body, but it can never silence the voice of truth. Dear audience, the Markai-Haq is not a story of the past. It is alive even today, whenever people rise for justice, whenever truth stand against oppression, whenever nations defend their dignity. A shining modern example of this oppression is Bunyanun Marsus. When our homeland faced aggression, Pakistan responded with faith, courage, and precision. This victory was written by the bravery of our armed forces. Their courage proved that when a nation is led by faith and sacrifice, no power on earth can defeat it. The guardians of our homeland, who stood like an unbreakable wall, their courage proved that when a nation is led by faith and sacrifice, no power on earth can defeat it. Due to the shortage of time, I would like to conclude my speech here with a message that falsehood fades, but in the end, only truth will prevail. Thank you.
Those who stand for truth may be outnumbered, but they are never defeated. Honorable judges, respected teachers, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. Markai-Haq is not just a battle. It is a triumph of truth. It is a safeguard of our people's rights, justice, and honor of Pakistan. But let me ask you, how can we forget the recent war between India and Pakistan? How can we forget the sacrifices of our brave Pak army? How can we forget our innocent civilians and our children who are martyred, their lives taken unlawfully? On the dark midnight of 7th May, India carried out an unlawful, hypocritical, and cowardly attack. But what they didn't realize that there is a force in Pakistan that never sleeps, a force that stays awake day and night to protect our country. Yes, it is our Pak force, and it is not just any ordinary force. It is a force whose courage, unity, and passion flow in their blood. How can we forget the moment when our Pakistan Air Force shot down 6 jets, including 4 Rafales, the same jets India once proudly bragged about? Aren't 4 Rafales enough to teach them a lesson? Or should the shattering of their pride be enough to make them think twice before daring to challenge Pakistan again? Our defense wasn't just in the skies. On the ground, the successful Operation Bunyana Marsoos became a true witness of the bravery and courage of our Pak force. And it is not just a response to India's Operation Sindoor. It is a living proof of a marvelous force and a great leadership. Under the guidance of Field Marshal Asim Munir, our soldiers stood strong and unshaken against the enemy's evil intentions. Our victory wasn't just against India's military. It was against their hypocrisy, their cowardice, and their dishonorable aims. This was a revenge for the blood of our innocent children, our civilians, and our beloved people. This war wasn't just for land. It was for the rights, justice, and honor of Pakistan. And let us be clear, this was not the first time our Pak army stood against such threats, and it will not be the last. This battle was a lesson to the entire world, especially to India, that no one can destroy our nation, our pride, and our unity, because our Pak force is and will always be standing firm like an unbreakable wall against any evil gaze cast toward Pakistan. So I ask you today, can we ever forget this victory? Can we ever forget the people who made it possible? Or can we ever forget the lesson it has taught to our enemies? I will end my speech with this. Our soldiers don't fight because they hate what is in front of them. They fight because they love what is behind them. Their people, their country, and their Pakistan. Thank you. Pakistan Zindabad. Pak Fauj Zindabad.
Mariam Iram is the next participant. And Sarah Khan and Amal Maria are requested to come forward as well.
There is a battle being fought every single day. A battle between truth and lies. Lies are loud, tempting, and fast. But truth is patient, steady, and eternal. Lies may win a movement, but truth wins history. Respected teachers, honorable guests, and dear friends, Assalamu alaikum. Truth is like the morning sun. It may be hidden by the darkness of lies. It may be slowed by the clouds of injustice, but it always rises, it always shines. And in the story of Pakistan, truth is not just a weapon, it was our destiny. There was a time when the world said, a new country for Muslims? That's totally impossible. But one man, Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, stood tall and declared, we are a nation with our own culture, our own destiny, and our own faith. The truth, and that was the truth, and the truth has a strange power. It may walk slowly, but it walks surely. It may be challenged, but it cannot be defeated. Against the noise of propaganda and against the chains of injustice. Against the noise of propaganda and against the chains of injustice, our truth became a storm. And on 14th August 1947, the crescent and star rose in the sky, and the whole world saw that the truth has triumphed. But my friends, truth's journey did not end there. In 1967, when the enemies attacked Pakistan, our soldiers stood as living walls. The truth of their courage silenced the roars of tanks. In 2005, when the earth shook and thousands were buried under rubble, the courage and the unity of Pakistan made Pakistan rose higher than the mountains. But the truth of Pakistan's resilience, all of us brought back together, because lies are like poison. They weaken, they destroy. But truth is like pure water. it unites and it gives life. But now, my dear friends, the torch of truth is in our hands. Truth is not only in grand speeches and history books. It is in our honesty at school, our fairness at work, our courage to say no to corruption, and our willingness to help without getting reward. So let us promise, we will speak the truth even if our voice shakes. We will walk with the truth even if the road is steep. We will live the truth, for it is the truth that gave us Pakistan, and it is the truth that will keep the crescent and star shining forever. Stay united, stay disciplined, and be faithful. Thank you so much.
May 10th, 2025. The air is slick with fumes, thick with ashes. The songs of singing birds and the rustling winds replaced by the blasts of drone fire and the boom of cannons. The breeze smells of gunpowder instead of flowers, where a force is assaulted by the hail of dynamite and responds with the resonating echo of J-10Cs and JF-17 thunders. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Pakistan. My purpose here in front of you all today is not to offer a recollection of our glorious recent past, for there are already enough voices doing that. I am here to commemorate the valiance of our brave falcons who swooped down from above and answered the strikes of those cowardly vipers with something far stronger than the enemy's blind rage: restraint. In this age of modern warfare, wars aren't fought just on borders or disputed territories, but through means that we didn't know were possible before. Socially, economically, digitally, and most importantly, vocally. The truth is something that is often bitter and inconvenient for many, but through struggle and determination, we can act upon that bitter, inconvenient truth and make it our greatest trump card. If we are expected to fight, we fight with the guns in our hands, the jets in our skies, and the truth in our hearts. There is no room for conventional war between nuclear powers. That is why we base our military strategies not on offense, but restraint. As Allah decrees in Surah Al-Imran, and victory comes only from Allah, the Almighty, All-Wise. We were victorious, and it is truly a blessing that Allah has bestowed upon us. He has given us valor, unity, and power, but also morality, empathy, and kindness. And that is the difference between valiant Ghazis and murderous behemoths. Our opponent had the audacity to make such a reckless attempt to tarnish our territorial integrity, how they violated the Indus Water Treaty, among many others, and utilized drones, heat-seeking missiles, and the supposed pride of their skies, the Rafales. Ladies and gentlemen, let's discuss our truth, shall we? The truth that was hidden behind curtains and barricades of false accusations, anti-terrorist operations, and social media posts. To anyone who dares question our intentions and motives and brands us as something we aren't, we are the warriors who don't shout, don't boast, don't strike without reason. But when we do, every move is measured and every blow deliberate. As Shakespeare once wrote, and I quote, "If you prick us, do we not bleed?" Well, if our enemy pricks us, then they should be aware that our blood will be spilled in the name of the truth and only the truth. To anyone who tries to test this wall of lead, there will surely be an eye for an eye. Thank you.
And the next participant is Amal Maria. Is she around? No? So we are done with all the participants. Respected audience, thank you for your patience. The long day has been come to an end. Now, since the judges will be compiling the result, would like you to wait for 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you.
मुबारक हो सब कुछ अपना कुर्बान किया। सलाम अजीम ए कायद के आज़ादी मुबारक हो। मुबारक हो, मुबारक हो, 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 आज़ादी मुबारक हो। इस मिट्टी में है खून शामिल हमारे अजीम सितारों का, हमेशा बुलंद रहेगा नाम अजीम बहारों का। ए खुदा है शुक्र तेरा के आज़ादी मुबारक हो। मुबारक हो, मुबारक हो, 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 आज़ादी मुबारक हो। अभी बढ़ना है आगे और अभी लड़ना
शहीदों का अर्ज़ पाक मरकज़ है कौम की उम्मीदों का नज़्म-ओ ज़ब्त को अपना मीरे कारवां जानो वक्त के अंधेरों में अपना आप पहचानो ये वतन तुम्हारा है तुम हो पासबां इसके ये चमन तुम्हारा है तुम हो नग़मा ख़्वां इसके इस चमन के फूलों पर रंगो आब तुमसे है इस ज़मीं का हर ज़र्रा आफ़ताब तुमसे है ये फ़ज़ा तुम्हारी है बैरोबर तुम्हारे हैं कहकशां के ये जाले रागुज़र तुम्हारे हैं ये वतन तुम्हारा है तुम हो पासबां इसके ये चमन तुम्हारा है तुम हो नग़मा ख़्वां इसके मेरे कारवां हम थे रूह कारवां तुम हो हम तो सिर्फ उन्वां थे असल दास्तां तुम हो नफ़रतों के दरवाज़े खुद पे बंद ही रखना इस वतन के परचम को सर बुलंद ही रखना ये वतन तुम्हारा है तुम हो पासबां इसके ये चमन तुम्हारा है तुम हो नग़मा ख़्वां इसके ये वतन तुम्हारा है तुम हो पासबां इसके थैंक यू
पाकिस्तान 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 जीवे पाकिस्तान 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 जीवे पाकिस्तान जीवे 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 पाकिस्तान 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 जीवे पाकिस्तान 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 जीवे पाकिस्तान जीवे पाकिस्तान ये चमन तुम्हारा है तुम हो नग़मा ख़्वां इसके मेरे वतन मेरे पसीना
It's been a long day, and once again, thank you for your patience. And one of the most exciting and inspiring moment of any competition is when we acknowledge the hard work and achievement of our talented students. So it's now time for the prize and certificate distribution ceremony. But before moving on, who are the winners? I would like to welcome our guest of honors for today, Dr. Zaram Kadir, who is the director of Pakistan Institute of Education. Along with him, Dr. Muhammad Idris, the director of Pakistan Institute of Education. Thank you for your precious time. Respected audience, now I would like to invite the honor of guests along with Dr. Mirza Ali to come forward and distribute the certificates and prize money to the winner students. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 4 winners, and a student who stood 4 will get a consolation prize, and I will announce that student first, and then we will move to the top 3 winners. So the 4th position goes to Hassan Nadim, and I would request him to come forward and receive a consolation prize. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have been waiting for has finally arrived, and I'm going to announce the top 3 winners. And I'll begin with the 3rd position. And the 3rd position goes to Mariam Mubashir. Congratulations, Mariam. Please come on stage to receive your certificate. Let's give Mariam a huge round of applause. So the 2nd position is secured by Laiba Rajput. Well done. Please join us on stage to collect your certificate. If you're not around, Laiba Rajput, please, if someone can come on behalf of her and collect it. All right, so now it's the time of the moment of pride, the highest honor of this event, which is the 1st position. And the champion of today's competition goes to Shyan Mias. Congratulations, Shyan. Please come forward to receive your well-deserved and honorable certificate. And everyone, let's cheer loudly for our winner, Shyan Mias. And once again, let's put our hands together for our top 4 winners. Let's have a huge round of applause for them. Now, before concluding this ceremony, I would like to all of you to stand straight in the respect of national anthem. And that's it from the presentation ceremony. Thank you all for your day, and